Okay, this should be part 2. If you're hearing me right now, this should be part 2. Okay. All right, sorry about that. I think it literally, it came the exact time where like Restream was like, hey, it's time for you to sign back into Facebook. You know, like it timed out. So when that happened, it kicked us off. So we had to reconnect our Restream account to Facebook, and we're back live again, okay? Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. We'll have to let everybody get back on and kind of let the stream re-begin. So, amazing, but sad. Very sad when stuff like that happens. We were so close, yet so far away. John's violating my blue tape again. John almost did a good job. U-Haul boxes slightly in violation of my blue tape law. We'll get everybody back on. Yep, it was like exactly the time. It was like, poof, well, you got to reconnect. Restream is wanting you to sign back into Facebook, and of course that happens right during the middle of a sale. So it booted us. But we're back. That's okay, because I was having bad luck finding a price gun anyway. I literally had just told myself we got to order 5 new price guns because we never can find them around here. So here we go. Should be back. Ted Nugent, Sweet Tang. That is the flip side of Cat Scratch Fever. That's so to Michael Snared. Okay, now the problem is I have no idea who had the high bid on Whitesnake or BGs. I have no idea who had the high bid, so I'm actually going to try to find it right quick on YouTube and try to find that, okay? So let me go back to that feed from earlier and try to find who had the high bid. If the person's watching, it was tied like Bret Michaels wig and Mr. Tom Kelly, I think. I'm pretty sure that's who it was. Let me find that over here. There's my first YouTube link. All right. And let me go to the very end and figure out if I can find who had the high bids on those. Okay. BG's, okay, there's a couple bids. Tom Kelly, 25. But I think somebody was tied with him. Tom Kelly had bid 25. I think somebody did before him, though. Because I said, Tom Kelly, you're actually tied with 2 different people. And then Tom Kelly, yeah, I'm not for sure. I'll give it a few seconds, okay? So I need to know if Bret Michaels wig and Tom Kelly's watching. Bret Michaels wig and Tom Kelly. That's the 2 people I need to continue those 2 auctions. Okay? Now, while I'm getting my allergies under control, the next thing that I have is the following. This Violent Femmes pre-order, okay? So this Violent Femmes pre-order is now available. They're in stock. This was something that Laura had posted. It actually came out last Friday. I went ahead and ordered 4 additional copies. The first 4 that came in were actually tagged on Friday of last week, and then we just tagged the rest of the pre-order, and here's what's left. So this is the Violent Femmes, their self-titled debut album, the cult classic debut featuring Blister in the Rain, Gone Daddy Gone, Kiss Off, and Add It Up. And those are, in fact, $36.99. $36.99, okay? Okay. Now, Laura had come over here and handed me a pricing gun, and sure enough, it's already misplaced again. Okay, there it is. Golly, I thought I was going crazy there for a second. All right, today is 12 something another. How about 16? There we go. And let's open up this at 36, okay? I don't like the way this gun looks, but that's okay. Tom Kelly's officially on the feed. I've been waiting for you to pop up at any second. You are now here. Fantastic. This pricing gun sucks. Okay? I mean, it's absolutely terrible. That's okay. I'll get it fixed in just a second. All right, there's done. Let's see what's holding this thing up. Something is. All right. Okay. Looks like we almost have everybody back on. Looks like we almost have everybody back on. Almost. Okay. So I have 4 extra copies of the Violent Femmes, $36.99. I have 4 copies of Kate Bush, Best of the Other Sides. Was there a pre-order for this? I don't think there was. Pretty sure there wasn't. Okay. Laura, let me know if there was. Boom, 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 boom. I got to step back here for one more thing. Okay, so there's that. I think we're good to go. Okay. Now, so we're done on these. These have been up since literally the last stream. So these are finished. This is sold a Bret Michaels wig for $45. I've got to put up new auctions because these were lost in transit. I have honestly no idea if these are even the right bidders or buyers, but I hope it is. This is sold a Bret Michaels wig for $45. And then over here, this is the Bee Gees, and the Bee Gees is sold to Tom Kelly, I hope, for $25, okay? Auctions are officially reset. Let's pull up this Kate Bush for a second. And this one, let me pull up this in the group right quick, okay? And this is for Laura, or a pre-order that Laura had posted in the group, $44.99, Kate Bush, and I'm going to tag these right quick. These are $44.99, and I have 4 copies, and I think they're about to evaporate because they was a pre-order. So the first person who got one was Mike Massey, and then Autumn Betts, and we have 2 extra copies, okay? And Autumn, you commented twice. I'm assuming, though, you only wanted 1, okay? There we have it. So there's 2 Kate Bush left, $44.99. There's the Violent Femmes, which is $36.99. I feel like I've been on the same record for about a half hour, but there they are. I need to put price tags on these. I think I've got the price gun working. I have walked through the store 3 times. Laura brought me this one, and of course we mark 1 million items a year. I walked through the store in a circle about 3 times, and I found 0 price guns. And that's usually how it works around here. They're nearly impossible to find. So I've made a commitment tonight. As soon as the sale's over, I'm ordering 5 brand new Monarch. These are model 1136 double price gun and they're going to be sitting on this rack over here lined up like guns in an arsenal. And I'm going to put a sign, do not ever touch these price guns ever, even in an emergency. This is sold to Samuel Copage. That was Kate Bush, okay? And that is $44.99. And this is called Best of the Other Sides. That comes out, that was supposed to come out back in October, and it was pushed back until November, and then it's been pushed back till now, December. So finally glad to have that back in, or finally glad to have it in. Next auction, consider the show is just now happening. This is Quiet Riot Metal Health, Bang Your Head, EX condition, $15 start. $15 start, just like phone chargers and box cutters. I know. That's one of the things over here. I finally cleared off the shelf, and I was going to have box cutters, chargers, and price guns, and I was going to say, these are emergency resources for live streams only. And the shelf is cleared, and then it got filled up with blankets. It got filled full of blankets somehow. So here's our next record, Morbid Angel. Give me 1 second for this, because it's priced somewhere. There's those. Give me 1 second. I have more stuff to fill out here, or more stuff to find. This is Morbid Angel Domination, $54.99. Now, this is typically just never in print. It's never available. It seems like it's a UK import only. Domination, $54.99. Let's go back over here to the Japanese pressings. Hope everybody's found the right feed. It should say part 2 when we're back and rolling. Here's a really cool one. This is More of the Monkees. The Monkees is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is a $35 start. There's LP number 1. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. This is Kylie, as in Kylie a Christmas, fully wrapped. Let me check the price on this right quick. And this one, Kylie Minogue, is $29.99. $29.99. And then I'm going to order Paul an extra price gun. I'm going to order Laura an extra price gun, and John an extra price gun. Kylie Minogue Christmas album, $29.99. Okay. Craig Thomas is handling the pre-orders. He's actually he's making the shirts for us, and he's actually even helping me do the quantity and take everybody's names down. So he will let you know ASAP, or he will be able to give us a pretty good idea of when the next t-shirts are coming in, okay? Here's the next one. This is Suicidal Tendencies, $39.99. Suicidal Tendencies, $39.99. The Art of Rebellion. There could possibly be a waiting list for this one, okay? $39.99. There's that. And then Jerry Stone on Kylie Minogue, okay? That's so to Jerry Stone. Quiet Riot has one bid for $20, final call. And the Monkees is a $35 start. When the feed ended, we had 286 people watching. Facebook crashed, and we're only back up to 180. There's some people definitely having trouble finding the feed. That's a problem as of right now. This is Too Short, Below the Whistle. This might have actually been a special request for somebody. Too Short, Below the Whistle, huh? Go Vinyl, no, maybe it just been it was an old back order for me. So Too Short is $38.99. We'll do Japanese t-shirts arrive soon, very soon. This is Too Short, $38.99. And then this is Watain, and this is Die in Fire, and Watain is $38.99, I think. Yes, 38. And to my memory, Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather, Master Ma 666 was on a waiting list. So let me make sure that's correct, okay? So I'm pretty sure it was Sean Lee Hooker, Master Ma 666 on Watain. Let me make sure on that one, okay? Let me pull this up over here. Watain. Yep, Sean Fairweather. He got that one. Thank you on that one. So that's done. There's one extra. Brandon Jones on Too Short. And now over here, the Monkees. The Monkees is a buy it now for $35. It's a no bid. It's a Japanese pressing. It's Near Mint Minus and Pristine, and that's More of the Monkees. A $35 buy it now, okay? More of the Monkees, a $35 buy it now. Quiet Riot sold one bid for $20, and that is sold to Richard Bradshaw, okay? $20 on that. That is done. And let's put that away right over here. I had 2 copies of the Cranberries MTV Unplugged. Been waiting for some of these to come back in. The Cranberries MTV Unplugged was $33.99. It was 10,000 Maniacs for the longest. Then they finally did the Cranberries. First time ever on vinyl. This is really cool. They're 1995 Unplugged. Sounds like it's time for 30th anniversary edition. There it is, the Cranberries, $33.99. The Lights, I have not opened it. I was about to get a box cutter, which I also don't know where it is anymore. And here's one. And I was about to literally open this box and figure out which light this was. How about we do that right now? It's definitely a light, and we're about to find out in 3, 2, 1. Almost got the tape open. Almost got the tape open. It looks like Led Zeppelin's in. Rush has shipped. I can promise you Rush has shipped, and then Led Zeppelin's are in. So we'll tag those later, okay? Led Zeppelin's are in. We'll tag those later. Everything in here is available. And then we have Iron Maiden. This is live in New York. This is just a restock, very popular bootleg. Iron Maiden live in New York, and these are $29.99, okay? This is Iron Maiden live in New York. Let's put up a couple new auctions. I think we got some people saying, Chad, I'm here to buy Badlands no matter the price and no matter what physical feat I must, if I have to army crawl all the way to Lebanon. Some people might be in Saginaw, Michigan, and they're like, listen, Chad, I will army crawl. This price gun is terrible. Have you ever seen a price gun get thrown across the room? I do that quite often with these things. You know, you'd think in 2025 somebody would have technology, like super great technology for pricing guns. Terrible. I'm gonna take all of everything I have in Coletco and reinvest it into a company that just makes exclusively great pricing guns. That's all I'm going to focus. I'll be doing live streams every night selling pricing guns. Now, I've had somebody say, Chad, I'm here to bid on the seeds. I will do anything I have to obtain this album. If I have to army crawl from Los Angeles, California, all across the United States through desert, fight wild animals, barely survive, I will do anything to acquire this album. So here's your chance. This is a U.S. repress of an unknown year. That's all I can tell you. It is a vintage pressing, but it's a U.S. repress, EX edition, $15 star. Mitch T gets an Iron Maiden. That's sold to Mitch T for $29.99. I got 4 left. And guess what? Here's another Iron Maiden, Dynamo Open Air 2000. So once again, another Iron Maiden, and this one's also $29.99. So we have Dynamo, and then we have the New York. This is Dynamo Open Air 2000, also $29.99, okay? $29.99. Let's see what's going on with this thing. There's something holding it up. I'm pretty good at fixing these things after it gives me enough problems to nearly give me a heart attack. So, yeah. Okay. All right. And trash can. That one went in the trash. That pricing gun is retired. $29.99. We'll have to just tag these in my head. $29.99. That is Iron Maiden, $29.99. That's for Dynamo Open Air 2000, okay? Yeah, I think I just threw John's in the trash. Bring me Paul's. I'm going to need some more, okay? We're probably going to throw Paul's in the trash next because I don't think Paul's is too good either. We have Alex Kane on Morbid Angel. Thank you. That's sold to Alex Kane. He also gets Watain. And then let me know which of the Iron Maidens you want, Alex. I'm assuming New York. And then I've also got Dynamo, okay? Seeds has bids for 15, and then 16, and then bids for 20. Okay, our next auction is Crocus. And then Crocus, one vice at a time, is a 1982 Terre Haute OG, label and back cover writing. It has the hop sticker, $15 star. Thank you. Hope I don't have...
6 is broken on that.
Okay, yeah, this one, the 6 is broken. Whew, yeah. Okay, I should have, I'm going to send a memo. We were getting new pricing guns this week. Crocus is, let's look at that again. Let me figure out, Laura says label and back cover writing. Okay, so, yeah, Scotty James, unfortunately, Scotty had to write his name on the back cover, and then he wrote his name on the label. Dang it, Scotty, he didn't want his friend Bob to steal it back in '83. So here it is, and that's a $15 start, okay? So Alex Kane got Morbid Angel with Tane. Dennis Jackson bid 15 on the seed. Samuel bid 15 on that. PSA, please stop putting stickers on shrink wrap on the records unless it's on the outer jacket sleeve. Seeds is at 15. Price on seeds, and that's a $15 start. And then over here, seeds is at 16, seeds is at 20, seeds is at 21, seeds at 23, and then Iron Maiden is officially sold to Alex Kane, New York. Seeds 22 and seeds 27. Iron Maiden, this is Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. This is $33.99. $33.99, okay? This is Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. Now, the stickers, these going on new sealed vinyl doesn't harm it whatsoever. These will peel right back off. These are low adhesive, so anything new and sealed, we have to put the sticker on the shrink wrap. These actually peel right off, no problem. Just as soon as you get them, peel them off. If you buy it shouldn't. I've never had a problem with that at all. And then we always have put the stickers on the plastic sleeve for pre-owned records. We used to put them right on the jacket, but we realized that was a problem, and we had to do it kind of because of theft. But since most of the stuff is here first and it sells, we go ahead and put it on the outer sleeve, okay? And then Scott Dwallow wants Seventh Son. All of a sudden, a big batch of Iron Maiden. There's that, and then we have Iron Maiden, a 4th Iron Maiden bootleg. This is Maiden Voyage, cloudy colored vinyl, Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, and this one is Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, and this one is, give me one second, this one's 39, and these are the numbered colored vinyl, okay? These are the numbered colored vinyl, Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, and these are $39.99. So like 4 different Iron Maidens there. I'll go back over those in detail because you'll have to let me know. And then, of course, another one, Twilight in Japan. Wow, a bunch of Iron Maiden, $29.99 for Twilight. There should be a waiting list for this. Jerry, those should be here today, if not tomorrow, all the packs of sleeves. Man, that's another thing. I ordered like 2,500 packs of MoFi inner sleeves. I just ordered nearly 40,000 outer sleeves. And then all the packs that we sell. I think Ed just ordered 500 packs of outer sleeves. And I didn't realize we sell that many and that many people add to their order packs of sleeves. It's incredible how much supplies we go through here. I'm still on like 2021, 2022 top numbers. I have forgot how much sleeves and supplies we go through on a daily basis. All right, so this was a waiting list. We'll start with this one first. So this is a waiting list. I still got one person left, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. Iron Maiden, Twilight in Japan. 1981, Iron Maiden, Twilight in Japan. 1981, the legendary broadcast. This is Tokyo, 1981, $29.99. El Snapatan was on a waiting list. The next person is Hoopy, 31. So if anybody else wants on the wait list for Iron Maiden, Twilight in Japan, that's Tokyo, 81. Somebody's still on a wait list, Hoopy, and we can add to that list. This one is sold to El Snapatan. Let's update the seeds right quick. The seeds is at $37 of Samuel Kopech, and Crocus is at $18. If you're not Richard Bradshaw, you don't have the wait list on Crocus, or you don't have the high bid on Crocus. And if you're not Samuel Kopech, you don't have the high bid on the seeds, okay? Michael Hamburger wants Iron Maiden Japan. I've got 3 of these in stock, and they're available. Great early, 1981, Nijmegen Holland, Maiden Voyage. We've sold a lot of these. They're numbered on the back, and they're on cloudy colored vinyl. Those are $39.99, Maiden Voyage. $39.99 for Iron Maiden. Those are in stock, and there's 3. The next one is Dynamo 2000. Iron Maiden live at Dynamo, open air 2000, $29.99. 1, 2, 3. And Jerry, I'm sorry we ran out of sleeves. That's why they like to just pull them off the shelf we like take down people's name, we pull them off the shelf. I like to physically put somebody's name on the pack and just have it sitting back there on a shelf. That way we don't ever run out. And of course, they've been pulling them off of a shelf and we ran out, and I think I'm going to have them implement 100%. We got to put everybody's name on a pack of sleeves. Otherwise, at some point, we're going to run out. Somebody's going to need a pack of sleeves, and we're not going to have enough. So I vote your name goes on your pack of sleeves. I will let them know that tomorrow. We've got to re-implement that. They usually just make a list, and when they need one, they pull it off a reserve. That works as long as we never run out. But if all of a sudden we start selling, and we realize we don't have enough, then somebody's going to be short on a pack of sleeves after they've been billed for it. So staff meeting tomorrow morning. 10 o'clock staff meeting tomorrow morning. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. And this is $33.99. That's just a regular studio album remastered. Richard Davis wants Dynamo 2000. That's so to Richard Davis. And the other one's another classic concert. And this is 1982 Palladium New York yellow vinyl. Palladium New York yellow vinyl, $29.99. Palladium New York. We have the Cranberries, and the Cranberries is $33.99. The 1995 MTV Unplugged, first time on vinyl in its entirety, $33.99. And then we have Not Voyager, the live, okay? So, Michael, you've already got Twilight. You said Not Voyager. You must mean Dynamo, right? You want Dynamo open air. Is that right? If so, I'll give you one. And then we had Suicidal Tendencies. I didn't check the waiting list for this because I was fighting with a pricing gun. Suicidal Tendencies. And this one's The Art of Rebellion. Let me make sure there wasn't one for this. Suicidal. And this one is S-U. It'd help if I could spell suicidal. S-U-C-I-D-I-L, like dial. And we have Art of Rebellion, How Will I Laugh, and that's the only two. So Art of Rebellion was Tim Rory and Mark Johnson. Tim Rory and Mark Johnson. Two of these are sold. Okay? There's one, there's two. Those are sold and they're sold. And then over here we have next, we have Michael Hamburger on Dynamo Open Air, Kelly Vlodarchek on the Cranberries, and these auctions are finished. This is Crocus, and this is Richard Bradshaw's for 18. And let's update the Seeds, okay? The Seeds is with Samuel Kopich at $42. There's Suicidal Tendencies. We have Kylie Minogue is $29. And then we have Kate Bush, Best of the Other Sides. Kate Bush, $44.99. The other Suicidal Tendencies is sold to Mark Morris. And now we have Violent Femmes. We're back to where we started before the video crashed. Violent Femmes, self-titled, the new anniversary edition on blue vinyl, $36.99. Okay? There's that. James Davidson said, I bid 19 a while ago. You did. James Davidson has Crocus for $19. Richard Bradshaw, you've been outbid. My bad. Okay, we still have the Seeds and Crocus still up for bid. He did have a bid in a long time ago on this. I'm going to start saying these are final calls then. We got to make sure Richard Bradshaw doesn't want to bid. Nick Bargeron said he would army crawl across the United States for the Seeds record. It's now at $45. Thank you, Nick Bargeron. We're still bidding on that one. So we got Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, Iron Maiden Dynamo, Iron Maiden Seventh Son, Iron Maiden Live in New York, The Cranberries Unplugged, Kylie Minogue's Christmas album, Kate Bush, a new B-sides released, and Violent Femmes. Off to the next crate. We're off to see The Wizard, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. That was stuck in my head a few times after seeing that at the Sphere. That was stuck in my head for a while. All right, let's grab this crate. Looks like we got a restock of MoFis, and we got a new release, and let's tag some of this stuff as soon as I take a big drink of Diet Coke. Nothing wrong with that, huh? Here we go. 45 on the Seeds. Richard Bradshaw, are you still watching with Crocus? Hopefully he didn't sign off after I called it sold to him. I got to be more alert on this bidding system. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Okay, Seeds, $47. Richard Bradshaw, are you still on? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Ed tried to sell me a suicidal tendencies. That was probably a King era. We got a lot of Richards, okay? We got a whole lot of Richards, and Richards get mistagged a lot, okay? We have the Beatles, 67 to 70, near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP. There's another LP. Here is LP number 2. Here's the other inner sleeve. Wow, this one's complete. It has the poster, it has the book, and it has the other book. A complete, beautiful 67 to 70. Sorry, I've got the hiccups. I've been over here chugging Diet Coke. That's a $45 start on that one. This is Van Halen. We had Fair Warning the other night. This is the other one, Women and Children First. The Ultra Disc One Step. $134.99. Van Halen, the Ultra Disc One Step. I know what this next one is. It's a pre-order. And unfortunately, I see 2 with a seam split. Oh, no. I have messed up. Y'all know the other day when we had all that stuff come in with seam splits, 2 of them, they basically wouldn't take back. And the other ones, I missed the deadline to get them shipped back. So I've got about this many damaged records with seam splits I've got to bring over here probably sometime this week and just try to get our money back. Maybe get cost out of them. I don't know. It's something they can't seem to fix in the shipping department. Y'all probably don't see it because y'all get shipped stuff that's not seam split. We get stuff that's seam split, and sometimes it happens when it hits just through the mail. I mean, we could ship something without a seam split, and by the time it gets to y'all, it's just ruined. It's just the way this new record, I see more 50-year-old records with less seam splits and tears than these new album jackets. Just can't seem, there's something up with the way they're packaging these nowadays. It's been a problem for a long time. All right, so these are $69.99. This is Tedeschi Trucks Band Live, Everybody's Talking. So this is new. It's a new pressing. It's been out for a while, but these are always desirable. Tedeschi Trucks Band Live, Everybody's Talking. A limited edition, 1,500 individually numbered copies on red vinyl, 3 LPs. So a new pressing, numbered on the back on red vinyl, and Tedeschi Trucks is $69.99. The first pre-order was Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. That's so to you. The next one's Corey Lawson. That's so to Corey Lawson. I'll tell you something that happens too is there'll be seam split up here and we catch them, but then a customer will get theirs in the mail and they flip it over and it'll be seam split on the bottom. Of course, we don't even think about that because you're rarely looking at the bottom of the jacket, but a lot of them get split on the bottom. So that's the other thing that's happening. They get split on the bottom and you don't even catch it. You don't even see it. Corey Lawson gets a Tedeschi Trucks Band. And then George Jones gets a Tedeschi Trucks Band. We should have extras of these. This is also sold. That's George Jones. And the next one is, that one's seam split. This is sold to Jamie McCord, okay? Jamie McCord. Thank you. That's sold to you. And then the next one is Robert Tomic. And let's tag one for him. And then my crate is officially full. So let me swap out. I hope we're done on Crocus, and I hope we're done on the Seeds. Those have been up for a long time. Let's update the bids. Seeds 47, Seeds 48, Beatles 45, Crocus 22, Beatles 45, Seeds 49, Crocus 25. What is a one-step? Ed did not put several items on invoice. I emailed. I'm sure they'll fix it. I'm sure he's working on it. And then Tedeschi Trucks Band, David Dull, okay? So over here, we have the Seeds. Samuel Kopech has it for $49. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Crocus. The last bid on Crocus was James Davidson at $25. Richard Bradshaw, you're out. And we have a tie on the Beatles. Mike Torrey's bid $45, and then Jerry Conklin, you tied them. Okay? So that's where we're at. James Davidson, I got you on Crocus this time. It's back up to Richard Bradshaw. Nick Bargeron's done on the Seeds. Samuel Kopech has it for $49. We're not done with the Tedeschi pre-order. I've just filled up a full crate. How many have I pulled? 2, 4. I have pulled 5. Okay, I don't want to make sure I miscount these. We may have 2. It looks like Laura's already marked 2 crates. John marked 4 crates. I'm glad I got a hold of John this morning. He was almost not going to be here today, thinking our company Christmas party was Wednesday, but it's in fact Thursday, so I'm glad John's here or we'd have almost no new vintage stuff. But luckily, we've got a ton of new vinyl to go through. So Sherry, Corey, George, Jamie, was that 4 or 5 I pulled over here? I want to make sure I don't miscount these. I've already pulled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the first 5 Tedeschi Trucks bands went to Sherry Darnell, Corey Lawson, George Jones, Jamie McCord, and Robert Tomick. Okay, the next one goes to Scott Smith. All right, so there's one for Scott Smith. And then the next go to Clifford Umstead, Brent Robley, George Burleson. Okay, so those 3 are sold. Boom, boom, boom. And those are all done. And then there was one live claim, and that was David Dull. And David, you get the last one that doesn't have any damage. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll go ahead and do this now. This distributor I've never had to do a refund ever with, so I don't even know how they work with damaged records. But I've got 2 left with scene splits. I'll do them $5 off right now, so $65 instead of $69. If anybody wants a scene split Tedeschi Trucks band. If you want on a waiting list for a mint one, just let me know, okay? But this is Tedeschi Trucks band, 3 LP red vinyl, music on vinyl, $69.99. The pre-order has been fulfilled. We sold 1 live. And the pre-order was Sherry Darnell, Corey Lawson, George Jones, Jamie McCord, Robert Thomas, Scott Smith, Clifford Umstead, Brent Robley, and George Burleson. Okay, Crocus, we're done. We're ready for new auctions. I'll try to keep up with these a little bit better. When I'm going through pre-orders, it's really tough, and I'm actually having to price this stuff live. I thought it was marked, but it was stuff from when I was gone, and it never did get marked. Sold to James Davidson, $25, and then the Seeds. The Seeds over here is sold to Samuel Kopich for $49, okay? And they're still bidding on the Beatles. That's actually a near mint minus and pristine copy, and it's complete with poster, both inner sleeves, and both books. That's a nice one. There's only 2 no bids tonight. The Monkees, $35, and Eric Clapton, $35. That is the only 2 no bids tonight, okay? The next thing I have is this. We have the following. Booker T and the MG's Melting Pot. Booker T and the MG's Melting Pot. This is a 1970 U.S. Pitman OG pressing. VG++/EX, $15 star for Booker T and the MG's Melting Pot. That's now up for bid. And then let's put up another auction. It's already 8 o'clock. We hadn't done anything really from the advertised auctions tonight. Almost nothing has been put up from the advertised auctions. This was actually in the hot picture, a Japanese pressing of Styx Cornerstone. A 1979 Japanese OG near mint minus and pristine, has all the inserts with it. Styx is a $35 star. That's now up for bid. I'm going to make sure Jerry Conklin doesn't want to get a bid on the Beatles. Okay, next is Cinderella Long Cold Winter. Cinderella is $38.99. $38.99 for Cinderella. Should be able to go through these a little bit faster. The 8 is, this is the one where Paul's 8 is broken. So Paul's price gun has no 8. So if you strike the gun at $38.99, it just shows up 3 blank decimal 99. Cinderellas are in fact not $3.99. If they were, we could sell about 3,000 of them. I would buy as many as I could because that would be 90% off wholesale probably. And you really couldn't keep up with demand. There'd be so many people trying to buy one. So let me use a handy dandy ink pen to fill in the price so we don't mess that up. Okay. All right. 1 second, please. And then new auctions. All right. 38.99. Okay, that's Cinderella. So, and they're both sold. Current bid on the Beatles. Current bid on the Beatles is Mike Torrey's at $50. Any more 45s? Yes. Has dust gone up? No. Scott Dwalla wants a Cinderella. Saber Wyberdink on Cinderella. Can I get one of the cranberries from the previous crate? You sure can. Cranberries live from the previous crate. That was our last copy of Cranberries Unplugged. Right here, Cranberries Unplugged, and that was the last copy. Sold. There's Cinderella music on vinyl restock, and they're gone. How was the tornado experience? A+, 10 out of 10. Booker T has a bid for 15. Beatles has a bid for 50. You have, in fact, tied Mike Torrey's. Okay, you have, in fact, tied Mike Torrey's. Styx is a $35 start. And then this is the bosses, Joe Turner and Count Basie. And let me officially get to a new pricing sheet. This is from Analog Productions. Okay, and this is the bosses. This is $44.99. $44.99. This is Joe Turner and Count Basie. This is Analog Productions, cut from the original master tape, $44.99. The Beatles is still at $50 of Mike Torrey's. Booker T 15, now 17. Final call to bid on Styx. So let me just kind of reset the 45s. Here's what was left from the first act. Ted Nugent, Need You Bad. PJ Proby, That Means a Lot. John Waite, Missing You. And Gordon Lightfoot, Sundown. Now that I know those have been shown twice, I'll start showing new ones. Also, we have the gifted ones. Dizzy Gillespie, Count Basie, Ray Brown. This is Analog Productions. This one's also $44.99. Got some Analog Productions titles I've never had. That one's also $44. That's a gatefold jacket, and we have a great one here. And this is actually 100% analog, and that's unusual for a compilation, it seems like. Steppenwolf Gold, their greatest hits. I personally have this one. It is amazing. Steppenwolf Gold, their greatest hits, $59.99, and that's a 45 RPM, okay? Now the Beatles has a new bid for 55 of Mike Torrey's. Mike, you actually, yeah, okay, Jerry bid 52. Styx is a no bid, a buy it now for $35, so if anybody wants Styx, it can be bought for $35. It's going right there. And then we had Foghat, Full for the City. Foghat, Full for the City. A MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. This is $44.99. It's pretty sweet here. This has their hit song, Slow Ride, Take It Easy. I love how the MoFi strip is green to match the cover. Those are $44.99. I've had those before, really good. Really glad to have those back in stock. Darren Wortman on Styx. Now the Beatles at 57, and Booker T is between Amenities and George Burleson. Amenities, you've been outbid. George Burleson has it for 20, FYI. Diet Coke. Sorry, I had to do that. Next auction, let's go back-to-back Styx. From the Japanese, this is a 1981 Japanese OG pressing with insert Obi. It has the etched B-side. Styx is a $35 start, okay? Susie Breedlove wants Sundown. So does Susie Breedlove. That means Amenities has thrown a red flag. You were outbid on Booker T. The high bid is $20 with George Burleson. You bid 17, he bid 20. Now the Beatles is at 60. And then this is Parliament. I didn't even know they did this one. Mothership Connection. This was new to me. Parliament is $59.99. It's a 2LP MoFi. Mothership Connection. Slap me and call me silly, but I didn't know that they had done this one. Mothership Connection, $59.99. Also got Heart, and this is Dreamboat Annie. Heart Dreamboat Annie is $59.99 as well. This one was big when it came out, and there's one, and then here is another one. Amenity said he had the high bid on Styx. Okay, let's go back up and see what happened. So he said he originally bid $35 on Styx. He did. All right, so what I'm going to do, this auction is sold to Matthew Copus for $35, and then this one's going back up. Amenities has this one for $35, going once, going twice, okay? That is Styx Cornerstone, and I want to make sure that Darren Wortman doesn't want to bid. He, in fact, bid on that one. And then here was a restock of STP Tiny Music. Stone Temple Pilots Tiny Music, okay? And we have two of these, $59.99. And that's all new MoFi stuff right there. There might be a waiting list on STP. I'm about to find out right now. I have probably missed about 10 bids tonight, probably because I'm trying to keep up with claims, sell 3 auctions, go through 45s, price vinyl, and look up waiting list and pre-order. So that's about 6 things I'm simultaneously doing, which will greatly increase my odds of making a mistake, right? My odds are highly, highly probable I'm going to miss a bid. Sarah Wyberdink was on the wait list for Stone Temple Pilots, okay? That is so to Sarah Wyberdink, okay? And she said me, good, I'm glad you're watching. Now, we have Jason Fortnerat, first on Heart. Jason Fortnerat also wants STP. And now Sticks is sold to Amenities for $35. I had to go ahead and just sell that one to Matthew because he was the first bidder. And we was going to put 2 sticks up and it's going to get complicated. Also, we have Booker T. And Booker T is officially sold to George Burleson for $20. Okay, that's sold to him for $20. Next thing over here is this one. We got David Johnson on Parliament and Foghat. Those are sold and sold. And now they're still bidding on the Beatles. We've almost obliterated that crate. We've already got some stuff sold out that there's wait lists for. Let's put up another auction. I apologize for missing bids. I promise I'm not doing that on purpose. It'll be better. This next couple crates I'm about to go through are actually priced. So it'll make my life a lot easier. We have White Snake 87. This is OG Direct Metal Mastering, super clean. Can't call it a top copy. It's not in shrink wrap, but the jacket's beautiful. The vinyl's beautiful. $35 start on that. And the Beatles is now at $70, okay? So here's what's left in here. This is the Ultra Disc One Step for Van Halen's Women and Children First. $134.99. The ultimate listening experience for Van Halen right now. I guess as far as audiophile, these are probably the best on the market. $134.99. And the Cradle will rock. We have 2 Tedeschi trucks that are damaged. $5 off because of seam split. $65, $64.99, $64.99 for Tedeschi trucks. Those are damaged with seam splits. Okay, $64.99 on those. And then we got some Analog Productions with Joe Turner, Count Basie, the Bosses. Those are $44.99. We've got 2 of them. I've got another one called the Gifted Ones. That one's $44.99. And then far as, Steppenwolf Gold is still available. That is $59.99. And then 1 copy of Foghat left for $44 and 1 copy of Heart left for $59. If anybody wants on the waiting list for STP, let me know. And the wait list for Parliament, okay? So I'll take a wait list for Parliament. I'll take a wait list for Stone Temple Pilots, okay? The last bid on the Beatles just came in at 80. The first bid on Whitesnake was 40. The second bid was 36. Let's go through another crate. Let me put the leftovers of this crate with the leftovers of the last crate. There was barely any leftovers, though, in that last crate. What happened to them? Aha. Keep all this together. All right, we really need to sell this Led Zeppelin poster because it's been laying over here for a while. I really need to try to sell this thing. So let me lay it over here and see what we can do. Amenities wants the Bosses. That's sold to Amenities. So a quick detour. Sean Miller on Van Halen. Thank you. I think you might have bought the last one too. I'm not going to stock too many of these. So if anybody wants any custom order on the Van Halen MoFi One Steps, let me know. I can get Diver Down, Fair Warning, Women and Children, Van Halen 2. Okay, I think Van Halen 1 is out of stock at one place, but I may can track one down somewhere for you. They should be all 134. Okay. All right, so the next thing was this poster. Yeah, this is $195. Okay, it will come shipped folded. It's a really cool item, though. This is an original movie poster for Led Zeppelin's The Song Remains the Same. Final call before I have it framed. I'm probably just going to have it framed, put it up here in the store. It's going to be expensive in a frame, and then it's going to get even more expensive. So if you want to take advantage of it right now, this is $195. Okay, and I'm looking to sell it. We'll have to fold it back up. So the originals movie posters like these did come folded. If you found a rolled one of these, one, I probably wouldn't sell it because they would be so mint and beautiful. About the only thing wrong with it's where it's folded, it has a couple color breaks. But other than that, this is an original Led Zeppelin movie poster for Song Remains the Same. This would have been at a theater in 1976 when this came out. That's pretty cool. $195. I'll entertain a fair offer, or you can go ahead and buy it. I would love to sell it to somebody tonight. But if you put that in a frame, it looks nice. I mean, just a couple color breaks down this main crease right here. But that's an original 1976 Led Zeppelin movie poster. Thinking about even putting it on eBay. But I'd rather just sell it to y'all than all the goons over on eBay. Okay. And color breaks can be sold to Stephen A. Young. Excellent. Yeah, I actually put that up for auction the other night. I probably could have even put it up for an auction tonight, but Stephen, I'm going to go ahead and delicately fold this thing up to you. Be careful unfolding it. I actually don't recommend unfolding it unless you're maybe ready to have it framed, okay? All folded posters, don't handle them too much until you're literally at the frame shop. And I wouldn't try to move it too much, okay? So I'm going to try to fold this thing back up for them. It's actually not, it's kind of folded different ways. It's not a standard fold. So I might have them refold it here. Let's see here. Thank you. That's been over here in my way. And if I could sell about 300 other posters like that, I'd be happy. But that one's gone. Still don't think that was the right way. Maybe like this. Maybe like this. I'm not for sure. We'll leave it this way for a second. It's going to take a little time. But yeah, I would leave that the way it is until you're literally at the frame shop with it, okay? I remember watching that for the first time. I was amazed. I was like, wow, Led Zeppelin live in a movie. Okay, my daughter's a framer. She'll know what to do then. Okay. The Beatles, $90. Whitesnake is a U.S. original pressing. This is a 1987 USOG. The last bid was amenities at $40. James Chilcott bid $36. He said he's out. Yes, Cinderella, just let me know. That is for Long Cold Winter, right? I think James Chilcott wants on a wait list for Cinderella Long Cold Winter. Whitesnake's a U.S. Led Zeppelin sold to Stephen A. Young, $195. And Queen, Night at the Opera, I'll put it up right now. And I think we're good to go. Let's go through another crate of new vinyl. Another crate of new vinyl going up right now. What did I just do with that handful of other vinyl? What just happened? That was weird. I know I just emptied a crate, and what did I do with it? Oh, I put it all over here in the sold crate, I think. Did I? What did I just do? Oh, yeah. I've officially lost it. I just put all the... Oh, wait a minute. My head is spinning. Okay. Yeah, we didn't sell any of those. Okay, this goes over here. Okay. Chad's losing it. Chad's officially losing it. Okay, I got that fixed. All right. Big pre-order for our next. This is almost takes up a whole crate. We have the new Peter Criss. There it is. I have it in my hand. Peter Criss featuring 10 new original songs. Limited edition silver vinyl, silver foil cover. Peter Criss, $38.99, okay? Here's where we're at. First thing is this. Whitesnake has a new bid for $45, now $48. The Beatles is officially sold to Mike Torres for $90. Can I request Ode in the Way, and then Queen, and then how about, Chad, you run all the remaining auctions simultaneously in one big hoorah? Every auction left, all being introduced right now. 75 simultaneous auctions. Do y'all think I could keep up with them? Holy moly, I'd have to have 20 tables just to spread them all out. That'd be pretty insane. It'd be a headache. Okay, there's that. Let's start tagging Peter Criss. But first, we got Dio, Motorhead, Wasp, Defiance, Sabbath, Depeche Mode, Betty Wright, Captain Beefheart, Overkill, Otis, Clay, Death, something, ZZ Top something, Queen something, Willie Nelson something, Phantom Blue something something, Dust something, Yngwie something, Grimm something, Judas something, Badlands something, The Cure something, something else, also something else, Pink Floyd something, something Audio Slave, something Cyclone, something 10cc, Art Blakely something, Hank something, something something, and Riot something. Okay, so first thing I have is this. Old and in the Way, a 1979 U.S. reissue, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Okay, that's Jerry Garcia, Old and in the Way, and then Queen, A Night at the Opera. 1975 UK reissue, EX++ near mint minus, original under sleeve, $35 start. Wow, a UK copy of Queen. There's Jerry Garcia. All right. All right, here we go. Peter Criss. We've already sold one. I hadn't even read off the first pre-order. I think Chad needs some Diet Coke. Doug Page is on the feed. I got you down for a monster magnet. I also think, Doug, your Prince is somewhere still here in this building. Okay. Peter Criss is $38.99. Here we go. Jackie Ray, $38.99. Chuck Yeager, 2 copies. Michelle Clements, Peter Criss. Jen Cast, Peter Criss. Ken Crooker, Matt Algram, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Fred Cardinale, Pete Weisgarber, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Brian Reynolds, Jamie McCord, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Next is Scott Corcoran and Greg Gabbert, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Scott Smith and Richard Davis, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Next is Chad Snyder and Carlos Hernandez, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Clay Moore, Paul Conway, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Brad Waits, Mark Morris, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Jamie Diaz, John Smetzer, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Victor Guerra, I would love to reserve 1 silver Peter Criss LP, please. So to Victor Guerra, so to Scotty Hobbs, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. Matthew Sherrick and Tyson Morgan, Peter Criss, Peter Criss. The pre-order has been fulfilled. That's how many extra copies I have. Okay? Anybody else want a Peter Criss? Now is your time. This is your time. This is it. Okay? Whitesnake, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold to Amenities for $60. Okay? Let's read off the pre-order for Peter Criss again. Old and in the Way has 1 bid with George Burleson, $15, final call. Queen has a high bid of $40, final call. The first person who claimed a Peter Criss live was, claimed one live was Jerry Conklin, and then Matthew Kopus. Okay, those are sold and sold. Make sure James Chilcott's on the Long Cold Winter Cinderella list. The next person on Peter Criss was Sarah Weiberdink and Michael Hamburger. These are $38.99. Christina Curtis also got one. These are $38.99. This is Peter Criss, $38.99. Embossed jacket, new album comes out Friday. So the pre-order was the following. Jackie Ray, Chuck Yeager got 2. Michelle Clements, Jen Cass, Ken Crooker, Matt Algram, Fred Cardinale, Pete Weisgarber, Brian Reynolds, Jamie McCord, Scott Corcoran, Greg Gabbert, Scott Smith, Richard Davis, Chad Snyder, Carlos Hernandez, Clay Moore, Paul Conway, Brad Waits, Mark Morris, Jamie Diaz, John Smetzer, Victor Guerra, Scotty Hobbs, Matthew Sherrick, Tyson Morgan. $38.99. And then the live claims, live during this chat right now, have been Jerry Conklin, Matthew Kopus, and then we had 2 more people, Sarah Weiberdink and Michael Hamburger, Christina Curtis, and then Chappie. Okay? That's what I have left in Peter Criss. 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, something like that. $38.99. That's for Criss, Peter Criss. He was in a band. You may have heard of them. They go by the name Kiss. You may have heard of them. They go by the name Kiss, okay? These two people requested these two auctions, and they were both the high bidder. Alicia gets Queen for $40. Alicia, that's sold to you. George Burleson gets Grateful Dead for $15. That's sold to him. We are ready for all new auctions. And when I say new auctions, I mean new auctions. Auctions that you're probably going to say, wow, you've never auctioned this before. And you're probably going to say, wow, this is the greatest live stream I've ever witnessed in my life. Next auction is Riot, Rock City. A 77 Canadian OG VG condition, a $15 start for Riot. Our next auction is Dio. He formerly is known as Ronald James Dio. His band was called Dio. His name's Dio. And this is an 87 US Specialty OG Dio with the original on her sleeve and EX condition. And it's a $35 Dio start. Riot and Dio. So we got hard rock / metal. Let's balance it out with just a little bit of classic rock. No Obi on this one. This is Hotel California. It is complete with poster and Japanese insert on a dark desert highway. Cool wind in my hair. Hotel California is a $25 start. Amenity says I need one Peter Criss. You got it. New Peter Criss is in stock. $38.99. We've got a handful left. How about we put it right back there? Wow, look, it's like a mirror. I don't know if I like that or not. $38.99. How about we put it over here? That's a little bit better. You can see me in it. See? Hello, everybody. Peter Criss, $38.99. Okay? There is one more crate of new vinyl I'm about to go through right now. And here it is. Without further ado, drum roll, please. Here we go. This stuff here, some of this is actually new for Friday. And then other new Friday stuff could be here as soon as tomorrow, just FYI, okay? So here we go. Let's start knocking this stuff out. I don't think, fortunately, I don't got to price anything. See how smoother everything's been since I didn't have to price anything? All right. Don't forget, the Van Halen pre-order is up for the Light. That's going to be a big one. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. All right. Here we go. First thing I have is Neil Diamond, all-time greatest hits. Sweet Caroline, Beat Bop Bop, $33.99 for Neil Diamond. $33.99. First thing is this, Riot 25-28, Eagles 26, and then Dio. So let's start from the top. Riot 15, Riot 20, Riot 25, Riot 28, Eagles 26, Riot 30, Riot 32, Eagles 30. Okay, so, excuse me, that only means one thing. Dio does not have a bid. $35 start on that. $35 start. $35 start on that, okay? So Riot is at $32. $32 of MT Matt. The Eagles is at $30 of James Chilcott. And Dio's a $35 start, no bid yet. Wow, it's only 8:18. It's early. I felt like it was already 9:30. I just glanced at the clock and I was like, dang, it's early. We got millions of items to sell. This is Old Crow Medicine Show Christmas to y'all. Old Crow Medicine Show Xmas from Old Crow Medicine Show. Limited edition clear green vinyl with autographed holiday card. I think I ordered 5 and they only sent me 1. I don't know exactly what that could mean, but I can tell you this. I have 1 in stock right now. $29.99. First come, first serve. It's autographed. What Dio? Dream Evil. It's actually an OG pressing from 87 with the original on her sleeve. Now it has a bid for 35. Now Eagles is at 32, and now Riot's at 45. Leslie takes Old Crow Medicine Show. That is sold to her. I've got 3 copies of Depeche Mode Ultra, $29.99. Back in stock. Once again, these have, quote, new SKUs. I don't know. I know that's been in and out of print for a while, but there's Depeche Mode, $29.99. We obviously are going to have to take a waiting list for Depeche Mode. So that one's $29.99, or not Depeche Mode, Old Crow Medicine Show. So first person on the waiting list is George Burleson. Everybody else, let me know if you want one, okay? Dio is getting new bids. James Chilcott, you're actually now outbid on the Eagles. I think you did bid against yourself. Now someone bid against you. And Wright's at $45, and Dio has one bid, okay? Next here is Ozzy. Let me see if there was a waiting list for this. Red Vinyl. Montreal, probably one of our best-selling gun officials. Ozzy, OZZY. I have an old waiting list for a bootleg that never did come in. It honestly may be discontinued. I'm going to go ahead and highlight this. It's so old. It was called Mr. Crowley. That was like months ago. That probably won't ever come back in. Another bootleg called Nameless Grave. That was months ago. I doubt that one ever comes back in. There's another wait list for Ozzy for something else. Hold on one second. An Ozzy air freshener. Those hadn't come back in. An Ozzy Bark at the Moon puzzle. Those haven't come back in. An Ozzy Duck. Those haven't come back in. And there's no wait list for Montreal, okay? So don't be a victim of another Ozzy bootleg that gets discontinued and you're on a waiting list that never comes in. Go ahead and claim it right now. These were in stock. I think these are still being made, so it's red vinyl. The legendary Randy Rhoads. Man, imagine that guitar tone right there. He's going, wow, wow. $36.99 for Ozzy. That's on red vinyl. Jerry Stone on Neil Diamond. And Amenities wants a Depeche Mode Ultra. Okay, there we go. So let's update these auctions now. The Eagles, Amenities, I think you outbid against yourself. Wow. So there's been 4 bids on the Eagles, and 2 people I think are bidding against themselves. So Amenities, you did outbid James, but you outbid yourself, it looks like. Let me make sure you did. So you still have the Eagles for $32. You bid against yourself, $37. Riot's now at $55, and then did Dio get another bid? Dio, in fact, did not get another bid. So this is sold for $35 to Richard Bradshaw, okay? That is sold to Richard Bradshaw, the one and only bidder on that one, okay? Let's grab something actually from truly, quote, the Japanese crate right now, and that is the Fix Phantoms. The Fix has an near mint minus pristine Japanese pressing with Obi, and this is a $35 start. The Fix. Haven't seen that in a while. Okay, one Aussie left. I bid 35. Man, have I messed up another Dio auction? I have, and it's once again with Richard Bradshaw. Dang it. Okay, so Dio is tied at $35. It also didn't help that some people were bidding against themselves on some auctions. That really got me messed up. Okay, let's put Dio back up. Dio is tied at $35. Richard Bradshaw, your bid came in second. I knew somebody has bid, but after I said that, Richard Bradshaw also bid $35. You're out. Richard Bradshaw, it's up to you. Chase Arnold has it for $35, okay? Now, I'm going to go ahead and take one of these off the table before somebody bids against themselves again. The Eagles is sold to Amenities for $32. And I think I've messed up like 12 of Richard Bradshaw's bids. But it's fair game to anybody. This is sold. Amenities, $32. Let me get it off the table, okay? Nice copy. So we'll make sure Richard doesn't want to bid again, or anybody else. Now there's a new bid and a new bidder. That's $37. Now Dio's up for bid. Now the Fix is a $35 start. The question is Victor Guerra done on Riot? Victor, you have been outbid on Riot. MT Matt's had it for a couple minutes at $55. Okay? There we have it. Chad needs 2 monsters and a crushed up Adderall. Holy moly. Let me touch my toes. That might help first. Oh, gosh. You would have seen me stressed. You should have seen me at the blackjack tables. Holy moly. Doubling down, splitting eights. All right, we have Bad Company, a tribute to Bad Company. The first ever tribute album celebrating Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction and 50th anniversary. $33.99 for Bad Company. Can't get enough. $33.99. I mean, I was in the casino screaming out, holy moly, every time I was getting dealt eights to splitting aces. Holy moly, had a crowd around my table watching me, dealing cards, doubling down. Okay, we have Leona Lewis Echo, $59.99. Leona Williams Echo, $59.99. This is a special request for Paul Brothers. It was actually Troy Robinson. We tagged one for Troy, and then Paul said he wanted one. If anybody else wants one, these are $59.99. Leona Williams Echo, 2LP red vinyl. That was a special request for Paul Brothers. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Troy already got his, and then we got two Bad Companies. One sold to Scott Dwallow, one sold to Susie Breedlove. Jerry Stone was first on Bad Company waiting list, okay? Now, over here, Dio's at $40. Victor Guerra and Richard Bradshaw, you're out. Victor Guerra and Richard Bradshaw, y'all are out, just FYI. Nobody bid on the Fix Phantoms, a Japanese pressing. This is a buy now for $35. The Fix Phantoms, $35 on this. I was more like Austin Powers. I also like to live dangerously. When he stayed on 6 or 5, number 2, he hit on 17. He said, I like to live dangerously. Then Austin Powers was dealt like a 2 and a 5, and he stayed. And the Suit Nazis, the dealer, he said, I suggest you hit, sir. And Austin Powers says, I also like to live dangerously. Over here we have, so Scott Dwallow got Bad Company, Susie. Jerry Stone first on the waiting list. And then the next thing over here is I'll take a Diamond and a Bad Company. Neil Diamond sold to Tim Holloway and put him on the waiting list for Bad Company. Okay? Next thing over here is Dio's out. And then next thing is this. Hoopies, I'm a dealer, pit boss. Wow. I like to also live dangerously. Okay, over here is Dio, and this is sold to Chase Arnold for $40. And then Riot over here is sold, and Riot over here is sold, and Riot over here is sold to MT Matt for $55, okay? There it is. How much is the Aussie Randy? Red vinyl, $36.99. Red vinyl, $36.99. Okay. Fix the Phantoms, 28. I'll do it for 30. There's only 3 no bids tonight. It looks like we're going to end up selling this, though. The Fix, $30. The Monkeys, $35. And Eric Clapton, $35. Okay? Those are available if anybody wants them. Okay? Aussie Randy Rhodes is sold to Victor Guerra. And I'll put up Motorhead right now. Yes. I'll put up Motorhead right now. This is Motorhead. Motorhead is a 79 UK original pressing. It is near mint minus, EX++, a $35 start for Motorhead. This was a special request for Troy Robinson. This is Candy Dulfer, Big Girl. Troy Robinson, $59.99. For some reason, we covered up Candy's face. $59.99. That is sold to Troy Robinson. Does anybody else want a copy? Okay. Motorhead at $35. How am I doing tonight? I'm doing fine. And then over here we have Chad Rainman Williams. I do have a Badlands tonight. Let's do it over here. And first thing we have is Motorhead, $35. We've not sold Jazz Messengers. I have almost every advertised auction, almost tonight. I mean, the majority is still over here. Let's go ahead. Somebody also requested Sweet Savage. No, which one did Tony Bradford request? It was one of these glam metal. But first, let's go ahead and do Badlands. Badlands is an unofficial, of course. These are very expensive OG copies. Badlands is an unofficial 2022. It comes on various colors. This one's purple, It's VG Plus, mostly just because of side A. And Badlands Voodoo Highway is a $35 start. That is a unofficial. Jerry Stone wants on the Aussie Randy Rhoads waiting list. That is sold to Jerry Stone, or Jerry Stone's on the waiting list. This one is, in fact, was sold to Victor Guerra. Now we got a waiting list going on for that. And then the Fix is sold. The Fix is sold to Jerry Conklin for $30. I have a whole box of Japanese stuff we're chipping away at tonight. Or 2 whole boxes. We're just through the first box right now. We're right now just chipping away at the first pack and the first box. Bo Nasty. Okay, I'll get that one on deck. Here is Elvis in concert. A really nice 2 LP Japanese pressing. This is Elvis Presley in concert. Gatefold jacket with Obi, a double LP. $35 start on that. Okay, we got 3 copies of Depeche Mode Sounds of the Universe. Here's one I don't see too often. Gatefold jacket, back in stock. That's actually a new SKU, and that's $39.99. And then here's something else somebody asked for. Static X, Wisconsin Jet Death Trip. Stephen Parton was on a waiting list. Stephen Parton was on a waiting list. I've got 2 extra copies. Now, somebody asked about an anniversary. This is not an anniversary. This is just a standard music on vinyl. But to my knowledge, this is the only one in print, unless there's something, quote, new up for pre-order. If so, then I'm not familiar with that, okay? So $39.99 for Static X. Let's update Motorhead now. So up at the top, we got 3 auctions. We got Motorhead. Chase Arnold bid $35. Matthew Kopis also bid $35. Badlands $35. Badlands $35. Badlands $36. Badlands $40. Badlands $38. Depeche Mode sold to Amenities. There's 2 more over here. And then we have Elvis at $38, and then Badlands $45. Here is Herbie Hancock taken off for Freddie Hubbard, Dexter Gordon. Let's look up Herbie Hancock right quick. Herbie Hancock, no waiting list. This is just a stray copy that was on back order. Clear vinyl, numbered, 32 of 500, $29.99. And then this is Oasis, Familiar to Millions, live at Wembley, $64.99. That's also just a stray copy where they never did ship any more of my order, okay? So the first thing I have is this. Motorhead's at $40. Over here was Motorhead at $40. Badlands at $50. And then Elvis Presley, the last bid. Tom Kelly, $35. Elvis Presley, $38. Elvis Presley, $40. And then Jerry Stone wants Herbie Hancock, $29.99, Badlands $50. So right now, here is the active auctions. Motorhead Overkill, and this is a 1979 UK OG, 1979 UK OG. The last bid that came in on this was Chase Arnold at $50. The Badlands right over here is Voodoo Highway. Voodoo Highway is an unofficial pressing on purple vinyl. VG Plus condition, purple vinyl, Badlands Voodoo Highway. This is with Stanley Richmond at $50. Stanley Richmond, and now Squim, Steve Mason has it for $55. The last bid on Elvis in concert, the 2 LP Japanese pressing, was Amenities at $44. Okay, the next thing I have is, can I see Badlands? I just showed it. Today was not a good stuff to come pick up. Did somebody, was there somebody here, Chad? Somebody should have been here. Will there be Laura crates tonight? Yeah, she's got 2 over here that's been waiting on me. And then Jerry Stone got Herbie. Do you have a Led Zeppelin 2 Jimmy Page remaster? I should. Ron Mustaine on the wait list for Herbie Hancock. Elvis 44, Motorhead 60, Motorhead 70, Elvis 45. Here is the Led Zeppelin 1 Jimmy Page remaster. This is $29.99. There's 2 copies of that. And then this is new from Fine Young Cannibals, the very best of Fine Young Cannibals. This is new, $39.99, including She Drives Me Crazy, Johnny Come Home. That is on clear vinyl. Fine Young Cannibals. We've got 2 of them. Mike Massey says, give me 1. And then over here, we have Badlands is at 65, Elvis 48. And then Motorhead is at 70. Motorhead's at 80. Okay, and then here we have This is new. Let me check the price on this. This is $44.99. That is literally the list price. This is the redo series, the best of Nine Inch Nails classic albums reimagined. So it's artists redoing some of the best of which is now not available on vinyl, I don't think. The best of Nine Inch Nails, $44.99. Parking lot's full, didn't realize Tuesday. Yeah, so if you're local, so we're always closed Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays. If you come to the door and ring the bell, the stuff from the previous week definitely should be available. The stuff you bought the last week, I always tell people at least till Wednesday. Ed might not have it ready, but Mondays and Tuesdays, if you have like an older order, if somebody can let you in, but I would always call ahead. But they might have let you in. We're closed, but they should have and could have possibly let you in. But I know your drum head is sitting right up front on the counter. I've been walking by it every day. The stuff you bought last week, I know for sure will be ready by tomorrow. But it's definitely ready on Wednesdays. Okay. Sorry about that. But yeah, we're closed. But sometimes they let in locals if you can catch somebody up front. But I would always call ahead. And then this was a special request for Robert Wlodarczyk, which I got to get a price on. This is Armin van Buuren piano. And this was a special request for Wlodarczyk. It was kind of a pricier record, and this one is $69.99. This is Armin van Buuren piano. Make sure that gets tagged for Wlodarczyk for $69.99, okay? All right, and thank you, Robert Wlodarczyk. If y'all ever want to special order something, just let Ed. This is a music on vinyl press, by the way. Audiophile vinyl, 16-page booklet. If anybody else decides you ever want anything, just reach out and we'll take care of you. Okay. Now, I've missed some stuff. Mike Massey got Fine Young Cannibals. So did Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone got Fine Young Cannibals. And then Nine Inch Nails is sold to Bob Riger. Okay, we got 4 of those left. Really cool over here. All right, so let's start at the top. And all these auctions, the last time I looked up, had all new bids. Badlands 65, Motorhead 80, Badlands 70. Jerry Stone got a Fine Young Cannibals, Motorhead 90. Bob Riger got a Nine Inch Nails, Motorhead 100, Motorhead 110. And we are good to go, okay? Next. KLF. What was KLF? KLF. Kill LF. So Motorhead's at 120, 130. The Badlands unofficial is at 70 with Steve Mason. It's up to Kristen Driscoll. And the last bid on Elvis Presley was Amenities at 48, and he outbid Tom Kelly. Tom Kelly, you're out, okay? This is all new vinyl. We got 4 John crates and 2 Lore crates to go through with new stuff. It has took us about 2.5 hours to go through these 5 crates of new vinyl. At least go through them thoroughly. I had to price most of it, and there's a couple miscellaneous. I'll go ahead and let Jerry Stone know this right now because I think he was on the waiting list. I've got 1 extra. This is Metallica Ride the Lightning. These are $79.99. Ride the Lightning, $79.99 for the Sherpa fleece blanket, $79.99, okay? And I think there was a waiting list for this. I'm pretty sure there was. $79.99, Sherpa fleece blanket. And let's look up Ride the Lightning, RTL. Couldn't get in and out, but you just had bad luck in Lebanon today. Jerry Stone, you're down for a Ride the Lightning blanket, okay? If anybody else wants one, let me know. Peter Criss is on silver vinyl, yes. I got one for Jerry Stone. There's 1 Ride the Lightning blanket left for $79.99 if anybody wants one, okay? $79.99. Okay? Where the heck can I put this? How about right here? All right, here we go. Holy moly, there's that. She drives me crazy. All right, the KLF song, 3M Eternal, What Time Is Love? Okay, I'll have to look this up. Let's make a note. KLF song, 3M Eternal, What Time Is Love? I'll have to see if that's something we can acquire for you. I'll definitely have that checked on. Okay, wow, every time I look up, there's new bids. Motorhead 120, Motorhead 130, Badlands 77, Motorhead 138, Badlands 80, Motorhead 140, Motorhead 145, Motorhead 150, and how much is Elvis at? I was making sure Tom Kelly was done. Tom Kelly is in fact out on Elvis. The Japanese pressing of Elvis in concert was amenities at $48, which is a final call. Okay? That's where we're at. Quick look at Top Cam. We're about to go through this crate one more time. We're going to probably go ahead and go through the first crate of John's check condition stuff. And then we're going to go through a Laura crate, and we'll go back and forth. Here's my update from Laura. Ed. Tuesday, 12/16. Shipping is packing the rest of Monday's paid orders. So they're pretty much caught up on shipping. They're packing yesterday's paid orders. So that means we're back on pace. I told y'all they would get there. I'm sure they've been busting their rumps to get that done. And here we go. We're ready for all new stuff. We're about to basically go into phase 2 of tonight's show with more auctions and more pre-owned stuff. Okay? More auctions and more pre-owned stuff. So let me throw that back there. Thank you, Ed, as always, for those updates. And let's see what's going on over here. Okay. Puzzles, not too many more on the way. We've pretty much showed and cycled through most of what's been in stock lately. So, okay. Where are we? Did Elvis get a new bid? It did not. This is sold to amenities for $48. Never mind. Wolverine bid $50 on Elvis. I've looked up and all these auctions are still getting bids except Motorhead. Motorhead's a final call for $150. Elvis is at $50.51 and Badlands is at $90. Okay, so we're about to sell Motorhead, and that way we can put up new auctions. Basically, the auctions are, I'm going to say 20% done, 15, so we're just kind of getting started with those. Neil Diamond, all-time greatest hits. New and sealed, $33.99. Depeche Mode Ultra, $29.99. Gatefold, there's 2 left. Depeche Mode Sounds of the Universe. Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99. There's 2 left. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip. Music on Vinyl Press. Gatefold Jacket, there's 2 left. $39.99. Oasis, Familiar to Millions, $64.99. Led Zeppelin 2 Remaster, $29.99. The Best of 9 Inch Nails Redo, $44.99 for Best of 9 Inch Nails Redo. Magnetic Eye Series, $44.99. Okay? That leaves Motorhead sold, and we're ready for new auctions. Okay? Motorhead is sold to Chase Arnold for $150. Badlands is at $101, and Elvis is now at $55. Amenities, you've been outbid. Let's go through some new vintage. So all that new vinyl is condensed down into one crate. The biggest pre-order of the night was Peter Criss. You probably can still see it back there. We have a total of 5 copies left in stock. And I'm going to put all this fantastic new vinyl together in one crate. Probably just a little bit later tonight after we knock out all the newest new stuff. We'll probably show all this one more time. But right now, we have essentially a whole nother half of a show of all new, brand new stuff to go through, which is going to be very exciting. Another thing I'm going to do tonight is go through all the leftover flip crate stuff from the last several shows. Hadn't got any of that caught up in a while. And then around 11:30, we're going to be going through a whole lot of 45s, CDs possibly, and anything else. we can get our hands on. Earlier tonight, I said, okay, I'm about to start showing 45s. I went through one handful. And we sold most of them. And then a few people kept on asking me to put up more and more. And the problem was, I've been so busy, we hadn't even got to that second handful yet. Here is new stuff that's about to go up. Buy it now or best offer. Okay? Buy it now or best offer. These are all buy it now or best offer. Okay? Let's go through them. Cool stuff. All right, here we go. Elvis 51, Elvis 55, Badlands 101. What was the Fine Young Cannibals album? What was the Fine Young Cannibals album? What was the Fine Young Cannibals album? Fine Young Cannibals, 40. 1 LP, crystal clear vinyl, the very best of Fine Young Cannibals. All 8 UK 40 top 40 hits. 2 US Billboard #1 singles. She Drives Me Crazy, Good Thing, Johnny Come Home, and 12 other tracks. $39.99. Clear vinyl, new and sealed, mint condition, brand spanking new. $39.99. It's officially a waiting list. 0 copies are left in stock. Next is one each of the Depeche Modes. One each of the Depeche Modes. That was for Jackie Reynolds. One each of the Depeche Modes. That is for this Depeche Mode and this Depeche Mode. This Depeche Mode and this Depeche Mode. These are sold to Jackie Reynolds and Jackie Reynolds. And then, Robert Vlodarchek wants on the Fine Young Cannibals waiting list. Roxy, I encourage you to do the same. You need to say, I will also take one. Thank you, Chad. You're the greatest human being on earth. One is sold to Robert Vlodarchek, okay? Elvis, Amenities is out. This is sold to Wolverine for $55. Let's tag that. We're ready for all. We hadn't sold a single LP from the high-end auction tab over here. Not a single one. We are 1/3, maybe just 1/4 through the Japanese crate. And Peter Criss is $38.99. I have a terrible connection, but I would like to order Peter Criss if it's still available. 5, and now Scott Wynn gets one. There's 4. There are 4 Peter Criss left, okay? So the first thing I have is this. Peter Criss, we're down to 4 copies. Peter Criss, $38.99, okay? There's 4 copies left. This one sold to Scott Wynn. Badlands, are we done? I haven't seen one of the other bidders out. Steve Mason, it's all up to you. Squim, Steve Mason, are you done? The high bid's at $101, Voodoo Highway. Okay? Over here is Badlands. This is officially sold to Kristen Driscoll for $101. This is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $101. Next thing is Stacy Metternich wants a Peter Criss. I have 3 copies left if anybody else wants one. The 2 no bids is Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, and More of the Monkees. Those are both Japanese pressings, $35 and $35, okay? Thank you on that one. Let's go ahead and put up new stuff. Hope y'all ready. I'm ready. If you're not ready, please get ready with me. First crate of new vintage stuff we've shown. Feels like it's the first crate of new vintage stuff I've put up in a long time. All righty. I need a monster up front, but I'll get it in a second. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Boom, boom, da da, boom, boom, ba dee 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 dee, boom, boom. All right. Ba da 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 da, da dun 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 da da, da da da. All right, Michael Wood also on Peter Criss. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so did we see here? Bad Out just got near me on Discogs. Unofficial pressings of Badlands cannot be sold on Discogs and I'm pretty sure the originals are hundreds of dollars. So you might have accidentally bought a CD thinking you was buying a vinyl, but bootlegs of Bill's Badland albums are blocked from Discogs, and the originals are a couple $100s. So you may have not just bought which maybe you think you bought. So you might want to double check that. We have Audioslave. This is a 2002 OG pressing. Some of this exact same pressing have sold for as much as $250. We have OG Audioslave, a 2002 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and this is a $95 start. This is OG Audioslave, a 2002. This is OG Audioslave, a 2002. And this is VG Plus condition, a $95 start on Audioslave. Michael Wood wants a Peter Criss, and so does Shane Lanedote. All right, so there's two more Peter Criss, and we're down to our last copy of Peter Criss. No, that was it. They're gone now. We have no Peter Criss left. Those are officially sold out. So from this point on, these will be a waiting list, okay? Those will be a waiting list. Audioslave has bids for $95 and $100, okay? First thing is this. We have Bo Nasty, finally for Tony Bradford. He's probably like, thank God. Bo Nasty, dirty but well-dressed, is a 1989 USOG gold stamp promo, out of print on vinyl ever since, and this is a $55 start for Bo Nasty. $55 start. That is now up for bid. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. This is Billy Joel, 52nd Street, with Shrinking Hop, VG Plus, $9.99. We also have Willie Hutch, Concert and Blues. Willie Hutch is in VG condition, $9.99. These are all new vintage check condition, buy it now or best offer. Our next auction is The Cure, Boys Don't Cry. The Cure is a U.S. repress. Exact year is unknown, but likely mid-'80s based on the label. It is VG minus. It's play tested. It sounds better than it looks. There's definitely background noise to the album, but it did not skip. $20 start on that, okay? So Audioslave 100, Audioslave 95, Audioslave 110, Bo Nasty 55, Andy Rutherford on Billy Joel, and then Bo Nasty 56. Next thing is The Who, Who's Next? Out Here in the Fields. VG, $9.99 for The Who's Next. VG, $9.99. Nice. Simon & Garfunkel with the Grammy, winner of 6 Grammys. Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, in shrink, VG Plus, $12.99. We got Nasty at 56. We got The Cure at 20. We got Audioslave at 115. And we have Jerry Jeff Walker, Viva Terralinga. Jerry Jeff Walker's in VG condition, $9.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Next is Eastbound and Down, Jerry Reed, nice. VG Plus, $9.99 for Jerry Reed. That probably needs to stay at sticker price. We got Styx, The Grand Illusion, VG condition, $9.99. Come Sail Away with Chad. We have The Best of the Staple Singers, VG Plus, $16.99. Johnny Hancock on Jerry Reed. Cody Wright was second, then Rick Hall. That was almost an auction-worthy record. The last bid on Audioslave was Jay Jamison at 15. Awesome album here with Chris Cornell, Tom Morello, Audioslave. That's a good one. Bo Nasty's at 60. Another bid for 60. Another bid for 63. Audioslave 120. Amenities bid 115 first. Jay Jamison tied them. And now The Cure's at 27. We also have this. Eagles, Hotel California, On a Dark Desert Highway. Cool Wind in My Hair. VG Plus, $24.99. This is Audioslave, a 2002 U.S. original pressing. A nicer VG Plus copy, one we don't get whatsoever. OG from the early 2000s. That's not too easy to get, and for that kind of genre, with the man on vocals known as Chris Cornell, only one of the greatest vocalists of all time, what incredible range he had. Peter Tosh, Bush Doctor. Peter Tosh is VG Plus $24.99. And Steve Miller Band, Greatest Hits, VG $14.99. Boy, talking about, we had Chris Cornell back here. Look at the lineup back here on this wall. What amazing music lined up back there. Holy moly. Hope everybody has a copy of those albums. Oh my gosh. 10, Dirt, Jar of Flies, and Fly By Night. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. We got Staple Singers. This is VG Plus $16.99. We got 289 people watching right now on all platforms. That includes Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Thanks for being tuned in tonight. I really, really appreciate y'all's participation, and we have some great stuff still to put up. We hadn't made a dent in the Japanese stuff yet. We got all the advertised auctions. Big night ahead. First thing of this is, wow, Audio Slave 125, The Cure 28, Bo Nasty 65, Bo Nasty 68, Bo Nasty 70, The Cure 30, Ryan M on Steve Miller Band, Michael Hamburger, You Were Second, and Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. This is no condition notes. Did he mean to put this in here? It's not. We'll call it EX to be conservative, but Billy Joel $14.99. Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple, VG $12.99 for Deep Purple, VG $12.99, and AC/DC, Back in Black, VG $19.99, and this is OG mastered by Bob Ludwig. Bob Ludwig. That's VG $19.99. George Burleson gets the Staple Singers for $12. The Cure's at $32. Audio Slaves at $140 was Seth, You're Fired. And then what about The Cure? Amenities has The Cure for $30. Also have the Doobie Brothers, The Best of Volume 2. VG Plus $9.99. And that had the wrong disc in it. That is the wrong disc. I caught that. I always try to take a peek. That's the wrong disc in that one. Next thing is Time, Smooth Ball, VG Plus $29.99. Looks like a very psyche looking album. Time, Smooth Album. How about Smooth Ball? VG Plus $29.99. All right, so The Cure got a new bid for $32, Audio Slave $140, AC/DC $15, AC/DC $16, AC/DC $15.99. Michelle, you're first on AC/DC, but I need one extra dollar. $16 and that's yours, okay? $16 and that's yours. Bob Dylan Desire, VG $12.99, and then Bob Dylan Self-Portrait. For some reason, hadn't seen this one in a while. VG $24.99, and yes, he did actually paint that cover. That's Bob Dylan. He's quite the artist. Michelle gets AC/DC for $16. Cosmo Kramer's at $75. I keep getting these ads on Facebook. There's some kind of company that I think works for him directly, or they sell his artwork directly. And it's one of those websites you got to literally email for prices. Well, there was one, not that I was interested in buying, I was more interested in what they were charging for it. And they was like, yeah, it's only $37,500. I was like, oh, that's not too bad. Thank you. I'll get back with you next week. We got George Jones Sings Country and Western Hits. VG Condition, $9.99. George Jones, VG $9.99. And Moby Grape, this is VG Condition, $14.99. His middle finger has been censored. He was giving everybody the finger, the bird, the middle index. VG $14.99. So Bo Nasty's at 72, The Cure at 37, Bo Nasty 75, Audio Slave has hit 200, Bo Nasty's hit 75, and The Cure has hit 39. Wow, big auction activity on these. Holy moly! And here's burritos. Not just any burritos. The Flying Burrito Brothers. VG $19.99. Ryan M on George Jones, The Cure 45, Audio Slave 205, Boz Scaggs, EX $12.99 for Mr. Skaggs, EX $12.99. Houdini Escape, what's that doing in there? OG Full Album, VG Plus $19.99 for Houdini, and then Waylon and Willie, that's VG $12.99, and then Rod Stewart and Faces Live, Coast to Coast, that's VG $12.99. Audio Slave 205, The Cure 45, Eric Van Leuven on FB, Flying Burrito, sold to Eric Van Leuven for $15, and now Bo Nasty's at 78. Bo Nasty's at 78. ST was going to pay full price for the Flying Burrito Brothers. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Won't be the first time tonight. I just shot myself in the foot over $5, okay? First thing is Bo Nasty's at $80. The Cure is at $55. And what about Audio Slave? 205 with Seth, you're fired. Seth, you're fired. And then next thing over here is Waylon and Willie. Johnny Hancock gets that at $9. Houdini, $14.99. I'm going to counter at $19.99. And then we have Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman, VG Plus, $26.99. And the Hissing of Summer Lawns, Joni Mitchell, VG Plus, $14.99. Dr. John, the Night Tripper, Dr. John is VG, $19.99. And the cover does have some damage up here. It looks like it's been chewed off by a dog. But that is the original Atco label. That is VG, $19.99. This is Krabby Appleton, VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Wings Greatest Hits, VG, $12.99. Stuck inside these four walls. Na 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 na. Lisa, and Colt Jam, EX, $14.99. Are we done on Audio Slave? Big auction. Final call. Seth, you're fired. Now Jeremiah Lewis has it for $206. Seth, you're fired. You've been outbid. Seth, you're fired. You've been outbid. That's at $206 of Jeremiah Lewis. Next auction is Bo Nasty. We have Rob Brainerd, Yout. Cosmo Kramer, out. Tony Bradford has this for $80. Final call for Bo Nasty. Next thing over here is The Cure. Boys Don't Cry. A U.S. repress, Exact Your Unknown, VG minus, play tested. It sounds better than it looks. Definitely background noise, but does not skip. And the last bid on The Cure was Amenities at $55. All right, so Nick Bargeron offered $15 for Houdini. It was marked $20. He offered $15. I countered $20. And then Wayne Davis offered $18, and I countered at $20. We'll see what they say. He has first dibs, and then Wayne Davis. Next thing over here is a Squim, which is Steve Masson. He gets the Wings, and then George Burleson gets Dr. John for $15. Great check condition crate. If anybody else wants anything else in here, this is a buy it now best offer. Seth, you're fired. Has a new bid for $206. Bo Nasty now is definitely a final call, and definitely so is The Cure, definitely. Wow, still got a lot of great stuff over here. Holy moly. Oxygen. Whew. Audio Slave is a 2002 USOG. A 2002 USOG. Next thing is Willie Hutch, VG $9.99. We also have The Who, Who's Next? That was VG $9.99. Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. Jerry Jeff Walker, Styx, The Grand Illusion. Eagles, Hotel California. Peter Tosh, Bush Doctor. Billy Joe, Innocent Man. And the very best of Deep Purple. If you need a price on anything, just let me know. The Cure. Bo Nasty's first. Bo Nasty is officially sold to Tony Bradford for $75. Since there was 2 questions on Audio Slave, we'll make sure nobody wants to bid. Jeremiah Lewis, $206. Okay? And then The Cure is 5, 4, 3, 2, 0. Sold Amenities for $55. And then Audio Slave is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 0.0, 0.000, 0.00, 4 zeros across the board, sold to Jeremiah Lewis for $206. Next auction is the following. We have, going up for bid right now, Pink Floyd. This looks a little different. Pink Floyd, A New Machine. Holy moly. I thought this was some kind of, I was like, I've never seen this before. You know what this is? Do you know what this is? Do you have any idea what this is? This is an unofficial. This is a 3 LP live Pink Floyd at CNN Stadium in Toronto, Canada. This is a full Pink Floyd concert, never officially released, a bootleg unofficial. There they are. Tough to get. Clear vinyl, $135 start. Pink Floyd, A New Machine. Nice. Okay, over here, we got Houdini sold to Wayne Davis a sticker. Nick, I guess, didn't want it as sticker. He offered 5 less. I countered at no discount, and I'm assuming he's passing. So sell that to Wayne Davis for $19.99. Dr. John's being put back. That's okay. It's only a $20,000 restocking fee tonight. Not too bad tonight, just $20,000. And we have an offer on Jerry Jeff. I will counter that at $8, Brian C. Pink Floyd's $135 start. We still got Wasp, Defiance, Black Sabbath. Depeche Mode is a 1983 US OG pressing. It has the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, VG cover, $25 start. And then we had Time, Smooth Mall, Bob Dylan Desire, Bob Dylan Self-Portrait, Moby Grape, Boss Skaggs, Down to Then Left, Rod Stewart and Faces Live, Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman, Joni Mitchell, Krabby Appleton, and Lisa Lisa. Let's go through a new Laura crate. That was our first pre-owned crate of new stuff for tonight. Pink Floyd's $135. There's Depeche Mode. It is time for a new Japanese pressing. Here's something a little different that I don't think I've had too many times, and that's Gloria Gaynor, Never Can Say Goodbye. Gloria Gaynor, Never Can Say Goodbye. Japanese pressing. This one is more like VG Plus. It does have some like discoloration on the vinyl right there. So I'm only going to put this up for a $15 start. Gloria Gaynor. I don't think I've had that too often. $15 start on that. All right, so the next comment was Depeche Mode 25. What's the Deep Purple? Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple. VG $12.99. Depeche Mode 25, Depeche Mode 25. Travis gets Lisa Lisa for 10. How much was Fleetwood Mac? Black Magic Woman was VG Plus $26.99. Depeche Mode 25. The Eagles, $8. Let's go take a look at that. That was for Hotel California. This one, you might have misheard the price. This one was VG Plus $24.99. I will do 18 on that one, though. I will do 18 on that one, though. Depeche Mode is at $30. Depeche Mode 35. Scott Arnold says he'll take Deep Purple. Depeche Mode 30. Depeche Mode 45, okay? So final call on Pink Floyd, $135 starting bid. Depeche Mode is at $45, and Gloria Gaynor just got a bid for $15. More 45s coming. I'll try my best, but you can guarantee they'll be coming up in a couple hours. But right now, I would say if I can get to them, let's go ahead and go through this lower crate. I showed that first handful about 5 hours ago, and I feel like somebody has been waiting for them since then. They's like, well, Chad, that was the biggest tease ever. And I'm like, yeah, we just got a little bit too much going on right now. I'll try to slip in some here and there. We actually went through those last night. The ones I got over here, they've already been gone through once. But there were so many left over because a lot of people didn't realize I started a show last night at 11 o'clock just to go through 45s, really. But I did. And I have lots of great leftovers. Depeche Mode 50. Yes, Deep Purple was $12.99. How much was Peter Tosh? I'll take the Eagles for 18, Alan Hagen. Okay, so first thing I need to do is find Peter Tosh over here, which was Bush Doctor, and then let's tag the Eagles for Alan Hagen, $18. So this is sold to Alan Hagen for $18. Fleetwood Mac was VG Plus $26.99. There is Peter Tosh. George Burleson, VG Plus $24.99, okay? And then Gloria Gaynor has a new bid for 18. Gloria Gaynor has a new bid for 20. Depeche Mode 55, Depeche Mode 55, Depeche Mode 56, Gloria Gaynor 25. That means nobody bid on Pink Floyd. Before we get started with this new Laura crate, Pink Floyd, a new machine, a vintage, highly sought after, original bootleg, 3LP clear vinyl, $135. Okay, Depeche Mode is at 60, and then we have, this is Depeche Mode Construction Time again, an 83 US Winchester OG. It does have the original inner sleeve. It has a VG cover. The vinyl's a nice VG Plus, and that has a new bid for $66. Gloria Gaynor, Steve Mason, you're out. This is at $25 with Wolverine, okay? And then over here, this is the following. We have a handful of 45s going up right now. These are $6.99. Ted Nugent, Need You Bad. PJ Proby, That Means a Lot. John Waite Missing You, and then Jefferson Airplane, Don't You Want Somebody to Love, The Kingsmen, Louie Louie, The Carpenters, Rainy Days and Mondays, Always Bring Me Down, The Byrds, 8 Miles High, and then Sweet Caroline, the original single in the uni sleeve, $6.99. Great singles for $6.99. All right, first thing we have, King Diamond waiting list. Danny, your hopes and dreams are going to come true tomorrow. Your hopes and dreams are going to come true tomorrow. It may be Thursday, but there will be a pre-order for a King Diamond lot this week. Your dreams and hopes are going to be answered. I promise. It's about to happen. We had to do Van Halen first. But this is the moment you've been waiting for. This is it. You'll be first on the list. You don't even have to comment. You'll be first on the list. You won't even have to comment. You're going to be, probably might be one of the greatest moments in Danny Thomason's life. We have Depeche Mode at $55, Gloria Gaynor $25, Depeche Mode $60, Depeche Mode $66, Depeche Mode $62, pass on Peter Tosh. So the first thing, I thought somebody made an offer. Am I crazy? Did somebody not make an offer on Peter Tosh? Chad Smith. Chad Smith gets Peter Tosh for $18, okay? First thing is Wolverine got Jefferson Airplane. Wolverine got the Carpenters. Wolverine got Neil Diamond. Stacy Metternich got Ted Nugent. Stacy Metternich got John Waite. And then Depeche Mode out. Depeche Mode is at 70. And then over here, we have Jim Cooper also won a King Diamond. I hope you're in a whole lot of records, right? Should be coming tomorrow. I'm very excited. I think we're going to sell a ton of King Diamond lights. And if Danny hadn't been on my case for about the last 2 months, it probably wouldn't have been able to have it. But this guy's got some dedication to King Diamond. If he hadn't have asked me almost every night, it probably wouldn't have been until next year. Wolverine also gets PJ Proby. But shout out to Danny. He has stayed true to his King Diamond fandom. I bet he's asked me almost every day, when is it coming? So for those that's going to be buying a King Diamond light, you probably can honestly thank Danny Thomason, or it probably wouldn't have been happening. Probably that would have been way down on the list. But there is a clue here, okay? If you ask me about something enough, like almost every day, it will probably eventually come to fruition. That's called dedication, of asking Chad until he finally breaks down and has to do it. Or you get blocked, one of the two. Okay, so Depeche Mode over here. Depeche Mode Amenities has it for $70. And then Gloria Gaynor, Steve Mason's out. This is sold to Wolverine for $25. All right, I'm finally going to get started with this Laura crate. I did one hand of 45s, and we sold a bunch of them, but it also held me back from showing the first Laura one here. All right, here we go. Let me do one thing over here. All right. I have, 1 second. Danny said, please don't block me. I won't block you. Your fandom is intense, though. All right, y'all ready for what they're going to look like? Wow. Wow. All right. or, because I told him this was such a special project, or this one. We're going to even offer them in 2 colors. Wow. Whoa. Since it's such a special request, 2 different color offerings. Holy moly. Okay, here we go. Elvis is coming. Yeah, I got to do that one too. We have not sold that one, but over here, and of course, they change colors, and we got to tag Led Zeppelin. We need to go ahead and plug one up. We'll do that in just a second. Of course, they change colors, but they look amazing. Okay, they all change colors, so it doesn't really matter what color the outside is because they change colors, but it does kind of enhance it. Okay. Yes, and Jeremy, don't let me forget to take that OCs off Discogs tonight for you, okay? All right, let's kind of reset here. We're about to sell this to Amenities for $70. Let me make sure somebody knew they were outbid. Donna Bertram, she went out. Okay, this is sold to Amenities for $70. All right, so here is the deal. At $9.15, new auctions are going up. Finally getting to this Laura crate. Finally, and I'm going to start showing 45s one after another until they're all sold. Here's our next auctions. I'm going to give you a teaser of what's still left. Wasp, Defiance, Black Sabbath, Betty Wright, Captain Beefheart going up right now. Overkill, Otis Clay, Death Row, maybe. ZZ Top, Willie Nelson, Phantom Blue. Wow, here we go. Let's do these 2 right here. We have Phantom Blue. Phantom Blue. I think I might just post the yellow so there's not too much confusion. Probably the yellow King Diamond. That's probably the one we're going to do. Yeah, probably the yellow King Diamond. I'm afraid if I do both, it might get kind of crazy. So, yeah. All right. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Show is back on pace. Phantom Blue. Phantom Blue is a 1989 Euro original. VG Plus condition, $25 start. 917, we got to kick it in the high gear. Phantom Blue, VG Plus, $25 start. Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band Trout Mask replica, a 1970 Terre Haute reissue. It's on the second label. Tough to get OGs of these, especially in high grade. It's EX condition. A $30 start for Captain Beefheart. Gatefold jacket does have ring wear. $30 start for Captain Beefheart, okay? These are all new arrivals, sticker price from Laura today, no more, no less. And we start off with Muse. Black Holes and Revelations. Muse is a 2009 USOG EX condition, $19.99. These are also check condition here. These are also check condition. So first thing we have is Phantom Blue 25, 30, 30, 25, 30, and 38. This is Tord Gustafsson Trio. I know I did not do his name justice, but we'll call it TD Trio, the other side. VG Plus, $14.99. And this is Contemporary Jazz, VG Plus, $14.99. Muse is sold to Bob Riger, done. Over here, we have this, Herbie Hancock, Future Shock, EX, $17.99. And we have the Barkays. And the Barkays is in VG condition, $9.99. I'm actually about to go up front and grab the other box of Japanese, David. And I'm about to grab a Monster Energy drink. I have not had one tonight, and my head is starting to hurt because I need one. Gene McDaniels, Point of No Return. Frank Sinatra, My Kind of Town. Bachman Turner Overdrive, looking out for number 1. The Rascals, A Ray of Hope. And Genesis, Land of Confusion, $6.99. I ordered a bunch of new stuff last night. I'm going to work on ordering a couple genre-specific things tonight. I've got to order metal stuff for Thursday. And we've also got to order, I think for Friday, I'm going to put together another rap order and maybe like industrial. You know, it's been a while since I've done anything like that. I need to put together another like industrial, new wave, that kind of stuff order, and kind of a genre specific. And we're probably going to have an autograph night on, it's tomorrow, Wednesday. Yeah, probably if I have time tonight, I really need to try to move some high-end autographs, which you may catch on sale. It's kind of like last chance for the end of the year. If I don't sell them, you know, in the next couple of weeks, I'll probably just hold on to them for another year if I have to. But you might catch a deal on a Neil Young autograph tomorrow. I've been sitting on them for a while. I've got way too many. I don't mind sitting on them for another year. But this time of the year, I wouldn't mind discounting one. Maybe for a very, very, very reasonable price to hopefully get a few sold. And a couple other things like that. The Stevie Nicks poster. I've got an Eminem poster. I mean, we're talking about pretty expensive stuff, but it's kind of like the end of the year. We're into the black or whatever, so the more I can sell, the better year Coletco's had. So I'm going to try to get together an autograph show maybe for tomorrow or just mix them in throughout the week. Same way with some of our high-end posters. Like, you know, we're just trying to get some stuff sold for the year. But I've got some pretty high-end autographs that if I don't sell them by December 31st, you know, I might have to hold them for a whole nother year, which I'm okay. I still got Ozzy's laying around here. I've got Tombstone-related photographs. I've got Hollywood people like Morgan Freeman, Drumheads, Lemmy. I mean, we got some high-end autographs that I really need to try to sell. So I think if I get them out and start showing them, we'll get them sold before December 31st. So Bob Riger got Muse. I got more Japanese up here. I also have my Monster on hand now. Phantom Blue had jumped up to $55. Wolverine on Gene McDaniels. That sold to Wolverine, $6.99. Beefheart has a bid for $30. Eric Van Leuven got the Barcase. Phantom Blue, $45. Phantom Blue, $60. Amenities on TGT. TGT was for this one right here. That's sold to Amenities 1, thank you. And then Phantom Blue 60, Phantom Blue 70, Phantom Blue 75, Phantom Blue 85, and Phantom Blue 90. Ride the Lightning 25. No, I do have 2 signed Metallicas. I would love to sell those. I've got 2 signed Metallicas, 10,000 and 10,000. And then I've got the Beatles autographs for $15,000, and I've got the other set of Beatles autographs for $3,500. Now, that's some of the stuff I'm talking about. I would love to sell the Beatles set, whether it's the Harrison Star or the whole set, the Stevie Nicks poster. I mean, if we can sell like half of that stuff, it would be the equivalent of like 1 week's or like probably 2 or 3 whole shows. Wow, look at this Levon Helm. America Sun, EX 1799. We have June of 44. We have VG Plus $14.99 for that. Post Rock Art Rock, that's June of 44. VG Plus $14.99. And these are sticker price new arrivals. New Birth, I like this. It kind of looks like a Marvel comic book. New Birth is VG $9.99. And Roxy Music. Roxy Music is VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. So Phantom Blue has a high bid with Jeff Brindley for $90. Jeff Brindley for $90. Over here, Captain Beefheart. Captain Beefheart got 1 bid, and this is sold to Becky Wells for $30. Thank you, Becky. That is so deal. I'm going to go ahead and roll that. So Phantom Blue, Jeff Brindley, $90. Let's roll another auction, okay? If y'all are waiting for something, let me know. Let's put up another Japanese for David. Now, I know David probably already has this, but we've already sold one tonight, and somebody might need the companion. This looks like a beautiful copy of 62 to 66. This is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There is the vinyl. And this is a $45 star. There's the poster. There is the other inner sleeve. And there's both books. Yep. This is a good one. It's complete. It is nice, and it's a $45 start. The only flaw is discoloration, humidity spots inside of the gatefold. $45 start on that one, okay? Next thing, well, I will work on country and outlaw stuff, and I'll work on thrash. Shouldn't have too much of that. What is the Levon Helm? The Levon Helm is EX 1799 America Sun. Stevie Nicks, do you want my, this is the price for a signed? Well, right now it's on eBay for $7,500 best offer. What does it take to buy it? The realistic fair price for a signed Stevie Nicks poster, $3,500. That is the realistic that is the price that buys it, if that makes sense. So $3,500 for that. Yeah, $3,500. I've actually sold a couple recently online. Let me jump over here. And George Burleson on Levon. Phantom Blue has a new bid for $91. Our crate's almost full. How about a quick hand of 45s right quick? Got some good ones. These are all $6.99. We have Simon & Garfunkel, The Sound of Silence. I can't believe no one got Genesis, Land of Confusion, Phil Collins. I'm going to show that one again. Lauren Green, you may know him as Ben Cartwright from Bonanza. That is called The Man. Chambers Brothers, Let's Do It. And then Tony Joe White, Save Your Sugar for Me. Oh, Tony Joe White there. And then we have Four Season, Who Loves You? And that's $6.99. We'll put up Sweet Savage right now. Phantom Blue 91, Phantom Blue 95. George Burleson did get Levon Helm. And then Wolverine got Simon & Garfunkel for $6.99. Stacy was next. Susie Breedlove gets Genesis, Land of Confusion, which was Phil Collins. And then Pink Floyd and New Machine 105. I will do this for $125. The Pink Floyd bootleg, $125 on that one. Phantom Blue, $95. Rich is out. The Beatles is a $45 start for the complete copy there. No bids yet, right? And then we had a request for something else. Stacy gets the Four Seasons for $6.99. $6.99. Oh, yeah, here's something that we had laying around the back room we sold. We figured nobody would want it here. We sold a snow globe on eBay for $575. It was the Hateful Eight. And evidently, Quentin Tarantino had these made for the cast and crew for the movie. And I don't know where we got that from, but we found it. And the other day, Tanner found it in a tub. And he's like, man, the last one of these sold for $700. And he got it on eBay, and we sold it today for $575. I think it's going overseas, too. I think it's going to, no, it's going to somebody out in Burbank. Yep, that makes sense. It's going to somebody out in Burbank, so that's pretty cool. I knew I had something to share with y'all. I knew I had something big to share with y'all like that. That was a crazy find, a snow globe for $575. Tony Joe White is Save Your Sugar for Me and My Friend. That's the two songs on that one, okay? Ryan M., you were second on Genesis, and Stephen Metal does take the Pink Floyd for $125. Let me start a new crate. But first, here's Black Lips, a 2003 USOG. That's a garage punk album. VG Plus $19.99. And Trans Am, Surrender to the Night, EX $19.99. Phantom Blue is Jeff Brindley's for $95. Jeff Brindley's for $95. The 45s are sticker price. They're $6.99, no more, no less. The crate is buy it now, best offer. The crate is buy it now, best offer. The 45s are $6.99, no more, no less. Those are $6.99, no more, no less. Let me grab an empty crate. Selling a lot of vinyl all of a sudden. I can barely see straight, much less talk straight. And I got to tag some of this. No more bids on this. And then Phantom Blue is sold to Jeff Brindley for $95, okay? There's that, and then the Beatles is a buy now for $45, okay? I need to put Pink Floyd. Thank you, Stephen Metal 666 on the Pink Floyd bootleg. And then over here, we got Black Lips, so to Jeremy Bryant. Danny Thomason takes Tony Joe White for $6.99. ST gets Trans Am or Trans AM, and nobody bid on this. Oh, my bad. I did make a mistake. The crate is sticker price. This is new stuff from Laura. These are sticker price. I messed up. My bad. The crate is sticker price. I retract that last statement. Cancel, null, and void. 45s are $6.99, and the crate is sticker price too. We're right now, the only thing you can negotiate on is the auctions, and they have to go up. The Beatles is just a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. Sweet Savage is looking at me right in the face. Let's get it going. Oxygen, Chad, oxygen. That's what they was pumping in the casino out there in Vegas. You walk in and you can just smell it. It's like pure oxygen they're pumping through the casinos out there to keep you all wired. Hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me. Next auction. Right after I show Hurrah, a 2000 USOG, $29.99, and Communion. Communion is a 2017, that's black metal, EX condition, $14.99. Sweet Savage is going up for auction. Sweet Emotion, but this is Sweet Savage. It's an 85 USOG, the only time ever on vinyl worldwide with the insert VG Plus. It's a 5-track EP, probably a VG cover with a couple stress creases. $25 start on that. Now up for bid, okay? There's only 3 no bids. The Beautiful, Complete, 6266. It has the poster, both books, and both inner sleeves. And Obi, the inside of the jacket has some discoloration, $45. More the Monkeys, $35, and Eric Clapton's $35, okay? That's the only 3 no bids. Next thing is this. Spoon, Kill the Moonlight. Great stuff Laura's put out here. A 2002 OG. EX condition for Spoon, $37.99. Midnight, Complete and Total Hell. Midnight is EX, $27.99. Next auction. Let's do something from the $50 and up tab. I'm looking at Tony Rice. Speaking of legendary bluegrass guitarist, Native American. Tony Rice is a 1988 sealed OG copy, never opened. $50 start for Tony Rice. And then our next Japanese pressing is an 80s classic. That is Mr. Mister. Welcome to the real world. Mr. Mister is a $35 start. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the other insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Take These Broken Wings. Sweet Savage, $55. Is the most high bid. We have an offer on the Beatles for $35 and $38. Danny was first, but you got out offered by amenities. So Danny, I will sell it to you, but it will be $38. Michael Freiberger gets Midnight, and Mr. Mister has a bid for $35. Let's jump over here and let's do this and this. And 1 second, please. I'm getting distracted again. Where's that monster at? That monster helps with increased complications. Hopefully it doesn't help with increased constipation. Then we'd be in trouble, right? Then Chad would be saying, well, folks, I got to go up front right quick and get a bottle of water, and then I accidentally go in the bathroom. Danny Thomason gets the Beatles for $38, okay? Next thing is, that's Neil Young, A Letter Home. EX condition, $19.99. Really cool record. I talk about this one every time because it's so unique how it was recorded. Jack White bought this like a speakeasy talk box thing, and Neil Young came in and recorded a letter, or recorded an album. The first song is called A Letter Home. And it's Neil Young, and he's reading a letter like he wrote to his mom. But it sounds like it was recorded in like the 20s. So it's a really lo-fi Neil Young album. Pretty cool. It sounds like you've stepped back in time. $19.99 for Neil Young, A Letter Home. Next is Enter the Wu-Tang, 36 Chambers. That's 2017, VG, $14.99. ST on the Neil Young. And we have High Spirits, Another Night. High Spirits is VG Plus, $14.99. All right, where are we on these auctions? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Sweet Savage, $70 with Cosmo Kramer. Tony Rice, no bid, looking for a $50 start. And then Mr. Mister's at $44 with Shane Lando. We have actually not sold dust yet. It's on deck, but here's another handful of singles. These are $6.99. Fabian, Tiger, The Beach Boys, Heroes and Villains, They Call Me Mellow Yellow, Donovan. Also, The Supremes, Love Is Like an Itching in My Heart, and Genesis, Journey to the Moon Part 1. That is not Phil Collins and Peter Gabriel. That's a different Genesis band. $6.99 on that one. Okay, Susie next on Neil Young. Danny got Wu-Tang Clan. Wu-Tang, so did Danny. Ryan M., you were second. Sweet Savage 73, Sweet Savage 75, and Wolverine gets the Supremes. $6.99. He also gets Genesis. Wu-Tang was not a single. No, it was a full album. Donovan and so did Danny Thomason. That leaves the Beach Boys, Heroes and Villains, and Fabian Tiger on the reissue label. All right, nobody bid on Tony Rice. Native American is sealed, a $50 buy now. Sweet Savage is at 78 with Tony Bradford, and that means Mr. Mister is so does Shane for 44. Okay, there's that. And we're ready for a new auction. Okay. Jerry, I've already sold Mr. Mister. You're a little behind, Jerry. You might want to make sure you get up to live. Shane had it for 44. I've already sold it to him. Jerry, you're watching a few minutes behind, it looks like. Sweet Savage 80, and how about Dust? So in the auction bin, I still got Wasp, Defiance, Black Sabbath, Betty Wright, Overkill, Otis Clay, Japanese, Something Else Looks Metal, ZZ Top, Willie. Here is Dust. And this features a Mark Bell on drums. And Mark Bell later joined the Ramones and took that last name Ramone for his stage name. And this is now a 71 USOG with RL mastering. Robert Ludwig's initials are in the dead wax. It's in VG Plus condition, and we're going to start it for $30. So this is an OG Dust album. Mark Bell on drums, a $30 start on that one. Okay, and then we have a flag on Mr. Mister. Oh boy, what's happened? Shane bid 45. Well before him, Amenities bid 45. Okay, we messed this up. I messed this up. I'm going to blame y'all, though. This is all y'all's fault, okay? You know what? Let's give who really deserves blame. That was Seth's fault, okay? This is, if anything ever gets screwed up here, it's his fault. The high bid on Mr. Mister is $45. If you could help me out, if you ever hear me call out the high bid and you've already bid higher, that means your bid's got out of order. If you just want to go ahead and say, hey, I already bid higher, or you just want to bid again, that will help me out tremendously. So this is now a high bid of $45. Shane Lando, you're out. Amenities was, in fact, well ahead of you at 45, and then you bid 44. So now, Shane, you're out. And now, Jerry, you've got a chance to bid. It's all going back up. There we have it, okay? Before I make any other mistakes and before I honestly fire Seth, I mean, like, legitimately, and then he doesn't have any money to feed his kids and wife, and then he's out on the street panhandling by the interstate. He's wearing rags like Aqualung, and he's got his hand out begging for 50 cents to buy a bowl of porridge. Let me go ahead and drink a Monster, because I really don't want that to happen to one of my best friends. But if I do have to fire the dude and he's out on the streets eating porridge, then that's up to him. Perfect. Anybody that wants to bid, there was an error on Mr. Mister. So if anybody wants to bid, it basically had to go back up for auction, okay? Sweet Savage, Tony Bradford has it for $88. $88, okay? $88. Dust is at 41, and Mr. Mister is with Amenities. And Amenities, I apologize for screwing that up, but we'll blame Seth. The guy's a pharmacist. He can't get anything straight. You got to watch these pharmacists, okay? Shout out to all the pharmacists out there. We have Billie Eilish, VG condition, $14.99. Something about Where Do We Go to Sleep. Pumping Vinyl. I do that every night. This is one of those Warner Brothers samplers. It's a 2 LP compilation. VG Plus, $14.99 for Pumping Vinyl. We also have, how do you say his first name? But make sure I don't sound like I'm saying something dirty here. C. Payton, or it could be pronounced. I don't think it's. No, I'm not going to say that. C. Payton, Worried. A U.S. reissue, unknown year, $19.99. And Towns Van Zandt, live at the Old Quarter, Houston, Texas. EX condition, $22.99. Okay, Sweet Savage. The last bit I said was this. Cosmo Kramer, $90. If you're in higher or you want to be higher, I want to take you higher, just like Sly and the Family Stone. It's up to you to place the bid. Cosmo Kramer has it for 90. Dust is at 55. What's the high bid on Mr. Mister? The high bid on Mr. Mister is $45 with amenities. $45 with amenities. Susie Breedlove gets Towns Van Zandt. Next is a piece of cardboard separating the check condition stuff. That is honestly not for sale for any price. Next is Polaris, music from the adventures of Pete and Pete. A 2015 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 2,100 copies. This is the music from the adventures of Pete and Pete on Nickelodeon from 1989 to 1996. $54.99. Dust 56, Dust 56, Dust 56. Mr. Mister, $47. And here comes a whole handful of 45s for $6.99 each. Don Williams, Catfish Baits. John Mellencamp, Get a Leg Up. Spanking Her Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. Dust. Guitar Man. That's a good one. Rare Earth, Good Time Sally, and John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John, You're the One I Want. Those are all $6.99. Okay? Mr. Mister 47, Mr. Mister 50, Dust 57, Dust 60. And then we have Mr. Mister 52, Mr. Mister 55, Wolverine on Bread, Guitar Man, Wolverine on Rare Earth. And then Mr. Mister 57, Travolta is So to Vloddercheck, Stacy next on Bread. That left Spanky, John, and Don. Next thing is this. We have, what is this? Gangolians, Monster Headroom. That is Space Rock Indie, $14.99. Cosmo Kramer, Sweet Savage, sold for $90. Sweet Savage sold for $90. Dust is at 61. Mr. Mister, $65 with amenities. Jerry Conklin says he's out. Anybody else that was bidding? I don't think so. We might be done. Next auction is Defiance, Product of Society. An 89 USOG EX. It has a clip corner. Defiance, a $35 start. Good luck to all those that will be bidding. Next is I Don't Know. Here we go. Rise Against, Nowhere Generation. Rise Against, a picture disc. That's under the genre of punk. And that is $24.99 for punk. We also have the Brian Jonestown Massacre. $32.99, a 2006 US OG comp for Brian Jonestown Massacre. Dust, $65. Mr. Mister, this time sold to amenities for $65. Defiance, a $35 start. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Oh, goodness gracious. Ivan R. on Brian Jonestown Massacre. Brian Jonestown Massacre. That is sold to Ivan R. You got it. All right, then here comes another handful of, this comes from another handful. This comes from another handful of 45s. These are all $6.99. We got Nat King Cole, Ask Me. Nat King Cole, Toyland. Three Dog Night, Joy to the World. Graham Nash and David Crosby, The Wall Song. And Glory, Glory, The Rascals. Those are all $6.99. Next is Spinners, From Here to Eternity, sealed, $24.99. Beaver Shepherd, Downtown. That is folk rock, indie rock, experimental, $9.99. We have Freddie Hubbard Hubtones. This is a 1998 U.S. reissue, $24.99. Neil Young and the Promise of the Real. Neil Young and the Promise of the Real is $29.99. Okay, Dust 65. It's up to Michael Freiberger. Defiance has one bid for $35. Stacy Metternich wants Toy. Toy is sold to Stacy Metternich. That was Nat King Cole. That left the Rascals, Graham Nash, David Crosby, Three Dog Night, and Nat King Cole. Okay? So over here is Dust. And Dust is, I just told that one, 65. Michael's done. Defiance has one bid. In the auction bin, I still got Wasp, Black Sabbath, Betty Wright, Overkill. We got Otis Clay Japanese. What is this one here? This is Death Row, Raining Steel, ZZ Top, Willie Nelson, Ingve, Grim Reaper, Judas Priest, Mimosa, Cyclone, 10cc, Art Blakey. I have Art Blakey, but it's not Japanese. I do have a 63 U.S. repress of Art Blakey Jazz Messengers. I think that's, you know, he did have Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. The name of this album is called Jazz Messengers. It's a 63 U.S. repress, VG condition, $15 start. And Stacy does want to go ahead and take the Graham Nash David Crosby as well. Okay? That is sold. Okay, over here, we have, let's show two more records out of here. We have Pink Floyd, A Saucer Full of Secrets, $24.99, and then Obituary. This is $24.99. Obituary, it says limited edition one-time pressing with alternate artwork and 2 bonus tracks. Obituary, $24.99. In a new lower crate, these are really good titles. First time ever showing them. All first come, first serve. So 2 things. I hope you're watching. Hope you're paying attention. I hope you're all jacked up on Diet Mountain Dew. If not, you're probably going to miss something. Dust is officially sold. Dust is sold to Jeff Brindley for $65. Okay? Next thing over here is Defiance. It was at $35. And now it's at $41. Now it's at $45. Art Blakey's at $15. It is in stereo. It is in stereo. And then here's our next Japanese pressing. I just opened up a whole new box. Holy moly. What do we have here? Oh my gosh. Holy moly. All right, let's go ahead and do this one. This is called The Monkees Golden Story, which is a compilation, a 2 LP Monkees Greatest Hits. $35 start. There's a 1, there's a 2 disc, there's the insert, and I saw her face. $35 start. A lot of people don't know this, but I actually do own this car right here. I do, in fact, own the Monkey Mobile. A lot of people don't know that. $35 start. I am joking. I do not own the Monkey Mobile. I wish. It's probably sitting somewhere in a garage right now, and somebody's very proud that they own it. And one day it will be mine. What is Obituary? It is called Obituary. Condition on Pink Floyd, Near Mint Minus. And then Judas Priest is on deck. Consider it done. What do we have here? This is the OCs. Uh-oh. It's the OCs. This is $24.99. These are companion LPs. $24.99. And the OCs, oh my gosh, $12.99. We have William Tyler, Modern Country. This is sealed $14.99. Ivan put obit for Obituary. Ivan got Obituary. My bad. Ivan got Obituary. That's sold to Ivan R. Art Blakey's at $15. Defiance was at $45. Art Blakey $15. Art Blakey $20. Art Blakey $25. Art Blakey $30. Hoopy, my bad. Somebody already claimed Obituary. Pink Floyd was Near Mint Minds. Defiance $46. And Jeremy Bryant, you got both of the OCs. And then George Burleson got Pink Floyd, Art Blakey 33, and that means we're still bidding on Defiance and Art Blakey. The Monkees is about to be a buy now, okay? And Jeremy Bryant already got both OCs, Flotter check. Eric Van Leuven on William Tyler, and let's do another handful of singles, okay? These are all $6.99. Boy, this was a cool one. I can't believe no one grabbed it last night. This is the Carpenters, Merry Christmas, Darling, and that's a white label promo. Rare Earth doing What I'd Say, the famous Ray Charles song. The Friends of Distinction, Grazing in the Grass. Lou Reed, Walk on the Wild Side, OG label. And Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone. Only Darkness Every Day. That's $6.99, okay? Next is Art Blakey, $33, and Art Blakey VG. It was graded VG by Laura. So always conservative VG, okay? Stacy Metternich on the Carpenters. That's so to Stacy Metternich. Doug Reeder wants a pack of MoFi inner sleeves. And let's make a note. I want these actually tagged from this point on with people's names on them, okay? I don't want these pulled anymore, please. If we could spread the word from the operations center to the shipping department. I want supplies tagged with people's names on them. Okay, no more pulling from reserves, please, ever. Because that's how we've oversold like last week. So this is sold to Doug Reeder. Does anybody else want a pack of MoFi inner sleeves? $26.99. Stacy got the Carpenters. Next is Stacy on Lou Reed. And then Susie wants No Sunshine. Danny was next. That left Rare Earth and Friends of Distinction, Grazing in the Grass, okay? So first thing we have is Defiance. I'm going to make sure that somebody said they were done. And that was Jeff Brindley. Jeff has not set out on Defiance. With that being said, Jared Lampert has had it for 3 minutes for $46. So, Jeff, you're outbid. It's up to you. Art Blakey was a VG copy. Amenities has it for $33. Nobody else has bid. Jerry Conklin's out. Nobody bid on the Monkeys. You can pick it up for a buy now. $35. The Monkeys Golden Story. $35 for the Monkeys Golden Story. $35, okay? This is a 2 LP. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi. A $35 start for the Monkeys Golden Story, okay? There's that. Terry Gearhart is all over the BIN, okay? That's sold to him for $35. Next is this. Suicide Squeeze Records presents Forever Singles, an alternate rock, indie rock, shoegaze compilation featuring Jeff the Brotherhood, King Tuff, No Bunny, and more. That is $19.99, okay? That means I've lost Jeff Brindley on Defiance. That means this is sold to Jared Lampert for $46. That is done. We got Judas Priest coming up and a whole new slew of auctions. Art Blakey, 5, 4, 3, a 2, a 1, sold to Amenities for $33. All right, our next auction is going up right now. Judas Priest, British Steel, breaking the law, breaking the law. 1980 U.S. Terre Haute, $30 start for Judas Priest. Living After Midnight. That's my theme song. $30 start on British Steel. Now up for bid. Our next auction is going to be coming from the Japanese Reserve. Man, we got some cool ones. Oh, wow. I've never had that before. Journey. Into the Future. I don't think I've ever had a Japanese pressing of that. Journey, Look Into the Future. Really nice, as you would expect. Near mint Japanese pressing with insert. Look Into the Future. $35 start. So Priest, Journey. 2 J's, by the way, so please be as specific as possible on your abbreviations. And let's throw up another little something different here. We'll go to the end of the alphabet with ZZ Top's first album. A 71 Terre Haute OG. It has the original company inner sleeve, EX++ near mint minus. ZZ Top is a $35 start, okay? Our next auction is this. Our next record is Guardians of the Galaxy, Volume 3. And this is on purple vinyl, $19.99 for Guardians. And Ray Riley Hubbard, The Ruffian's Misfortune. That is sealed, unopened. Ray Riley Hubbard, $24.99. Okay? Next handful of 45s. This is Jan and Dean, My Mighty GTO. Lou Reed, another Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side. OMD, Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark, If You Leave, Ray Charles, Hard-Headed Hannah, and Dolly Parton, Here You Come Again, and the flip is Me and My Little Andy. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on those. Judas Priest has one bid for $30. Journey has a bid for $35, and ZZ Top has a bid for $35. Danny wants Ray Riley Hubbard. These are all new arrivals, okay? Sticker price, wow. Pantera, great time to be saying that. These are sticker price. Pantera is a Walmart exclusive on Black Ice vinyl, A Decade of Domination. What's the track listing on this? I need to get one of these for my collection. Cowboys from Hell, Psycho Cemetery, Mouth of War, Walk, This Love, 5 Minutes Alone, I'm Broken, Drag the Waters, Revolution. Wow, pretty good track listing on that one. $24.99 on Pantera. There's that one, and we have here $14.99. What is it? What do we have here? I don't know. It's red vinyl, melodic hardcore punk. It is called, I still don't know what it's called. Here we go. Rise Against. It's Rise Against, Nowhere Generation. Okay, there we go. So first thing we have is Judas Priest had a bid for $30 with Steve McGee. That was the opening bid. $30 was Steve McGee. Jerry Conklin bid $35. ZZ Top is at $35. Danny on Ray Wiley Hubbard. Judas Priest is at $25. Amenities gets Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. Danny Thomason on Pantera. He asked Pantera ? Decade of Domination, $24.99. If you don't want it, Jason Fornerat does. And then Priest is at $33. Journey's at $37. Vladorchek gets Guardians of the Galaxy. And Danny Thomason does take Pantera. Okay? Tim Voldness wants Lou Reed for $6.99. And we also have a Tim Voldness with a pack of inner sleeves, okay? Tim Voldness on a pack of inner sleeves. That is sold to Tim Voldness, okay? Thank you on that. That left behind Dolly, Ray Charles, and Jan and Dean, okay? There's that. Zeppelin lights. They're right here next to me. We're going to be tagging those tonight, here in just a second, later tonight, here in just an hour, later tonight, here in a few hours, later tonight, here before 2 a.m., later tonight, here in just a couple minutes, we're going to tag the Led Zeppelin lights. Here's the inventory so far for tonight. The inventory for tonight is, I still got a whole nother lore crate to go through and 3 John crates that have never been shown before. It's incredible. I feel like I've been showing stuff nonstop and we hadn't made a dent in new arrivals yet. So, oh man, my ears are, for some reason, my inner ear problem from flying the last couple of days have kicked in tonight. Every time I talk, every once in a while, it sounds like a radio static goes off in my ears. So bear with me if I go, all of a sudden. La, 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 la. Feels like somebody turns up like radio static, and then all of a sudden they just turn it max volume and then turn it right back down. That's what's going through my right ear about every time I talk. About every time I start a sentence and I pause and then I start talking again. Not good. Journey, $45. Okay? ZZ Top is sold to Dekong for $35. Okay? All right, so these OCs were put back. Okay? Jeremy Bryant has already bought them from us. And so the Vladorchek is wanting to buy them and send them to Laura. Okay? Buy them and send them to Laura. So buy these, bill these to Vladorchek, and after they get keyed in, just go lay them over on Laura's desk, okay? And let her know that's from them. Thank you for that. The last bid on Judas Priest, I think Steve McGee has it for $35. Alan Hagen, you're out. That's an OG copy of British Steel. Amenities has Journey for $45, and basically 2 people have asked, what are the auctions? This is Journey, Looking to the Future, Japanese pressing, near mint minus, and pristine. And this is with Amenities at $45. Another J title, so please make sure you're putting Journey or Judas Priest. This is Judas Priest, a 1980 U.S. Terre Haute. And a 1980 U.S. Terre Haute pressing of Judas Priest, Steve McGee has it for $35, okay? $35. Now it's at $38 with Alan Hagen. We may be done, though, on Journey. Here's what's left in here very quickly. Herbie Hancock Future Shock, EX $17.99. This is VG Plus $14.99. June of '44, Revisionist. VG Plus $14.99. New Birth, Warner Records presents New Birth, Behold the Mighty Army. New Birth is VG $9.99. Roxy Music, that is called Country Life, VG Plus $14.99. Hurrah Versus is $29.99. We have Communion, 2017, EX $14.99. That was black metal. Spoon, Kill the Moonlight, EX $37.99. High Spirits is VG Plus $14.99, and Billie Eilish was VG $14.99. Judas Priest has a new bid for $40. That's with Corey Ross. Also, we have Pumping Vinyl, Warner Brothers compilation, VG Plus $14.99. Journey is sold to amenities for $45. Sold to amenities for $45, okay? There is that. Next thing over here is the following. We have I See Peyton, Worried, a U.S. reissue, unknown year, 1999, and Polaris, Music from the Adventures of Pete and Pete, $54.99. Oh boy, an unadvertised Japanese jazz auction with Obi, Miles Davis. Miles Davis. This one is Miles Davis. It's simply called Volume 2. Near mint minus and pristine with insert, Obi, very cool, $45 start. These are all sticker price. All these are sticker price, no more, no less. Billie Eilish is $15 and Peyton is $19.99. These are all new arrivals from Laura, sticker price. Ganglions is Space Rock Indie, $14.99. Rise Against was $24.99. We have Spinners, an OG sealed copy from Here to Eternity with Hop sticker, $24.99. Beaver Shepherd was $9.99. This was Freddie Hubbard Hubtones, $24.99. Judas Priest. So Steve McGee got outbid by Corey Ross. Corey has this for $40. Now it's up to Steve McGee. Miles Davis is a $45 start. And then we still got Neil Young, the Monsanto Years. That is $29.99 for the Monsanto Years. I don't think I've ever had that before. This is a compilation of alternate rock, indie, shoegaze, $19.99. And another Rise Against, $14.99, okay? What was the Billie Eilish? Where do we go? Where do we all go when we fall asleep? Lengthy title. When we all fall asleep, where do we go? That is on That Color Vinyl, VG, $14.99. Judas Priest is sold to Corey Ross for $40, okay? Miles Davis is Joseph McCormick's for $45. Corey Ross, while you're watching, I want to show you what I'm going to do, okay? Make sure you're paying close attention right now, Corey Ross. Hold on one second. Corey Ross. Hold on one second, okay? Don't go anywhere, Corey Ross. I want to make sure you know about this. And then I'm going to confirm that you've seen this. This will be the easiest way to do this so it don't get lost, okay? So, Corey, I'm going to make sure you're watching. Don't go anywhere, okay? Here is your letter for Black Sabbath. It came in the mail, okay? It came in the mail. I'm going to put that right here behind this so it gets shipped in your next order because I know your stuff goes Canadian. Otherwise, we'd go ahead and just pop it in the mail for you, but because it's Canadian, I'm going to put your Aussie behind the Judas Priest you just won, okay? So that's just right there. There's your letter for the signed Aussie you bought. Sorry that took so long. I bought that from another dealer, and he was waiting for it to come in. So when he got it in, he shipped it to me, and I just got it, okay? So there it is. It will be shipped with that Judas Priest record whenever you get that in the mail. But I got that from another dealer, and he finally just got it in the mail. He just sent that. But Corey bought that when we had all those, the first wave of all the Black Sabbaths we got in. Corey bought that signed Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, if y'all remember that. That's the night we had No More Tears autographed. We had Volume 4 autographed. We had Paranoid autographed. We had Master of Reality. We had the first album. We had like all the Black Sabbath albums autographed by Ozzy. And he's been waiting that long. That was pretty much the week after Ozzy died. So it finally came in. If you're waiting for letters from JSA, you got to be patient. They could take months. I heard the new backup date is 6 months. So that means right now, if you got your letter approved, you're not going to be getting it till like summer. So it's a huge backlog on letters. He waited a long time for that one. Okay, anybody else? Was there any more claims? We had a couple questions. What was the title of Rise Against? This one, the 10-inch, is called Nowhere Generation. That was sealed red vinyl, $14.99. And then the other one was Rise Against Nowhere Generation. Is that the name of these albums? I'm not for sure. There could be something I'm not saying it is. Nowhere Generation 2. Okay, Nowhere Generation 2 and Nowhere Generation. Okay, and then Ace of Peyton 15. Becky, these, if you probably didn't hear me, these are all sticker price in here, no more, no less. So this would have to be $19.99. You could get it cheaper later, but right now these are all sticker price, okay? Sticker price. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. If anybody wants Billie Eilish, there was 3 people who offered $10, but I don't think anybody wants it for $15. Y'all are so close, yet so far away. She's still available for just $5 more. That's still available for $5 more. And if anybody decides you want those, let me know. We're finally ready for a new crate. Let's get it rolling. It's time for another Buy It Now or Best Offer crate. Hadn't done a handful of singles in a while, so those are coming very soon. Okay? First, let's pick out the next John crate. That way y'all know there's another Laura crate on the way. But I think it's time we go through this crate here, Buy It Now or Best Offer. Okay? I'm not even going to look in it. I'm not even going to look in it. So that way if I find something that needs to go for auction, I'll just veto it live, okay? I'll veto it live. Here we go. We're ready for all new auctions. We still got great advertised hot picture stuff to sell, like Wasp. We still got Wasp. This is a 1986 USOG. 1986 USOG, original under sleeve, EX condition, $35 start, original under sleeve. Wasp Inside the Electric Circus, $35 start. Miles Davis is a final call for $75. There goes Mark, says, you know what, Chad? If they're all passing on Billie Eilish, I'll take it. Billie Eilish sold. Billie Eilish is sold. And this is sold too. There goes Mark. Danny's, yours is still due in spring, yes. I've just been told spring. So I guess it depends on what part of the world you're in. Yeah, spring of 2026. Yep. I'm waiting for a bunch, actually. We still got about 50 JSA letters outstanding. Okay. Time to stretch. Oh, yes. Oh, wow. Where's that monster at? Golly. Man, I was walking around Vegas trying to find these. I was like a crack addict. I'd walk in a store and be like, do you have any monsters in here? One time I was sitting at the blackjack table, this lady walked up, taking drink orders. I said, I'll take a Monster Rehab tea and lemonade on ice. And she's like, we don't have that here. And I was like, you don't have Monster Rehab tea and lemonade flavor served to me on ice? What kind of casino is this? Miles Davis is sold to Jerry Conklin for $75. This is sold for $75 to Jerry Conklin, okay? There's that. We still got all kinds of Japanese surprises. We have Wasp, one bid with Hoopy for $35, okay? And then here we go. Let's move this over right here. And let's go through this crate, buy it now or best offer, your decision. You can go ahead and say, Chad, I'll take it. Or you can say, Chad, I'll give you $15. This is Michael Jackson Thriller. Does have a little cover damage down at the bottom. $34.99. Clean disc though. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. Very simply, everything in here is EX Plus or better. King Crimson, $49.99. A nice OG copy of In the Wake of Poseidon, and it's a Monarch copy. And Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme in shrink wrap, $14.99 for Simon & Garfunkel. Here's our next handful of 45s. These are $6.99. Snoopy versus the Red Baron, Stevie Wonder, Part-Time Lover, The Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On, and ABBA, Chiquita. Those are all $6.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Black Sabbath Volume 4. Da, 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 da. Da, da. Well, they're leaving tomorrow at daybreak. Wow, what an album. That Black Sabbath Volume 4, and it's OG with the attached photo booklet. Very, very nice here. There's Iommi, Geezer Butler, Bill Ward, gatefold jacket. That is VG condition, 72 Pittman, $25 star for Black Sabbath, okay? We have the following. We have Snoopy, sold to Stacy Metternich, Susie on Part-Time Lover. That leaves Vanilla Fudge and ABBA, okay? Lewis Kulik, you were next on Snoopy. Wasp has a new bid for $38. Black Sabbath has a bid for $25. This crate is buy it now or best offer, including the Beatles love songs with book, a Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99 for the Beatles love songs. Interview with Bruce Springsteen, vintage, picture disc, unofficial. The Boss is $24.99. And Billy Joe, Shrink and Hide, Just the Way You Are, I'm Moving Out. Only the Good Die Young, She's Always a Woman. Billy Joel in Shrink, $14.99. And this is a no condition bin. No condition bin. No condition notes. Not a no condition. How about a no check condition? No condition notes. I think that's what I'm trying to spit out. Hey, my Tahoe sold. Whew. Finally, I just got a text back from the auction house. I've been trying to sell my old Tahoe. It went through 3 different auction cycles, and it finally sold. Finally. And it sold twice as much as the minimum bid was the last 2 times. That is crazy. Finally. Good. What a relief. Man, used cars. I've been trying to sell a really nice used Tahoe for a year and a half, and like dealerships everywhere, they're like, we can't sell used cars anymore. And I'm like, what are y'all talking about? But everybody's like, we can't sell used cars anymore. You're just not going to be able to sell this. I'm like, it's a perfectly fine, blacked, fully loaded Tahoe. I mean, surely somebody needs it. And they're like, no, everybody's buying new now. I'm like, that's not true, but I don't know. Black Sabbath 25, I'm not in the car business. I've bought and sold a few classic cars, and I've made very little money on them, so I'd rather sell records. Black Sabbath 30, Black Sabbath 30, Black Sabbath 26, and Billy Joel was sold to Alan Hagen for 10. ABBA Chiquita is sold to Robert Vladicek for $6.99. And we got Paul Simon, another hop sticker, still crazy after all these years. And wow, this is pretty cool. It's a white label promo. Paul Simon, $24.99. Next thing on this is Virgin Killer Scorpions. This is the 1980 second cover, $42.99 for Scorpions Virgin Killer, $42.99. Wasp is sold, or Wasp is at 40. I got to make sure that Hoopy, Alan Hagen is done bidding, okay? I got to make sure Alan Hagen is done bidding, and then Black Sabbath is with Corey Ross. It's up to Jim Cooper. Okay, and then next thing over here is Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. This is $29.99. Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. And also Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello. $29.99 for that. These are all best offer. So is Whitney Houston, $24.99. And Merle Haggard. This is like a 2-in-1. Pretty cool to start. Pretty cool to start to see this still together. So when this was originally sold, they shrink wrapped and taped together 2 Merle Haggard albums. And somebody just opened these and never did separate it. A lot of times you see these separated. They did a bunch with the Beach Boys, and they're kind of red looking. But this one still has the original sticker on it where they're taped together. So 2 Merle Haggard, $27.99. Merle Haggard, Sing a Sad Song, okay? Over here, we got Wasp at $42, and Amenities had Black Sabbath first at $30. I'm glad you threw a red flag. I never did see that at all. Black Sabbath, $30. So it went $30, $25, $26, $28, and then somebody else bid $30. And as always, somebody was already in at $30. Corey Ross, you're out on Black Sabbath. Somebody's been in ahead of you for about 10 minutes. And I never did see that until right now. Alan Hagen, Wasp, $42. Hoopy's out. That's a final call. Corey's right back in at $32. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, this time from the Japanese pile. And that one is the following. Let's do Nice, the Top Gun soundtrack. Fly into the Danger Zone. Beautiful. $35 start. I love this one too. I love the Obi. Has pictures of the bands. Cheap Trick, Miami Sound Machine, Berlin, and of course Kenny Loggins. Ra-dun-dun-dun-dun. Maverick, such a good movie. All right, moving on. Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive, $29.99 for that one. And we have Death Defying Leap, Ron Moore. This is $9.99. Death Defying Leap, Ron Moore, $9.99. Let me make a few notes here. Okay, and then we have, I just thought of a couple things I've got to do. Okay. All right, moving on. Waylon and Willie, World War II and Shrink, nice copy, $24.99. And this is Zoot Sims Quartet, $14.99. Black Sabbath 32, now Black Sabbath 35. Wasp is sold, though, to Alan Hagen for $42. Sold for $42, and Top Gun's a $35 start. $35 start. Let's move these two over, and let's pull something else from the advertised Hot Bin auctions. Hot Bin. Oh, my ear. Ow. Willie Nelson is going up for bid right now. And then I wrote, oh, God. I'm going to have to go to an optometrist. We have a 1962 UKOG. Wow. So the real 62 pressing of Willie Nelson. And then I wrote, this is not easy to get. 1962 Willie Nelson. Think about this. He had never even smelled marijuana before. 1962 Willie Nelson. And then I wrote, UKOG, marijuana, that there wasn't even any marijuana in the United States in 1962. This is in VG condition. Some of these have sold for as much as $100. This is a $20 start. $20 start on Willie Nelson. Now up for bid. Tim Buckley, Lorca. Tim Buckley is $34.99. And we have Mickey Hart, Rolling Thunder. Yes, that is Mickey Hart from the Grateful Dead. And this is a white label promo, $24.99. I 100% have tinnitus. Let me contact my pharmacy friend and figure out what I should take. Oh my gosh. Hold on a minute. I'm going to mute my mic for a second. Okay, I just muted my mic because I made a bunch of crazy wild noises while sticking my finger in my ear. So I'm going to wipe my hands on my shorts. Okay, I promise I have very clean ears. Luckily, all these records are in sleeves. I need like a plunger to put on my ear is what it feels like. And sometimes it sounds like I've turned into radio static, okay? Whew, very frustrating. Black Sabbath is at 40. Amenities, you've been outbid. Top Gun's a final call for $35. I don't think anybody's bid yet. And then Willie Nelson, a 1962 UK pressing, $20 start on that. I guess I need to lay down some 45s. If I forget every once in a while, y'all got to remind me. Here's Billy Joe, Keeping the Faith. The Circle, Red Rubber Ball. The Circle, Money to Burn. Ain't Nothing Like the Real Thing, Baby. Nice. Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell. And The Cars, Door to Door, from the album Door to Door. That is $6.99. Holy moly. Black Sabbath 44. Okay, Robert Palmer, Maybe It's Live. Robert Palmer is $19.99. The 98% American, Mom and Apple Pie. Lee Hazelwood presents. What an interesting record there. That is $19.99. And we have Hall & Oates Live at the Apollo with the Temptations, $19.99. And Duran Duran Rio, nice. Does look like there's some cover damage up here, a little bit of spine wear. But Duran Duran, just $24.99, okay? First thing is Black Sabbath got a new bid for $44. Susie got Billy Joe for $6.99. Susie got Marvin Gaye for $6.99. And that left The Cars, The Circle, and The Circle, okay? Eric Van Leuven wants 98% American. I don't think I've ever seen that, Lee Hazelwood. What an interesting one there. That's unusual. Black Sabbath is at 45. Now John Bergenstorm's in. We also have The Art of Noise. That is Dwayne Eddy, Peter Gunn. That is $9.99. John Bergenstorm on Hall & Oates Live with the Temptations. And nice, Thin Lizzy, Chinatown. Thin Lizzy is $34.99. This has the original on her sleeve, $34.99. And Neil Young, Everybody's Rocking, $16.99. Wow. I can't believe I'm doing this, but somebody is going to get a steal on Willie Nelson. It's a $20 buy it now. And then I wrote Willie Nelson, a $20 buy it now. And Danny has basically come in at the right time asking, what is the Willie Nelson? What is the Willie Nelson? It's a 1962 UK pressing of a $100 album that you can buy right now for $20. If not, Kathy wants it. And then Top Gun did not have a bid, so Top Gun is a buy now for $35. And that is available for $35. It's Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Okay? Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Black Sabbath is still getting bids. 62 UK original Willie Nelson sold to Danny Thomason for $20. I can't believe no one bid. I thought I was going to say Willie Nelson 20, Willie Nelson 25, 27, 30, 32, 35, 37, 40, 42. Nobody bid. Okay? First thing is at the top. We had Eric Van Leuven got 98%. John Bergenstorm got Hall & Oates. Black Sabbath 50. Art of Noise sold to ST. I hadn't pulled that yet. We have an offer on Willie for Thin Lizzy for 25. It was marked 35. I'm thinking it's going to be $35. So I had it priced for 35. You offer 25. I'm going to counter at 35. And then GMB, we've already sold Art of Noise. Danny got Willie Nelson. Black Sabbath 49. The high bid was already 50. And then John, you got Hall & Oates. And then Top Gun's Amenities offer 28. Sell that to Amenities for $28. Next is Willie Nelson Stardust. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. Merle Haggard, Mama Tried, $14.99. Let's go ahead and put up our next auction. Our next auction comes from the high-end tab, and this is Emarosa, relatively self-titled double LP. This is a 2014 USOG. This is the first two Emarosa albums. This is the first time either album was pressed to vinyl. Limited to 750 copies. Right now, there are 0 copies for sale on Discogs. Some of them have sold for as much as 200. And this is a $125 start. I don't know a lot about that, but there it is. $125 for that. Jerry Conklin on Willie Nelson, I'm assuming for the one in the bin. That's sold to Jerry Conklin. Elton John's Honky Chateau. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Touchdown brings me round. I get to I'm a Rocket Man. Rocket Man Eurythmics. $9.99 for Sex Crime. It's a 12-inch single. Does have some cover damage. $9.99 for the Eurythmics. And Special EFX, Special Effects, Modern Manners, $14.99 for that one. Black Sabbath is at $55. Corey Ross, you've been outbid. Let's put up another auction right quick. And at this point, you're like, my God, Chad, how many more auctions do you have left tonight? I'm over here in my recliner. I'm sweating. My hands are sweaty. There's sweat running off my forehead. My dog has been trying to go outside to pee for 3 hours, but I simply cannot just look away because you keep on putting up amazing records, one after another after another. I'm honestly starting to hyperventilate. I can't see straight, etc., etc., etc. So here we go. We have Georgia Satellites, and this one's called Open All Night. Georgia Satellites is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 star for that. Rolling Thunder, the white label promo, is sold to George Burleson. Corey Ross, it's all up to you on Black Sabbath. I don't know a lot about Emma Rosa, but it's $125. Corey is back in on Black Sabbath at $57. No one bossed on that one. We have Dr. John, $39.99 for this. It's on this Trip label, $39.99 for Dr. John. And there's Mr. Mister. We just sold a Japanese pressing earlier for $44, $48. Here's a U.S. original Shrink and Hop original inner sleeve, $34.99. Thin Lizzy, is it OG? What condition is it in? Is it complete? Thin Lizzy Chinatown. It has an original inner sleeve. It's on this white Warner Brothers label. It is EX++ near mint minus, $34.99. Not for sure if that's the first label, but I'm pretty sure it is. Misunderstood Microwave, a 12-inch single produced by Bootsy Collins, $9.99. Dr. John sold for $32 to Danny Thomason. Now Amenities, you've been outbid on Black Sabbath. The Kinks low budget, $14.99. Now Black Sabbath's at $59. And we have Alan Parsons Project, Gaudy, $19.99. Final call to get a bid on Georgia Satellites for $35. And the best of Yusef Lateef, Atlantic Jazz Anthology, clean, $29.99. Emarosa's a buy now for $125. We'll put that right there. And then here is the Georgia Satellites Open All Night. Final call on that. Next auction, Overkill. Man, I still can't believe we got metal over here to run. Holy moly, here is Overkill taking over. Overkill's an 87 U.S. Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve, EX edition. And this is a $35 start. Overkill taking over, a $35 star. Jerry Conklin wanted the Willie for the buy now. Okay, let's put this back in the bin. Willie Nelson Stardust Gold Stamp promo is still available for $14.99. The Ray Block Singers Hair, $9.99. Thin Lizzy, $29. That's more like it, Danny. This is sold to Danny for $29. He had first dibs on that. I think somebody else made an offer earlier, but they didn't take it. They didn't take my counter. So it's sold to Danny for $29, okay? Now Black Sabbath's at $60, Overkill's at $35. Moving right along. Nice. Yusef Lateef with Dud Watkins, Imagination. $39.99 on the Prestige Jazz label. That looks pretty cool. $39.99 for that. And then we have Southern Exposure Heading South. That has an A&M Records promo sticker. She's Scantily Dressed, and that is $24.99. Which Armarosa? This is Emma Rosa. E-M-A-R-O-S-A. Emma Rosa. Emma Rosa. Black Sabbath is 60, now 61. Overkill has one bid for 35, and Tofat 2. Oh my gosh. Tofat 2 is a 1971 pressing, $64.99. Tofat 2, $64.99. Also, we have Heart Private. Oh, man. Hold on one second. Okay, I've got a major ear problem, and I'm literally trying to do whatever I can to fix it, but I'm not having much luck. So every time, if I'm reading a title and I go, it's because it sounds like something is going off in my ear, okay? I apologize. Black Sabbath at 61, Black Sabbath at 65, and Overkill just got one bid, a late night auction, a late night auction steal for Hoopy. Hoopy gets that for $35. Thank you and congratulations. Okay, Georgia Satellites over here. Jerry Conklin has it for $65. Excuse me, Georgia Satellites, Jerry Conklin, $35, and that's sold to Jerry Conklin for $35. It was about to be a buy now anyway. He's bid, so that's the benefit of bidding. Even if it's at the very, 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 very last moment, it is sold because we can't give it any other time. And that's sold to Jerry Conklin for $35. Hard is $19.99. Hard's not. Okay. Ibuprofen fixes everything. Black Sabbath 67, Heart 15, so did Josh Brown. Yeah, that's actually what I'm doing over here. I'm holding my nose right now. Hold on. Oh, no, I think that made it worse. Oh, it just feels like my ears is filled up with air. So most of Friday when I got back, I couldn't hear out of my left ear. When I was landing from Nashville, quick story, I'm sure y'all would rather buy records, but when we were landing in Nashville yesterday, it felt like my head was about to explode. Like behind my ears, it felt like somebody was torturing me. I mean, I was clutching my arms, trying not to make audible noises so people didn't think I was literally having like a seizure or something. And I haven't been right since then, so it was kind of fine 4 hours ago, but man, I can't talk without my ears like just exploding. I mean, it sounds like somebody's just cranking up radio static in my ear. Oh my gosh. Grim Reaper, See You in Hell, an 84 US. This is EX condition, a $35 start. Grim Reaper now up for bid. Okay. And then Black Sabbath over here, Amenities has this for $67, and Corey Ross is out. All right, let's finish up this crate because I want to go through the lower crate next. This is Tom Tom Club, Close to the Bone. Tom Tom Club is $29.99. I also have Billy Joel's first album. It feels like a reissue. It is. It's an early 80s press, but that one doesn't come through very often, any kind of pressing. Billy Joel is $19.99. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, $26.99 for Joan Jett. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Hey, Hey, My, $34.99. Also, Frank Zappa and Captain Beefheart, $36.99. And Bruce Springsteen, nice. This is sealed. Tunnel of Love, $24.99. Hall & Oates, Maneater and One by One. Wow, that's a French 12-inch single. I've never seen that one. $14.99 for Hall & Oates H2O. Also over here, we have Daryl Hall. That's his solo album, Three Hearts in the Happy Ending Machine. And that one is $19.99. And Animotion is $29.99. Hadn't seen that copy in a while. Hadn't seen that record in a while. Okay. I got to go back and re-listen to this tonight, hear all these crazy sounds I'm probably making. Black Sabbath is sold to Amenities for $67, okay? $67. It feels like somebody's got a voodoo doll on me. I bet Seth has a voodoo doll, and he's like sticking an ice pick in my ear every few seconds and going, ha ha, take that, Chad, for all the all the firings you gave me. Grim Reaper's at $35. We sold Heart, spray of Afrin, popped an eardrum, open your mouth on takeoff and landing. I was chewing gum like crazy. I was chewing gum like I was a nervous wreck trying to make sure my head didn't explode. Grim Reaper 35, and Kathy wants to zap a beef heart. Okay, we obviously can't go through that crate in detail. It's still 85% full. So how about I just read the titles, and if you need a price, let me know, okay? There's some great stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction, a Japanese pressing. And, man, we still got some cool stuff over here I hadn't ran. We'll do something a little different here with old John Travolta. John Travolta over here. And then this is John Travolta Fever, a 2 LP compilation. And this is a $25 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. Ooh. John Travolta Fever, a $25 start on that one, okay? Grim Reaper is with Hoopy at $35. Okay, and then what happened over here? Make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, Travolta. I'm going to go ahead and sling down some 45s right quick. These are all $6.99. And the first one I have is a great one, the Mighty Quinn, Manfred Mann, $6.99. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. And then Genesis, no reply at all. Genesis, Merle Rush, Angel of the Morning, and Bellamy Brothers, Do You Look As Good As You Look? Do you love as good as you look? Okay, $6.99. Do you look as good as you look? That's what you ask them when you're intoxicated. Okay? All right, so here's what we have. If you need a price, let me know. Michael Jackson Thriller, King Crimson, Wake Up Aside, Simon and Garfunkel, Parsley Sage, Beatles Love Songs. All right, great title still here. Bruce Springsteen Picture Disc Interview, Paul Simon White Label Promo, Scorpions Virgin Killer, Alice Cooper Love at the Death, Tim Buckley Goodbye and Hello, Whitney Houston Self-Titled, Merle Haggard Sing a Sad Song, Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive, Death Defying, what is this exactly? I don't know this. Death Defying Leap, Ron Moore. Interesting. $9.99 on that one. And then we have Waylon Willie World War II. This is Zoot Sims Quartet, Tim Buckley Lorica, Robert Palmer Maybe It's Live, and let's pause on Duran Duran Rio. And we're going to pause there because these singles were $6.99 and Danny was first on Horse. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. And then Bellamy Brothers. We have Merlin Rush, Genesis, and Manfred Mann, the Mighty Quinn, okay? Grim Reaper, wow, just one bid, and that's sold to Hoopy for $35. Take a decongestant, take a decongestant, blow through my ears and breathe through my mouth. Breathe through my ears and blow through my mouth. And that's sold to Hoopy. And then Final Call on Travolta for $25, okay? Next auction is this. I wish I could breathe through my ears. We have Wasted with kind of a risque cover there. Wasted is an 84 UK OG EX, a 5-track EP. Wasted is a $15 start. And Laura did somewhat censor that. They almost showed about a half a nipple on that one. Oh my gosh. My ear just went off again. $15 start on Wasted, and then Susie gets Genesis, no reply at all, okay? And if y'all need prices on these, let me know. Neil Young, Merle Haggard, Elton John, Eurythmics, Special EFX, Mr. Microwave, The King's Low Budget, Alan Parsons, The Best of Yusef Lateef, Willie Nelson, Ray Block, Yusef Lateef, Southern Exposure, Toe Fat, Tom Tom Club, Billy Joel, Joan Jett, Neil Young, Bruce Springsteen, Hall & Oates, Daryl Hall, and Animotion, okay? Travolta does have a bid for $25, and Wasted has a bid for $20. Okay, and I'm going to try to chug the rest of this monster. I bet this will fix my ear. Let me pour some of this in my ear. Hold on a second. I'm going to lean my head over here, and I'm going to pour this in my, so y'all can watch me pour this in my ear. I bet that would help. I poured it in my mouth instead. Joan Jett is I Love Rock and Roll. Buy another record from Coletco, baby. Ow, my ear just went off. This is $29.99, $26.99, probably a VG cover. Blue Juice, that helps everything. The other day, I got a phone call from my uncle. He said he was broke down. I said, have you tried pouring blue juice in your alternator? He said, blue juice in my alternator? I was like, yeah, blue juice in your alternator. All right, let's go through this other Laura crate. Oh my gosh. All right, these are all sticker price. Sticker price. Okay? No more, no less. Don't hesitate to make an offer on Joan Jett. I am taking offers like a madman tonight. And then there's sometimes I've countered with literally the sticker price because they've been really good records. There's a couple times I've countered with sticker price. Okay. Travolta is sold for $25 to Heath Norman. Thank you on that, Mr. Heath. That's in a Beatles song. Heath Norman, thank you. Your name's in a Beatles song. Oh, Mr. Heath, I'm a tax man. Yeah, I'm a tax man. Dun 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 dun. Ha ha, Mr. Heath. All right. And my ear just went off. So I'm going to stop talking, okay? I'm going to do the rest of the show in sign language. All right, Wasted's at 28. Wasted's at 28. And let's put up another one. I got a great Japanese pressing here. This is Night Ranger 7 Wishes. And Night Ranger 7 Wishes has, there's the cover and obi. Whoops. There's the cover and obi. And it comes with several extras. You get a solicitation card, a original inner sleeve. I might stop. Maybe I'll talk quieter. Let me try this. Night Ranger 7 Wishes is near mint minus and pristine. Man, it's hard for me to talk quiet though. I think it's because I'm talking so loud. There's no telling what decibel level I talk. Night Ranger has the flexi disc with it as well, and that's a $35 start. That's Night Ranger 7 Wishes. Complete with the flexi disc that has samplings on it with Dokken, Rap, Motley Crue, and AC/DC. That's pretty cool. 35 on that. Yeah, I can't talk quiet. But as soon as I went over my volume level, it went crazy again. Wasted is on Music for Nations. This is a UK copy, 84 UK, and Victor Guerra has it for 28. Night Ranger is a $35 start, and these are all $6.99. I have Stevie Wonder, That Girl, the Bee Gees, Someone Belonging to Someone, Johnny Rivers, Maybelline, The Good Girls, Love is Like an Itching in My Heart, and the Paragons, Florence. Those are all $6.99. Hello, friends. This is Jim Nance as we take a look here at the 16th green. Bryson DeChambeau looking at a 12-foot putt. for Birdie. This is the goal. 2-pack. These are all $6.99. This is Paragons, Good Girls, Johnny River, So to Susie. That left Bee Gees and Stevie Wonder. Okay? Right over here. Wasted. Empty Matt has it for $30. And then Jim B wants to know is on orange and bone color. Bone and orange, yes, $125. None are for sale, $125. Jim B is on this one like stank on a monkey. Donny Hathaway, Everything is Everything. These are new arrivals that Laura's marked today. Sticker price, no more, no less. Donny Hathaway, Everything is Everything, $29.99. $29.99. Donny Hathaway. Also, Eric Dolphy, Other Aspects. Avant-Garde Jazz, Free Improv, 87 USOG, $39.99. Tomorrow is the new music of Ornette Coleman, a 1988 reissue, $19.99 on that one. And then the OCs, Mutilator Defeated at Last. The OCs is $19.99, okay? Wasted is sold to MT Matt for $30. We're ready for auctions. And Night Ranger, the last bid on this one was nothing, so this is a buy it now for $35. This is a buy it now until, this is a buy it now for $35. Night Ranger, 7 Wishes, okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, so Night Ranger is a $35 bot now. Okay, Jim B offered 90 on Emarosa. I had it marked 125. Jim B offered 90. I'm thinking 125. I'm thinking 125. He offered 90. I had it marked 125. He offered 90. I'm thinking 125. All right, Susie got Johnny Rivers, and then Ryan Mustaine on Eric Dolphy, okay? That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. Next is music from Tom Jeans Film, Couple in a Hole. The album is Beak, or the band name is called Beak. The album is Couple in a Hole, original soundtrack. It's electronic krautrock experimental. $14.99 on that. Very interesting titles, as you would expect in a Laura crate. Townes Van Zandt, Delta Mama Blues, 2017. Townes Van Zandt, $17.99. Jeremy Bryant on Beak. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Next thing is Dr. Dre, The Chronic. 2001 reissue, $29.99 for Dr. Dre, The Chronic. Okay, we got Yngwie Malmsteen's Trilogy going up for bid right now. This is VG minus. Unfortunately, there's no feelable marks, but it does have some heavy scuffing and marks. You see that big scuff across it there? That's why we're going to start this at just $5. It actually has a little bit of bleaching, a little bit of discoloration on the cover. So a lower grade copy, just a $5 start on Yngwie. Our next auction is going to be, I still got some cool metal stuff in here, and I want y'all to check out this Betty Wright. This is a 72 sealed OG copy. I think the other night John had this in a bin, and I gave it to Laura. It didn't sell, and it didn't make an offer. And I was like, before this thing goes in a half-off crate, if we don't sell it at auction for a reasonable comped auction price, let's just put it on Discogs. And this is I Love the Way You Love by Betty Wright. including Clean Up Woman. That was advertised on the cover. And this is a 72 USOG sealed. And it's a soul R&B album, a $35 start on that one. Yngwie has a bid for $5, and Ryan Mustaine on Dr. Dre. Okay? Next thing I have is Brass by Royal Bangs. This is an indie rock album, $9.99. And Lee Hazelwood, Love and Other Crimes, 2014 reissue, $22.99. It's amazing. A lot of these indie collections have tons of Lee Hazelwood albums in them. And a lot of these like reissue labels really promote, especially I think it was Light in the Attic. I mean, they have done a deep dive into Lee Hazelwood and Nancy Sinatra records. It's pretty amazing. All right, here's another quick handful of 45s right quick, because as it approaches 11 o'clock and we keep going through vinyl, these are $6.99. Jim B's like, dang it. Chad's putting stuff out of the half-off bin. He's not coming down off his auction prices. Jim B is going to have to figure out an alternative on how to pay his rent next month. We have Pat Benatar, Hit Me With Your Best Shot. I Am Everyday People, Sly and the Family Stone. Really cool here. The Eagles, Take It Easy. The OJ's, Backstabbers. And another Pat Benatar, which is Treat Me Right. So Benatar, Sly, Eagles, and all those Backstabbers like Seth. Those are all $6.99, okay? Yngwie has one bid for $5. Does it play well? It will play with no skips. It will, no feelable marks. So yeah, it will play just fine. No skips. Okay, next thing I have here is Rocky Erickson, The Evil One. Rocky Erickson's a 2013 reissue. It has an HD side, $39.99 for that. And Keep On Moving, ESG. Keep On Moving's a 2016 UK Electro Dub Hip Hop, $17.99. And we have Free Design, One by One. Free Design is sealed, a 2014 reissue Psych record, $19.99, okay? So Betty Wright has one bid for $35. Yngwie was at $5. Susie Breedlove on the Eagles for $6.99. Susie Breedlove on Sly for $6.99. George Burleson next on Sly. Betty Wright Chuck has one bid for $35. Robert Warner on Rocky Erickson. That's Rocky Erickson from the 13-4 Elevators. Yngwie has a bid for $6. Eric Van Leuven on ESG, sold to Eric Van Leuven. Y&T has a new bid for $10. And we have Betty Wright at $40. So that leaves Benatar, and all those Backstabbers by the OJs. Backstabbers? Something like that. I can't sing like them. David Vonderveld, Summertime Hits, Indie Rock, $9.99. And we have Arc Sessions, Soul Afro Jazz Latin from the Club 7 scene, $14.99. So Yngwie's at $10 with Hoopy. Victor Gary, you're out. Betty Wright's at $40, which means Neil Rigler, you've been outbid. He says he's done. The Y&T, not Y&T, it's, I might have said Y&T, Yngwie Malmsteen. Did I say Y&T? There's no Y&T, but Neil Rigler does get Arc Sessions, okay? Okay, all right. Next, Japanese pressing. The Concert in Central Park, as featured in Seinfeld. We're going to the Paul Simon concert in the park? That's right. He got tickets from Cousin Jeffrey. This is Simon and Garfunkel, though. The Concert in Central Park. For those that don't know, that's in New York City. I've never been there. Maybe one day. $25 start for Simon and Garfunkel. $25 start on that, okay? New Lower Crate. These are all priced as marked, okay? We have a collection of classic funk from the vaults of P&P Records. A 2005 U.S. Funk compilation, $19.99. This record belongs to, is that the name of this? Yeah, I guess so. It's a compilation of kid-friendly tracks featuring Shel Silverstein, Nina Simone, and Kermit the Frog. Wow, $29.99, some kind of kids comp. There's that. And then we have Emerald Sea, as told by Marina Abramovich. Abramovich, and that is Dream Pop Shoegaze, $24.99. Okay, and then Neil Ragler on Funk. Ooh. Ooh. Neil Ragler on Funk. That is sold to Neil Ragler. Yngwie is sold for 10 to Hoopy. And then Betty Wright is sold to Chuck Haley for $40. Okay, there's that. And now Simon & Garfunkel, $25 start. So this is called This Record Belongs To. So it's a compilation of kids' music, compilations of kids' music. And some of the artists on here is Shel Silverstein, Nina Simone, Van Dyke Park, Harry Nilsson's on here, Woody Guthrie, Jerry Garcia making an appearance. So is Donovan, Kermit the Frog. And it's on pink, blue split vinyl, and it's limited to 300 from Light in the Attic. That's Light in the Attic. That's a great label. Light in the Attic is, what was the stuff we had a lot of the other day, golly, months ago? Vinyl Me Please. Light in the Attic is kind of, well, they're kind of similar to Vinyl Me Please. They do a lot of really cool stuff like that. Hold on one second. I'm doing an ear adjustment. All right, Leslie was first on this, and then Kelly Wlodarczyk, okay? And let's put that away. I have filled up a crate. Let me swap out crates, and we're about to put up all new auctions. More 45 buy it nows. Here's the status tonight. While we go through these last two John crates, we're still halfway through this Laura crate, maybe a third of the way through. We'll start going through more 45s, okay? And don't forget, we still got to tag Led Zeppelin lights. The first shipment of Led Zeppelin light, and I've been told Rush is on the way. Okay? So, folks, there you have it. We've had a full-length, busy show tonight. We hadn't done Nonsense half off. I'm sure Jim B will be ready for that. Chad's... James Allen wants Jim Sullivan. Yeah, Jim Sullivan. That's a good... I forgot about that one. I need to see if they still have those in stock. I wore that out for a while, that Jim Sullivan record, telling the story, and I was listening to it, and then I kind of retired it for a while. I need to bring back Jim Sullivan, see if they have them in stock. That's an amazing release, isn't it? All right, here is Simon & Garfunkel. There's a good chance if you ordered... Zeppelin and Rush, they'll be on your invoice this week, okay? Led Zeppelins are already here. Rush should be here soon. Van Halen's up for pre-order, and King Diamond should be tomorrow. The Jerry Garcia song was Jerry Garcia and David Griesman. Jeannie Jenkins. Jeannie Jenkins was on the This Record Belongs To comp. Jeannie Jenkins. All right, here we go. I'm ready for new stuff, and the first thing I have is My Morning Jacket, $19.99. I tuned in last night when I woke up to see where Paul was at during the sale, and he was going on a rant about how much he loves My Morning Jacket. So there you have it. There's another one, Circuital. Here's another metal auction we have not put up yet. This is Death Row Raging Steel. Death Row Raging Steel is an 87 German OG pressing. EX++ near mint minus, a $35 start. Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom. This is a Japanese pressing. Near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. There's the disc. There's the insert. Really nice. And it's ready to go. There's Hall & Oates, okay? Back to this crate. This is new stuff from Laura, sticker price, and we got Pearl Jam 10. This one's called Redo, $24.99. So Pearl Jam is the album, remastered, and then a new mix. So you get two different versions of Pearl Jam 10. There's no bonus tracks. It's just two different mixes, essentially. It's like the original remaster and then a different mix. It's called Redo. But it's Pearl Jam. It's the original recordings. That's a great price on that, $24.99. Over here, we have this. June of '44, Tropics and Meridians. This is Math Rock Post Rock, $19.99. And David Bazin, Passenger String Quartet, or David Bazin maybe. David Bazin fronts Pedro the Lion, Indie Rock, $19.99. Jim B said, funny story, there was a $6.99 CD you sold me with my last invoice. I got billed $35 because you said Jim B gets the $35 super rare CD or something like that. So, okay. They fixed that, though, for you, right? I hope they did. Maybe they didn't. You could still probably triple your money at $35. Next is Yola, Walk Through Fire. Yola is a soul album, $14.99, and Brighter Days Ahead. Brighter Days Ahead is a funk soul gospel compilation. It's a 2 LP, $19.99, and the Existential Soul of Tim Maia. This looks interesting. World Psychedelic Classics, Volume 4, a funk psych album from Brazil, and that is $19.99, okay? So over here we have Death Row for $35, Hall & Oates $35. Tony said Ed fixed it, and Jim B said he fixed it. Oh, Tony's still watching the sale. Tony will probably... Tony's usually coming in the mornings when I'm still here, right, Tony? He was here this morning. I was back in the back, basically about to fire Seth. So we have Jerry Lee Lewis, Frankie and Johnny, John and Robin, Dr. John the Medicine Man, The Five Americans, Con Man, also known as Seth, and Johnny Cash, Ballad of a Teenage Queen. That's an original son. And Johnny Guitar Watson, A Real Mother for Ya. A Real Mother for Ya. Those are all $6.99. Okay, first thing we have is this. Neil Rigler on Brighter Days Ahead. That's sold to Neil Rigler. We also have the Louvin Brothers, Love and Wealth, The Lost Recordings, $24.99. And then, Tony, you might have to do the show tomorrow. Tony might have to host a show tomorrow if my ear doesn't get better. R.L. Burnside is on orange vinyl, $19.99. All these singles I just laid down were $6.99, including Johnny Guitar Watson. Johnny Cash is sold to Tyson Morgan. The Five Americans, John and Robin is sold to... Now, that is John and Robin, the artist. The song is Dr. John the Medicine Man. George, I'll make sure that's what you want before I tag it for you, okay? And then Tim Voldness on JTW. And that was Johnny Guitar Watson, right? Tim Voldness. And then Danny Thomason on LB. And LB was for Louvin Brothers, okay? There's that. I'm going to make sure. And then, wow. So, Death Row. Ooh. Death Row is a $35 start or a $35 buy now. That is Raging Steel. And Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom is a $35 buy now. Okay? 3535. And then Who Am I and What Am I Doing? Who am I, what am I doing, and what is my purpose in life? Let me think about this. Who am I, what am I doing, and what is my purpose in life? Okay, I'll figure those questions out later, but right now, it's got to sound weird. I have to stop halfway through my sentences. Michael Ruttman on Death Row. That was this right here. This sold to Michael Ruttman for $35. Great buy on that one. Did you get my Pearl Jam offer? Pearl Jam was Bill Tochin. Did I not pull that yet? You should have got Pearl Jam. I've already pulled it for you. Bill Tochin got Pearl Jam. Tyson Morgan was second, okay? Then there was another question. How much was Sound of Ceres Emerald Sea? This one right here. Yes, Sound of Ceres Emerald Sea. Thank you. I don't even think I told what the artist was earlier. That was $24.99. $24.99. Victor, we've already sold Death Row. Not to be confused with the rap label. Yeah. All right. Still about Dre. All right. We have Otis Clay, live Otis Clay, a Japanese A 1978 Japanese OG with insert and obi, a $25 star. That was in the advertised auctions for tonight. Emerald Sea is sold to Steve Riley. And let's also go ahead and put up, I hadn't done the $15 start stuff, so I still got Hank Williams Sr. here. This is interesting here. We have Hank Williams, Sing Me a Blue Song. Should be not, I was about to say 1961. It's 1960. Now here's the notes you should probably pay attention to. It's G++ slash VG minus. Track A2 has a feeler. She play tested it. It definitely has pops, but didn't skip. So skip is like when he's going, skip is when he's going, trying to think of a Hank Williams song. The one that that kid was going around singing and made him famous. But either way, y'all know what a skip is. It's kind of where it starts hanging up. It goes rumpum, rumpum, rumpum. You know, it just makes the same sound over and over, which is very annoying. You don't want that happening. A pop is okay, but that's a $1 start. No skips. I'm trying to think of Lonesome. What's it called? Lonesome. I was going to try to sing Hank Williams. You know, he is my grandfather, but there you have it. Okay, next thing is this, and we have Irma Thomas, In Between Tears. Irma Thomas is on purple vinyl, 1999. Chad, you should go to Central Park for the Lennon Memorial. That's on my bucket list, and I passed on the Dr. John. Yes, I did not tag you for that. We have the brand new ZZ Hill, red vinyl, $14.99 for ZZ Hill, and we have various artists, Stone Crush, Memphis Modern Soul, 77 to 87. That is $34.99. A 2020 U.S. Memphis Funk Soul, $34. All right, let me pause right there for 1 second. Okay, I just screamed. Y'all couldn't hear me because I had my mute. I just screamed really loud to see if my ears... So it's not volume that triggers it, because I just like screamed as loud as I could and they didn't crack. So I don't know what triggers it. It's just random. But y'all didn't hear me, but I literally just screamed. And if somebody was in here, they would thought that I was probably died. Melanie Jennings on Irma Thomas. Hank has a bid for 1. Hank has a bid for 5. Otis Clay's a $25 start. That looks like Baroness. $14.99 for Baroness. Try to Disappear, which is a single as a picture disc. And we have Donny Hathaway, a 2000s U.S. Rhino reissue, $29.99. Loma, A Soul Music Love Affair, Volume 3, Sad, Sad Feelings, 64 to 68. That, it looks like a label, Loma Records. Interesting. An R&B soul. I bet some of those are really expensive. I bet if you looked up some of those, that's hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to obtain all those. Sealed for $14.99. And then over here, Mark Stanley on Baroness. And of course, Mark Stanley gets a Baroness. And we have the OC's Floating Coffin, $22.99. A note from Laura. Laura loves the OCs and quite possibly their best album. And then we have one copy here of Pedro the Wine, whole EP. A 97 USOG, nice. 1997 USOG, $34.99. All right, so Hank is at $6. Let's go ahead and make Otis Clay a $25 buy it now. And that's live Otis Clay, a Japanese pressing, okay? Let's go through the no bids right quick tonight. And here are the no bids. We got actually quite the stack over here. Ooh, quite the stack over here. Hank is at $6. Sing Me a Blue Song. Did you say Hank Williams is your grandfather? I actually did say that. But Jeff Brent, I'm going to be honest with you. I was totally jonesing, okay? I was totally jonesing. There's two people I will always claim to be my grandfather. The first one is Hank Williams Sr., the country and western honky-tonkin' legend. The other person I'll say is my grandfather is John Williams, the famous film composer, you know, like Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Harry Potter. I'll always say those are my grandfather. They may be. How do I know? But it's just a guess. Howlin' Wolf, Evil. Howlin' Wolf, Evil. A 1977 U.S. reissue, previously released under the title Moanin' in the Moonlight. Okay, I know that one. Moanin' in the Moonlight is a classic Howlin' Wolf album. So this is just a different title and a different cover. It's a straight reissue of Moanin' in the Moonlight. $15 starter, 77 press. The Loma compilation was called A Soul Music Love Affair, Volume 3, Sad, Sad Feeling. So a Soul Music Love Affair, Sad, Sad Feeling, sealed $14.99. Hank Williams Sr.'s at $7. It is an extremely low-grade record, G++, G++, okay? Hank has a new bid for $8. Here's the no bids. Otis Clay, live Otis Clay, Japanese pressing, $25. Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, Japanese, $35. Simon & Garfunkel, Concert in Central Park, Japanese, $25. Night Ranger, 7 Wishes, Near Mint Minus with Flexi Disc, $35. Emma Rosa, $125. I've already got an offer for $90. I countered at $125. Tony Rice is sealed. Native American, $50. Eric Clapton, Japanese, 461 Ocean Boulevard, $35. More of the Monkees, $35. Wow, that's a lot of no bids. Quite the stack there. Quite the stack there, okay? First thing we have is this. We got Hank Williams at 8, and we got Howlin' Wolf. Both have HW abbreviations. So make sure you let me know if you're bidding on Howlin' or Hank. Hank is at 8. Chris Frazier is out. Alan Hagen, I think you might have got confused, okay? We got 2 HWs up for auction. You may be bidding on both, but let me clarify this. We might need everybody to re-clarify their bids. We got Hank Williams Sr. and Howlin' Wolf. They're both 8, so don't use HW. That's my bad for doing that. So make sure you either put Hank or Howlin' or Wolf. Wolf might be definitely. Wolf would help tremendously. Hank and Wolf. But whatever y'all want to use, just be sure to keep them separate, okay? So we might need to re-clarify some of those, so we're not bidding against ourselves or bidding against a false prophet. Simon & Garfunkel, $25. I don't know where I came up with that at, false prophet. But we do have Simon & Garfunkel at $25, and this is sold to Brian Call. Todd saw you were second, okay? One second. Okay. Wolf 15, Wolf 18. The current bid on Wolf is $20. It's a 1977 issue. It's a straight reissue of Moanin' in the Moonlight. They retitled it Evil, okay? It's at $20 with Bill Tanchin. So I think the high bid on Hank is $8 with Chuck Haley. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. 8 with Chuck Haley. I'm showing Chuck Haley at $8, okay? And this was the last lower crate. There's still 2 more new arrival crates that John marked. Probably going to knock those out right now. Buy it now, best offer. I can go through those fast. as long as he didn't mark some bizarre stuff, which sometimes he does. I can go through his typically really fast because it's a lot of classic rock and stuff I'm really highly familiar with. There is a couple bizarre ones, though, I've seen right off the bat. And then don't forget, we're going to be doing 45s tonight as well, as long as I can hear. I guess I can still talk even if my ears completely go out. Donny Hathaway, Everything is Everything. Donny Hathaway is $29.99. Hank Williams has a new bid for $10. Howlin' Wolf is at $20, going once, going twice. Next auction is Cyclone. Cyclone is called Brutal Destruction. And Cyclone is an 86 USOG VG minus. Look at this. This record has sold for as much as $116. It's never sold less than 20 bucks on Discogs. This is never sold for less than $20 in any condition. We're starting this one at $5. Cyclone, a $5 start. All right, very quickly on this recap. Donny Hathaway, $29.99. Ornette Coleman, $19.99. Tomorrow is the question. The OCs is $19.99. Towns Van Zandt, Delta Mama Blues, $17.99. Brass by Royal Bangs, Indie Rock, $9.99. Lee Hazelwood, Love and Other Crimes, $22.99. Free Design, 1x1, sealed, $19.99. Wolf is at $20. What is the condition of Howlin' Wolf? I would say the vinyl is in EX condition and the cover is VG+. It does have a saw mark, but EX on the vinyl. Cyclone 10, Cyclone 10, Cyclone 12. Hank is at 10, Chuck Haley's out. And so this is sold for $10 and $10 that's sold to Alan Hagen. All right, so now Howlin' Wolf is still getting bids for $20. Tracy Songer on Free Design. Now Cyclone is at $20. Now another $20. David Vondervelde, Summertime Hits, Indie Rock, $9.99. My Morning Jacket, Circuitorial. My Morning Jacket, $19.99. June of 44, Tropics and Meridians, $19.99. David Bazin, Passenger String Quartet Volume 1, $19.99. Yola, Walk Through Fire, $14.99 for Yola. Tim Maia, The Existential Soul, $19.99. LR Burnside, Orange Vinyl, $19.99. The brand new ZZ Hill Red Vinyl, $14.99. Stone Crush, various artists, Memphis Modern Soul. A Memphis Funk Soul compilation, $34.99. That sounds interesting. Donny Hathaway again, this time a 2000s US Rhino reissue, $29.99. The OCs is $22.99. And then we had Pedro the Lion, the 97 USOG 10-inch, $34.99. And then Loma is sealed, $14.99, okay? So first thing we're going to do is Howlin' Wolf, $26. Mark Lent and Cyclone. MT Matt has it for $22. No, Victor Guerra is in first at $25. 25, the Victor Guerra, okay? Ooh. Okay, here's some more singles for $6.99. First thing I have is Pat Benatar, Hit Me With Your Best Shot, a jukebox promo. Johnny Taylor, Who's Making Love. Jerry Lee Lewis, Invitation to Your Party. B.B. King, a white label promo of Ain't Nobody Home. And Gloria Estefan, Rhythm Is Gonna Get You. It does have some pen writing, just $6.99 on that. Does have the original Walmart price tag. Okay. About time for another Japanese pressing. But first, Chad's going to touch his toes. Denise wants the Loma compilation. So to Denise. Howlin' Wolf is at 26. Bill Tochin's out. He had it at 20. And then there was another bid. And now it's at 26. And Cyclone's at 30. Anybody else? We're about to go through two Vintage Crates best offer. Still got 181 people watching here 15 minutes after 11. That's great. Thanks for spending the night with Coletco. I really, 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 really appreciate it, okay? $14.99. Yes, Denise. ZZ Hill price and Vladarchek on the OCs, okay? Well, let me step right back over here and grab this crate then. And the OCs is $22.99 and ZZ Hill was $14.99. So Vladarchuk on the OCs, and ZZ Hill was $14.99. Okay, all these singles I just showed were $6.99. That was Gloria, BB King, Jerry Lee Lewis, Johnny Taylor, and Pat Benatar. Okay, so Cyclone is at 35. Victor Guerra is out. Jeremy Bryant, Glitter from the Litter Bin on ZZ Hill. And then Howlin' Wolf is sold to Mark Lent for $26. All right, we're ready for new auctions. One thing I'm going to do before I go through the other crate, it won't take me but just a moment. It's that time of the night. I usually do it after we're done with new stuff, but we might not be done showing new vintage stuff until midnight. So let me go ahead and do this right now. We had 5 crates of new vinyl, and then here is what's left. First was Tedeschi Trucks Band. It's a 3LP red vinyl. These last two copies have seam splits though. $5 off because of the damage. These are now $64.99. They were $69.99. We sold about this many of them. It was a big pre-order. I have 2 left. The Bosses, Joe Turner, Count Basie, that's Analog Productions, $44.99. The Gifted Ones, Dizzy Gillespie, Count Basie, also Analog Production, $44.99. And there's 2 OCs. I think there was 2 OCs of Vladarchuk. There's this one that Laura said is quite possibly their best album. And then there was another one as well. So this one's called Floating Coffin, and then there's another one as well. Cyclone at 35, it's up to Victor Guerra. It's up to Victor Guerra, okay? But the first thing we're going to do is put up another Japanese pressing, and that one's going to be just a $25 start, and that's going to be Culture Club, Color by Numbers. And this is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Karma Chameleon, big 80s album here, insert, and $25 start for Culture Club, okay? Our next auction is, or our next record in here was Steppenwolf Gold. That's Analog Productions, $59.99. Fog Hat Full for the City, $44.99. Slow Ride, Take It Easy. Heart Dreamboat Annie's, $59.99. And then Violent Femmes, new for Friday. That is Translucent Blue Vinyl from Kraft, Anniversary Edition, $36.99. Kate Bush, The Best of the Other Sides, $44.99. Kylie Minogue, Christmas Album, $29. Iron Maiden Live in New York, $29. 4 of those still left. Iron Maiden Seventh Son, $33. Iron Maiden Dynamo, 2000, $29. Iron Maiden Maiden Voyage, $39. Neil Diamond All Time Greatest Hits, $33. Depeche Mode Ultra, $29. Depeche Mode Sounds of the Universe, $39. Static X, $39. Oasis, $64.99, Familiar to Millions. Led Zeppelin 1 was $29, and the new Best of 9 Inch Nails redo, 9 Inch Nail redo, $44.99, okay? And then over here, so which one? You got the Floating Coffin, which is the one that Laura says quite possibly their best album. That one was $22.99 Near Mint in shrink and sticker, okay? So 37 on Cyclone, that's a final call. Culture Club, 25. That's all the new sealed vinyl for tonight, okay? All the sealed new vinyl from tonight. We're about to go into more pre-owned vintage best offer. So 9 Inch Nails redo, Zeppelin 1, Oasis, Static X, Depeche Mode, Neil Diamond, Iron Maiden, Kylie Minogue, Kate Bush, Violent Femmes, Heart, Foghat, Steppenwolf, Dizzy, Count, and then Dizzy and Joe Turner Basie. And then the last 2 Tedeschi Trucks with a light seam split. You get to save a Abraham Lincoln on those. Oh. Okay. Come see about me. Midnight in Harlem. Great Tedeschi Truck stuff. Okay, let's go grab this other crate. It'd be wild if I skipped over a check condition bin over here. That would be... I did. I could have done this one hours ago. There's actually a check condition bin that's never been gone through. Y'all are going to like this one, especially the very first record, because I hadn't seen that in a while. John putting out more Beatles. He knows better than that. And putting out more Rush. He knows better than that. And putting out OG copies of Disraeli Gears. He knows better than that. Man. This is almost worthy of an auction. Ra-da-da-da. Ra-da-da-da. Okay. We have Cyclone sold to Victor Gare for $37. Culture Club is a $25 buy it now. Culture Club, a $25 buy it now. Okay, color by numbers. Japanese pressing, how much? $25. Wow, I know. $25. Buy it now or best offer. Okay. Back to the beginning. Cannot get those. No. Cannot get those. Cannot get those. I have a feeling they'll come out officially eventually, but nope. Here's one I don't get too often. A little bit something different here. The Temptations, Touch Me. $25 start. The Temptations. $25 start on that. And then our next from the advertised batch is 10cc. And this is a 1977 Japanese OG pressing of 10cc. That's also a $25 start. Danny said he would do 19 on the Japanese Culture Club. Sold to Danny for $19. I've sold this exact record anywhere from 15 to 75 on here. Just depends on how bad somebody wants it at that time. These are all new vintage arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. Okay? And if you just hopped on, if I sound like I'm talking funny at the end of my sentences or mid-sentence, like right then, about any time I try to talk, the best way I can describe it is my voice sounds like radio static, like an AM radio, FM radio with a bad signal, and somebody just cranks up the volume in my right ear. Okay? And so if it sounds like I'm talking funny or I stop mid-sentence, it's because literally my ear is ringing. And it sounds like it got like, just blasted all of a sudden with volume, okay? So that's what's going on. I think I'm good to continue the show. I'm not like literally dying, but on a scale of 1 to 10, it was about a 4. Now it's about a 7. Okay, but I should be good to go to finish the show. We have this, the Story of the Clash, a 1988 2LP VG Plus, $39.99. These are all new arrivals, best offer. Elton John, Rock of the Westies, VG $9.99. Elton John, Steppenwolf, VG $9.99. Foil cover, Magic Carpet Ride. There's a little bit of writing right there in the center. $9.99 on that. These are all best offer. Journey Departure, VG Plus $14.99. Les Paul and Mary Ford. This is called Warm and Wonderful. VG Plus $14.99. That's a Columbia 6i label. Les Paul and Mary Ford. And Leonard Cohen Live Songs. Leonard Cohen is VG Condition. $19.99. Final Call on Temptations, $25. Final Call on 10cc. That's a final call. Okay, here's some more singles. These are all $6.99. Jesus Was a Capricorn, Chris Christopherson. Chris Christopherson, Why Me? James Brown, Nobody Knows. Olivia Newton-John, Living in Desperate Times. And Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, $6.99, okay? First thing we have is Departure, $10, Brian Call. That's sold to Brian for $10. We also have Doug Kershaw, Live and Pickin'. That's EX $17.99. And then we have Smash Your Head Against the Wall, John Entwistle, VG Plus $14.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, VG Plus $19.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, $19.99. That's a good one. So this has many variations. This is the original textured cover. This is the original textured cover. That's a gatefold jacket. I love the gatefold with Nipper, the RCA dog, which they were on RCA. So this is really cool here. Don't You Want Somebody to Love? No, I'm definitely not sick. No, it's definitely some kind of ear problem. I truly believe my ears didn't get repressurized correctly on the flight. I was in intense pain when my plane was landing yesterday. I mean, it like torture level, like on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 on pain level. And oh yeah, I've tried blowing my ears. I've pinched my nose. I've swallowed. I've yawned. Yeah, I just did it right then. I just held my nose. It hadn't. That helped my left ear yesterday. You can ask Paul. When I pulled up yesterday, I couldn't hear out of my left ear at all. I mean, I probably had 10% hearing left in my left ear. Now my right ear is, my left ear is better, but my right ear is, yeah. I mean, it's kind of getting worse. Rush is VG Plus $39.99. This is a 1976 Terre Haute. 39 pop your jaw. I've been trying to do that too. When I mute my mic, I'm over here like doing crazy stuff every once in a while. Hold on a second. Yeah. Whew. Not helping too much. William Drugovich, you get the Clash for $30. And then Paul Simon, Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $9.99. The Dennis Coffee Band, A Sweet Taste of Sin. This is VG Plus, $14.99. Dennis Coffee Band. Leonard Cohen, Songs of Love and Hate. This looks like a really cool promo. WBJC, 1971, has a hop sticker on the back. VG Plus, $34.99, Leonard Cohen. Not a promo label, though. Not a promo label. Eric Van Leuven on Dennis Coffee. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Thank you on that. And then the Best of Mountain, Mississippi Queen, VG Plus, $14.99. All right, these two Japanese pressings are a buy now for $25 and $25. So 10cc and the Temptations. Touch Me. Wow, tons of no bids tonight. We'll go through it all here in just a second and try to chip down this stack. I'll start entertaining bids. And here's the Temptations. I can't take I took the night off last night. I took half the night off last night because I was, it had nothing to do with my ears. They were kind of bothering me last night, but it's weird how it just kind of kicked in tonight. Temptations, Adam Bernardi, $20. Chad hates taking time off. I don't think laying on my couch is going to fix my ears, or sell any more records. We have Birdie Green, the Golden Thrush Strikes. Interesting. 66 mono, VG Condition, $19.99. And Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis, VG $9.99. 10cc was just $25. So, okay, Japanese pressings I hadn't shown. Let me sort through them. Here's one I have not shown. Graham Nash and David Crosby. This is a $35 start. Graham Nash and David Crosby. It does have a little bit of a corner bump up here, but the vinyl is, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. A $35 start. It has the original on her sleeve, and it has this really cool trifold jacket if you've never seen that. That's David Crosby and Graham Nash. Okay, it does have some corner damage. $35 start on that. Pink Floyd, I sold it earlier for $125. This is 10cc. 10cc Deceptive Bends is a 1977 Japanese OG with insert OB and original on her sleeve. $25 will get that one bought. $25 will get that one bought. Okay. Next thing is Iron Butterfly 7. I'm going to counter at, Iron Butterfly 999, Iron Butterfly 5. I'll meet you less than the middle for 7. 7 on Iron Butterfly. Okay, next is Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, VG Plus $14.99. This is the Moody Blues. VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. And the Beatles, Step Right This Way, the Magical Mystery Tour. And this is an OG stereo press. That is Magical Mystery Tour. VG Plus $39. Over here we have Iron Butterfly, sold to Brian Call for $7. Nash and Crosby, $35 start on that, okay? So there's that. Let me put all these over here. South side of Chicago. Ooh, let's go through this stack right here. These are all $6.99. Olivia Newton-John, Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. Bob Lind, Elusive Butterfly. The Supremes, My World is Empty Without You. Crazy Elephant, Gimme Gimme Good Lovin', and Cross Country in the Midnight Hour. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Cross Country, Crazy Elephant, The Supremes, Bob Lind, and Olivia Newton-John, okay? I'm going to go ahead so we can go ahead and get through the leftover auctions. Graham Nash, David Crosby. Graham Nash, David Crosby, a $35 buy it now, okay? $35 buy it now on that. 3-5. Uptown got its hustle. Big Jim. Okay, so y'all know about that one. Graham Nash, David Crosby, $35. Susie wants Cross Country, Midnight Hour. So does Susie for $6.99. All right. And then here is all the standard Japanese stuff. Okay. And then Edwin Blom, I never did hear back from him. So I'm going to sell 10cc to Adam Bernardi for $20. Graham Nash, David Crosby sold to Joseph McCormick for $35. So we have More of the Monkees, $35. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, $35. Night Ranger, $35. Hall & Oates, $25. Otis Clay, $25. So 35, 35, 35, 35, and then 25. And then two from the Hot Pitchers. Two from the Hot Pitchers. Tony Rice, Native American, $50. And then Emma Rosa, $125. Okay? There's that. No problem, Edward Blom. Buy it now, best offer on anything in here. Kansas Leftoverture, VG condition, $9.99. Jesse Gain, Jesse Come Home, hadn't seen that one in a while. VG plus $14.99. Edwin Blom on Olivia for $6.99. Or excuse me, my bad. Chuck Haley for $6.99. The Cars, Shake It Up, VG plus $19.99. Led Zeppelin, a Columbia Clubhouse copy, VG $19.99 on Led Zeppelin. And then Van Morrison, recorded live. That's a VG copy, $14.99. Mountain Avalanche is EX, $22.99. This is interesting. It's a quad pressing. EX, $22.99 for Mountain. It does have a clip corner. We also have Jackson Brown, Running on Empty, VG, $9.99. Whoops. Elton John, Empty Sky. Elton, we had this the other night. As an OG UK. This is a reissue of his first UK album. That is VG $9.99. And then the last two is Boz Scaggs, Dwayne Allman on guitar, VG plus $14.99. And the Beatles 65, an Apple reissue, VG plus $19.99. I Feel Fine. I like this song right. Oh, I'm thinking about the Beatles 6. Never mind. Beatles 65. Okay. I Feel Fine's on here, though. She's a Woman. Give me that rock and roll music. Mr. Moonlight. Babies in Black. VG Plus $19.99. All those are best offer, too. Take advantage of a new arrival vintage bin being shown at 11:30 when most people's asleep and there's only 154 people watching. Okay? Only 154 watching, okay? Give me 1 second. Hot pictures. I'm looking over here right now. Laura has sent me hot pictures. Yes. We got a great Wednesday night lined up. Let me airdrop them. Let me airdrop them over here to the computer and we'll show them on screen in just a second, okay? So let me highlight them, airdrop them, and we'll put them up here on screen in just a second. Let's go ahead and get started with this next crate of new vintage, okay? Crosby & Nash already sold for $35, except save to downloads. And yeah, I'll get these pulled up in just a second. So one more crate of new arrivals, and then we're purely on miscellaneous for the rest of the night, okay? I'll start showing the hot pictures in just a second. Anything else is up for fair offer here, as long as it's not Emarosa, because I've already turned down a $90 offer, because in my opinion, we need to put this on Discogs for about $200 best offer and see what happens. And Jim B, in 3 years, if it doesn't sell, I'll take your $90 offer. But we got to give it at least 3 years on Discogs. However, if anybody else wants a price on anything in here, it's going to be a quick read-through. We had Elton John, we had Steppenwolf, we have Les Paul. At this point, I'm talking through my pain, so just bear with me if I sound funny. Leonard Cohen, Doug Kershaw, John Entwistle, The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, Rush, All the World's a Stage, Paul Simon, Greatest Hits, Leonard Cohen, The Best of Mountain, Bertie Green, Joe Walsh, This Is Moody Blues. These are all best offer too. Magical Mystery Tour, Let Me Take You Down, Cause I'm Going to, Strawberry Fields, da-da-da-da. Baby, you're a rich man. How does it feel to be one of the lone people? All you need is love. Penny Lane, there. You say goodbye. I say hello. Full on the hill. Alone on the hill. Your mother should know. I am the walrus. Okay, I'll stop. Next thing we have is Kansas Leftoverture. And then we had Jesse Come Home by James Gang, The Cars, Led Zeppelin, Van Morrison, Mountain, Jackson Browne, Elton John, Boz Scaggs, and The Beatles, 65. Everything back here is new and sealed. Pearl Jam, 29. Alice in Chains, 36. Jar of Flies, 24. And Rush is at 36. Okay? Those are all new and sealed. New crate. Here we go. Moody Blues is a 2 LP compilation. VG Plus, $14.99. Your mother should know. All right, here we go. Some cool stuff in there. Some stuff surprisingly went unclaimed. Let's see what's in this last crate here. I'm going to take a peek at these. Interesting. I like those first two. I'm looking from the front of the crate, which is the last ones y'all will see. I might mix a few of these up. Oh, wow. Haven't had that in a while. That's about right. I hadn't seen that. I was thinking about that the other day. We hadn't had that one. And it's not in print. Well, it's not in print with all the other... yeah, well, y'all see later when I show it. It's only one of my favorite bands. So that narrows it down to 4. Maybe 5. All right, let's show those hot pictures right quick. Let's show those right quick. All right, and we have hot pictures for tomorrow. So this is a preview of tomorrow's auctions. Of course, we always have bonus and surprise. Still got Japanese, but this is the stuff that we try to post to at least get people watching. You know, like, wow, they've got Savatage. I'm definitely going to tune in just to bid that. So looks like we got Banshee. Haven't seen that in a while. Megaforce 707. That's always a big one. Victory, Kate Bush, Savatage, George Michael, Duran Duran. It looks like it's sealed or in shrink, one of the two. And then Madonna, and then Bobby Hutcherson. Hold on, I'm trying to get my keyboard to turn on. Keyboard, you working yet? Hold on one second. What's going on? Hello? Okay, there we go. Let me just do it this way. I should be able to pan like this. Okay, there we go. All right, the Beatles, that's a live bootleg, Dallas, Seattle, Toronto, LA. I've had that before. I actually own a copy of that. The Clash Combat Rock, the International Submarine Band, that's always desirable. David Bowie Live, Excel 4, Nightwish, Lamb of God, Hex, and Riot. Don't see that one too often. Privilege of Power. Y&T, The Bluegrass Sound, Ralph Stanley, Clinch Mountain. I'm pretty sure Keith Whitley plays on that one. George Strait, number 7. Van Halen, some sort of bizarre alternate color. That might be the UK edition of The Who Live at Leeds. REM Document, Leonard Skinner. I bet that's on Sounds of the South. Looks like a bright, beautiful looking copy. The Black Crowes, Judas Priest. And then Scorpions, Betsy. That's a metal record. The Chemical Brothers, Damian Thorne. That thing in the middle is a Tom Petty Wildflowers box set. That is a Tom Petty Wildflowers box set. Sonny Rollins, Saxophone Colossus, Viper, Black and Blue, and TLC fan mail. That is a preview of tomorrow's featured auctions. Those right there. Those right there. Those right there. Okay? All right. And we're back, and we're ready for a crate of new arrivals. Close those out. And close that out. And here we go. Zeppelin, Beatles, Metallica, Rush. Favorites? Oh, man. Zeppelin, Beatles, Metallica, Yes, and Rush. Somewhere in there. Yes is ahead of Rush. Yes is ahead of Rush for my favorite, yeah. I'm a recent Metallica fan. I mean, I didn't start listening. I was listening to those other bands long before Metallica. I got interested in Metallica just in the last, I'm going to say 5 years, maybe even 4 or 3, really. It changed when I seen them in concert. And I just became I mean, I've jumped into fandom big time on them. But far as bands where I could listen to almost their entire discography, it would have to, if I can't pick and choose years, it's probably Zeppelin, Beatles, and then that's like a no-brainer. But I got little offshoots because, you know, I love Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and I love Tool. But Tool's recent too. I became a Tool fan in the last 5 years probably. The rest of those are just way too sentimental, especially Yes. But Yes would probably rank 3. But the Beatles 65 have the booklet inside. The Beatles 65. The Beatles 65 did not come with a booklet. Magical Mystery Tour did. You might have meant Magical Mystery Tour. Magical Mystery Tour has a booklet in the gatefold, yes. It is detached, which most of them actually, yeah. The beef of the book is detached. But yeah, that's hard. Y'all know that's hard to rank your favorites. But I mean, the first couple definitely. Zeppelin for me. But man, I love Black Sabbath. Let's not forget about them. Yeah, the booklet's detached, but it's there. Man, Black Sabbath. You see, there I want to narrow it down. So like Black Sabbath, it's from self-titled to, I guess, you know, the Ozzy years, right? The early Ozzy years, especially through the first. And then I love the first 2 Dio albums. But see, if I just say Led Zeppelin, I literally love every song they ever recorded, and I think they're all great. But I guess if you can narrow it down to years, man, Black Sabbath would definitely be in my top 10, maybe top 5. How could you go wrong? Self-titled, Paranoid, Master of Reality, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Man, just incredible stuff. Volume 4. Incredible. These I will do for $15 and $30. I need 30 for that one. I'll do that one for 15. $5 off and $10 off. Okay? And my ear is absolutely just ringing. So let's get started going through this new crate, buy it now, best offer. All right, buy it now, best offer. We have Humble Pie, Eat It, with booklet, another one with a booklet, $34.99 for Humble Pie, Eat It. Led Zeppelin 3, Speak of the Devil. This is a 5-digit reissue series, $44.99. That's a beautiful copy. So this album originally came out in 71. This is a 75 or 76 pressing, 75 or 77 pressing, $44.99 on that one. Waylon, Hank, Sabbath, Metallica, Justice and Before, and King Diamond, Merciful Fate. Yeah, some bands you gotta have to kind of narrow it down because they change singers and whatnot. But yeah. I'll take both. Okay, so these are Song to Debbie for 30 and So to Debbie for 15. Okay, done and done. You know, same thing with the Beatles. I think I like them so much because, I mean, I get literally worked up listening to outtakes and demos. You know, I'm like, wow. When I found out Anthology 4 was coming out, we're going to get literally studio chatter from the Beatles. If they released a thing where it was like, this is 80 hours of just the Beatles in the studio talking, I would at some point attempt to sit down and listen to it all. You know, I would just have it playing. I would be interested in just listening to the studio chatter. So, because I'm amazed just hearing them talk in the studio. So, there's not much like that for I've never heard anything like that Led Zeppelin. I don't think that stuff even exists. Pink Floyd's up there too, especially from Metal to The Wall. They would be in my top 10. All right, Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton. Sammy Hagar's $22.99. So Zeppelin, Sammy Hagar, Humble Pie. Alice Cooper Killer, $29.99 for Alice Cooper Killer. That's on this green Warner Brothers label, $29.99. But one more thing, I'm getting really sidetracked here. My ear. This stuff here, I'm a recent fan of all this. Probably longer than a lot of other bands, but man, the 90s grunge stuff and just metal in general, I've really become a fan of that stuff lately. Probably about the last 5 years, maybe 7. But man, the first time I heard Alice in Chains and really got into those other tracks, golly. This stuff here. Rain When I Die, Down in a Hole, Sick Man. I'm not talking about the hits or the big ones. Angry Chair. Golly. Holy moly. And then every song on 10. Jar of Flies. Oh my gosh. No Excuses. Rotten Apple. Nuts. I Stay Away. Oh man. When he hits those notes. Golly. That's great stuff there. That's so good. And of course, I became a fan of Rush when I really started to appreciate what Neil Peart was doing on drums. Then I realized how talented Geddy was. Then I realized how talented Alex was. And then it just all started clicking. And then I just got into their music. I was like, man, Rush is incredible. Okay, over here we have Accept No Substitutes, Pleasure. That's a 1976 promo. Interesting. $59.99. Accept No Substitutes. The name of the artist is Pleasure. $59.99. Leo Sayer, $9.99. So let's have some radio interviews. Interviews, yeah, there's some interviews. They didn't do a lot of press stuff. They stayed kind of behind the curtain. So Led Zeppelin wasn't in public much, and they didn't. There's not many demos or outtakes. No. And if it is, Jimmy Page probably won't put them out. He would have already put them out in those box sets. So there's probably not a lot out there. So we just get their final cut, and I think that's the way they like it. Doc Holliday, that's a cool cover. Doc Holliday, $24.99. I'll Be Your Huckleberry. Leo Sayer is sold to George Burleson. Thank you on that. That's sold to George Burleson. And then we have Iron Butterfly Live. This is sealed, but okay, maybe. This shrink wrap looks weird, okay? I'm not liking this shrink wrap. It just doesn't look right to me. But it's sealed, $24.99. And if you want me to, I'll open it. $24.99 on Iron Butterfly. Fleetwood Mac Tango on the Night, $34.99. Fleetwood Mac Tango on the Night, $34.99 for that. We have Leonard Cohen, Songs from a Room. Leonard Cohen is a 71 Terre Haute, $39.99 for that one. Danny Thomason on DH for $18. That's Doc Holliday. Sold to Danny Thomason for $18. Dennis Coffey, Going for Myself. A 1972 Sonic Press, $29.99 for Dennis Coffey. Golly. At this point, I'm just talking through the ringing in my ears, so I hope I sound okay. I literally can't hear myself talk almost. Robert Palmer, Pressure Drop. $19.99 for Robert Palmer. And we have The Alarm. The Chant Has Just Begun. That's a 12-inch single. The other track is The Bells of Rhymery, $14.99. I'm going to talk with my right ear plugged like I'm singing, so that way I can just hear myself through my left ear. The Buggles, The Age of Plastic. Video Killed the Radio Star, $34.99. That doesn't come through as often as it should. Commando 5, maybe? Drum Priest, $9.99. I'll tag the Zeppelin signs after this crate. We're almost done. It's took us 6 hours to go through all the new arrivals. This is Joni Mitchell and Shrink and Hop, $19.99. That's a great album. I love the song Help Me. Oh my gosh, Help Me. Sounds like you've been transported to a different dimension. Joni Mitchell, that is Court and Spark. Shrink and Hop sticker on that one too. Dr. John, Destin Timberlake Bonnaroo is in Shrink as well. And this is a 1974 PRC Richmond press. And this is $49.99. Destin Timberlake Bonnaroo, $49.99. There's a 77 interview with Jimmy in New York that I love. His voice is so soothing. I don't know if I've heard that one. There's so much on YouTube, and then, of course, there's a lot of bootlegs out there, but as y'all know, Led Zeppelin's not going to release something unless it's probably just absolutely perfect as far as sound recordings. I mean, there's probably so much they could have been putting out since the 90s and making millions of more dollars, but they just never have done it. They probably don't really care to, and they probably aren't going to. And I've always said until probably they're passed away and then like their family and their heirs are like, yeah, let's crank all this stuff out that was sitting in the vaults that we now are the owners of so we can make millions of more dollars. So I think it'll probably be when they're all unfortunately gone. Might even happen with the Beatles, you know. John Lennon's heirs. Yoko might have stuff she's not even telling them about. Who knows? 10 Years of Dirt, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, $19.99. Pink Floyd Ummagumma, that one's $39.99. Pink Floyd Ummagumma. And we have Uriah Heep Wonderworld. Uriah Heep Wonderworld, $19.99. Isaac Hayes, Live at the Sierra Tahoe. This is a cool one here. This is $39.99. It's a gatefold, and it has these gimmick, what we call a gimmick cover. It has these doors that open. Looks like the front of the stage is opening. And I think if you put the inner sleeves in there the right way, it changes images. So that's a cool cover. Isaac Hayes is $39.99. That's Live at the Sierra Tahoe. That's $39.99. And then we had Yes, Time of the Word. This is the one I was talking about. So Steven Wilson has remixed a lot of the Yes catalog, Yes album, Fragile. This one hadn't been done yet. I'm assuming that's in the works, but that's a great one. And this is OG, $39.99. It does have some damage down here, but I haven't seen that one. $39.99. John Anderson, Chris Squire, Tony Kaye, Bill Bruford, and Peter Banks. Oh, man, everything on here is good. Sweet Dreams. Of course, Time of the Word. Astral Traveler. I love that one. The Prophet. Whew. Every Days. Then. That's so good. Astral Traveler. Oh, man. Sold to Josh Brown for $35. Enjoy that. There's no telling how many times I've listened to that album. Government Cheese. Come on back to Bowling Green and marry me. Government Cheese. $9.99. Some kind of 4-track 1987 Reptile Records. That's interesting. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is Four-Way Street, $34.99. Always check the gatefold on these. For some reason, this album did get signed a lot on the front. They used to sign the gatefold because, you know, a pen or a Sharpie didn't show up too well on the front. So I've had two different ones signed by Stephen Stills inside of the gatefold, and then I had one signed by Crosby and Stills on the gatefold. So always check those for autographs. Lydia and Pence, Cold Blood, $19.99, and then Heart, Dreamboat Annie. We sold the MoFi copies earlier. Here's a U.S. original, $29. Ooh, $29.99 for Heart, Dreamboat Annie. We have Sherelle, I think. You Look Good to Me. Sherelle is $9.99. Does Government Cheese have yellow clean pleaches on it? No. It has Come On Back to Bowling Green and Marry Me, Underneath the Water Tower, Face to Face, and Inside of You. All right. And then over here we have Eberhard Schoner, Video Magic, a sealed copy, $19.99. George Burleson said when he was in high school, he tried Astral Traveler a bunch of times. Mushroom, peace sign, wizard, and sunglasses emoji. I think what George Burleson is trying to say there very subtly is when he was in high school, he used to do acid trips. Tiny Tim, second album. Tiny Tim is a 1969 Pittman, $19.99. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine. The Doors is $34.99. It's got a nasty scuff right there, but John still passed it at $34.99. Dennis Coffey, Motor City Magic. Dennis Coffey's $24.99. Sting, Nothing Like the Sun, $34.99. Lou Courtney, Buffalo Smoke, a 1976 funk album. That looks interesting. Lou Courtney, Buffalo Smoke on RCA too. Gold stamp promo, $24.99. Also over here we had Cornell's Brother and Sister Rose, Too Late to Turn Back Now, and the great song Treat Her Like a Lady. That is sealed, $19.99. Eric Van Leuven on Dennis Coffey for $20. Make sure he gets that one for $20. Thank you, Eric. And we have Close Up, Merle Haggard, which is a 2 LP compilation. It's a top loader, $24.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $29.99. No More, Mr. Nice Guy. Also, we have Boz Scaggs' Middleman. Boz Scaggs is in Shrink, $14.99. I've actually got on a kick lately listening to Lido Shuffle. One More for the Road, Boz Scaggs' Middleman. It's not on that album, though, unfortunately. Here is Leo Sayer with a gigantic Leo Sayer Just a Boy a promo sticker. This free promotional copy is provided with hope that you will play it for in-store play, that you will use it for in-store play. So I'm sure somebody did at some point. Now you can buy it for $9.99. Rick Springfield, earlier one here, Shrink and Hop, $19.99. And then the last few records is Bruce Springsteen, Chime of Freedom, a 4-track, $19.99. Procol Harum, a wider shade of pale. This is a little bit later pressing, reissue, $34.99. And then over here is Carl Douglas. Everybody was Kung Fu Fighting. Dun, 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 dun. They were fast as lightning. Whoa, whoa, ho, ho. Everybody was Kung Fu Fighting. Susie, AC, $25. Alice Cooper sold to Susie Breed Love for $25. Everybody was Kung Fu Fighting. Dun, 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 dun. Those kids were fast as... That is peak 1970s Kung Fu. I'm sure some of y'all were alive to see the mid-early 70s Kung Fu rush. It even got embedded in a couple of James Bond films. It was so big. Everybody was literally Kung Fu fighting, right? It was a sensation. Kung Fu movies, Kung Fu music. Everybody was Kung Fu fighting in 1974. a sensation. Dun, 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 dun. Man, there's a lot of people on this chat that's done some sort of psychedelic drugs before. I can say that I never have. Might be a good thing. Y'all probably don't want to see me on some kind of psychedelics. This show could really go off the chain. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Okay. So here's where we're at in the show. I've got about 20% hearing in my right ear that keeps buzzing like I'm getting electrocuted. I still got at least another hour, maybe 2 hours. We never did even finish recapping last night's 45s. I've been doing them little handfuls at a time for like 5 hours. We got 4 other boxes we could possibly go through, but I have promised some people that we would go ahead and tag these Led Zeppelin lights right now. So let me do this. I'm going to pause and say we're officially getting into. I'm going to pause LPs and say we're officially getting into miscellaneous and 45s for the rest of the night. So at this point, anything goes. I'm not saying we're done with LPs. I said we're pausing them. Okay, we are pausing them. Okay, we are pausing them. Did you get the new Peter Criss? Peter Criss came in. Everybody got tagged for a pre-order. We sold out of all the extra reserve, and now there's a waiting list. So if you pre-ordered, I should have liked your comment on the post, meaning you got one. Here's all the 45s we sold so far tonight. We had a few auctions, and then these are all the ones we sold from last night's recap. There were some people early on that was waiting that I would hopefully show more, but we were just way too busy, unfortunately. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack in here. The 2 lots for this week, far as deliveries, the first one is Led Zeppelin, which we're about to tag. Rush should be here by the end of the week, maybe even tomorrow. And then there's a couple new pre-orders, and I think Beatles is being worked on, and Kiss Japanese. Yes, they're in this building. I just don't have them ready. Mark, as usual, will blame Seth. I let him tag and work on some of that Japanese, okay? So I know they're here. We just got to get them ready to sell, okay? And that's all the leftover auctions that's been laying back here. I'm going to put all these back here behind me. I mean, I can barely talk. Somehow I'm still making sense out of all my chatter, but my ear is killing me. I'm probably just going to keep telling you that, so you'll feel sorry for me and, you know, like want to send me free beef jerky. Here you go, Chad. Sorry your ear's hurting. Here's a pack of fresh, delicious beef jerky. Beef jerky. It's almost snack time, too. I'm about ready for a snackola, which is going to be pistachios, and chocolate-covered raisins. All right. Pistachios and chocolate-covered raisins. Man, those kids were fast as lightning. All right, here's the big reveal. Nice. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. Oh, let the sun beat down upon my face. Stars fill my dreams. Da-da-da. I am a traveler of both time and space, to be where I have been. Da-da-da. To sit with elders of a gentle race. This world is seldom seen. The talk of days for which they sit and wait, all will be revealed. Down, 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 down. da 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 da. Let there be light. I think that's the default. Wish I could get, I got to get Jake to redo my table over here so we can get outlets closer to me. All right. Nice. Look at that. Da 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 da. Down down bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun down down. Ooh. Dun 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 dun. Baby, I've been. Ooh, yeah. Okay, that was Kashmir by Led Zeppelin here on Rock 101.5 Coletco Radio. And now back to your host, Chad Williams. Okay, so there are the Led Zeppelin boxes. I got one plugged up. They might already be all spoken for. And here we go, and here's everybody who got one, okay? Let's read these suckers off. Led Zeppelin, $59.99. $59.99 for Led Zeppelin, okay? First one we go to is George Jones. George Jones gets one. Thank you, George Jones. Clifford Umstead on 2. Ow, my ear. I can't talk loud. That's what's causing it, I think. Loud volumes is killing my ear. And it's really hard for me to talk quiet on here. So George Jones, Clifford Umstead on 2. Jeff Brent RTO. You can count on Jeff Brent RTO getting one. There's Jeff Brent's RTO, and then we'll lay this one on top, Scott Markheim. All right? If anybody knows you're not on the pre-order and you want a Led Zeppelin light, now's the time. So these are 3D light boxes. They change colors. As you can see, there's different functions. I was playing with it a second ago. They change colors, they change functions, and they can be synced to music. And you can literally connect it to a phone app. You can connect these to a phone app, okay? So we have Mike Pierce. He was next. There's one for Mike Pierce. Thank you, Mike Pierce. That's so to you. Next is Jeremy Veit. There's one for Jeremy Veit. Thank you, Jeremy Veit. V-E-I-T. One for Jerry Stone. There's one for Mr. Stone, okay? And then we have one over here for Stephen A. Young. There's one for Stephen A. Young. Let's put the bubble wrap right there for that one. And the next one goes to Sherry Darnell. So thank you, Sherry. There's one for you. Led Zeppelin. Boy, I like how that's changing colors back there. And then we got Cindy Yarborough for one. There's one for Cindy Yarborough. And then we had Brent Robley and Susie Breedlove. Let's pull a couple more out of here. Brent Robley and Susie Breedlove. Oh, man. Led Zeppelin. Dump, dump, dump. Down, down, down. I don't know why I got Kashmir stuck in my head, but there's Brent and there's Susie. And then Paul Brothers. Chris Bryant wants 2 Led Zeppelins. All right, so there's Paul Brothers and then 2 for Chris Bryant. 2 for Chris Bryant. So there's one for Paul, 2 for Chris Bryant, and then Rick Maggers, M-A-G-E-R-S. We got to give one for him, Rick Maggers. There's one for Rick. Hold on a second. Whoops. Got that one hung up on something. We got it fixed, though. So there's one for Rick Maggers. And then Rob Fordham. Thank you, Rob Fordham. And then Josh Tanner's next. There's one for Josh Tanner. Stephen Parton and Solarplex Studios. Stephen Parton and Solarplex Studios. There's a couple more sold. Stephen Parton and Solarplex Studios. Boom and boom. And then Tracy McFadden. And Terry Gearhart. Tracy McFadden and Terry Gearhart. Tracy McFadden and Terry Gearhart. Sold and sold. All right. And there's those. And then Darren Wortman says, can I still order one? I'm going to say, I've got you down. Darren Wortman gets one right now. Okay. Sold to Darren Wortman. All right. So we have, all right, let's look at that again. So the Led Zeppelin lot pre-order was the following. George Jones to George Jones, Clifford Umstead on 2, Jeff Brent RTO, Scott Markheim, Mike Pierce, Jeremy Vaught, Jerry Stone, Stephen A. Young, Sherry Darnell, Cindy Yarborough, Brent Robley, Susie Brillo, Paul Brothers, Chris Bryant 2, Rick Maggers, Magers, Rob Fordham, Josh Tanner, Stephen Parton, Solarplex, Tracy McFadden, and Terry Gearhart and Darren Wortman. Okay? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Dang, I just messed up. 23, 24. That email notification messed up my flow. Let me set it over here where I can see it better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, it should be 24. Let's do that one more time. This is very serious stuff, folks. This is why I literally have to stop the show, okay? These lot boxes are serious business. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24. Okay, should be 24 right here. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 12, 2, 4, 6, 18, 2, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 4 is 24 last time I checked. There's 24. Okay, so how many do I have left? I have 1, 2, 3. I got 5 in stock. 6, counting that one. I got 6 Led Zeppelins in stock. Okay, thanks everybody for pre-ordering. I'm going to go put these on the sold table. And yeah, so I'm eventually going to get to the point where I have about 5 in stock of all times. So my goal is at any given time, have 5 in stock. If I sell out, try to get 5 more. I feel like I'm always going to need these, okay? Because we sold the last Black Sabbath tonight. We had 1 Black Sabbath left. It sat back there forever. And Solarplex got on and said, you know what, go ahead and give me that too. I think everybody's going to like these so much, they're eventually going to create like a mirage, a collage of lights. I think that's what Jeff Brent RTO's doing. He said he wants every one of them. He's going to build literally a whole custom shelf, and he's going to have a whole wall. When you walk in, it's going to look like the Las Vegas Strip. It's going to look like Hollywood Boulevard. It's just going to be band signs galore, lit up like a 4th of July. It's going to be lit up like a beacon of hope of all these classic bands. Okay? So I'll order more Sabbath, no problem. Does anybody want a Led Zeppelin live tonight? Okay? Does anybody want a Led Zeppelin live tonight? There they are. This one right now is just kind of rotating all through the colors. They do different things. They flash. They probably have them all hooked up and you changed them all different patterns. It'd probably look pretty trippy, all the different ways they can flash and change. I honestly have not got to mess around with them because I never have time to really keep one in stock and mess with it. So that's Led Zeppelin. And just so everybody knows, I can be selling other ones right now. Here is the next one. Rush should be in this week. And if you want me to go ahead and like key in your name right now, I can. Rush is doing this week, okay? So it looks like the classic Rush logo. Same thing, it's going to be like that. Rush is the next one. If you want one, let me know. I'll key in your name right now. I'll key in your name right now. That's quite a few people on here. Stephen Chesney, Mike Pierce, Jeff Brent, Kevin Sullivan, John Martinez, Mark Morris, Mike Bartlett, Jeff Brent, for Stephen Coca, Jen Cass, Chuck Yeager 2 times, Jennifer Schrader there. That's all people for Rush, okay? The Beatles was next. They're next, so it's Zeppelin. Rush is on deck for this week. I can go ahead and tag you right now. Beatles is in manufacture. They're on their way, okay? If you want a Beatles, okay? If you want a Beatles, and then today was the big announcement, and I bet we've done a bunch. Yeah, Van Halen. How many? I'm curious. I hadn't got the look since 6 o'clock. We have pre-sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. We've pre-sold 22 Van Halen so far. Look at that. 22 Van Halens. That's a cool, it comes with a stand. That one's going to be awesome. And then tomorrow is King Diamond. Now, that one is kind of niche, like I said, but I've had somebody really want me to do it for them. I promised them I would by the end of the year. I didn't know they would be this far. I thought we'd be doing like a couple a day, but I didn't want to get too crazy because we really don't know when they're coming in. And I think since everybody's been okay with that, I really don't know when these things are going to come in. So I've had to ask everybody, please be patient, because the Kiss one took forever because it seemed like that we made so many of them. It took forever. But I'll eventually get around to all these other bands. We have this discussion every time. If you can literally name a band, I'll put it on my list and we'll eventually get it done. I just can't guarantee it, okay? So the first thing we have is this. Chris Bryant wants 2 Rush. Let me put you down on the main pre-order. So we don't forget, okay? And my list over here is pretty exhaustive. We have almost 100 lined up to do for the rest of this year and next year. So let's put down Chris Bryant times 2 on Rush. I'm typing in your name right now. And then next is Metallica. Okay, now let me get my laptop out because here is the deal with some. Some are waiting list, and we have more on the way. Okay, I actually had Led Zeppelin already on my laptop. Okay, and it was Solarplex. Did I call out Solarplex earlier? Let me see if I did. Hold on one second. Let me do a quick timeout. First, let me do Beatles right now for MIT Lab. Okay, this is really helpful for YouTube people that right now that doesn't have that. Plus, we're selling stuff, so I'm okay doing this right quick. MIT Lab on Beatles. MIT Lab 80. I'm keying in your name right now. MIT Lab 80. All right, you're down for a Beatles. And then let me pull back up Zeppelin because I forgot I actually had that. I actually already have Led Zeppelin, a spreadsheet made. So I'm going to make sure I have everybody on my spreadsheet that was over here. Let me do this. Let me start down here at the bottom. Jeff Bryn RTO was actually first, but he got one either way. George Jones, Cletus Scott Markheim, Mike Pierce, Jeremy Vaught, Jerry Stone, Stephen A. Young, Sherry Darnell, Cindy Yarborough, Brent Robley, Susie Breedlove, Paul Brothers, Chris Bryant times 2, Rick Maggers, Rob Fordham, Josh Tanner, Stephen Parton, Solarplex Studios, yeah. Then Trace McFadden, Terry Gerhart, and Darren Warman. And that should be 21 plus 3. Okay, good. So all those people got one. So the next one, all right, Metallica. Patrick Francis, Aaron Andrus, and Jerry Stone. That is the current wait list for Metallica. Metallica looks like the classic, you know, M, lightning bolt looking. It's like a big Metallica word. That is a waiting list. And here's who's on the waiting list. Patrick Francis, Aaron Andrus, and Jerry Stone. So 4 people on Metallica. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Also, Adventure says, put me down for a Rush, and I'll take Led Zeppelin. All right, so let's go back over here to Rush. which should be delivered as soon as tomorrow. Rush is right here, and we're going to put down Oh So Adventure. Okay. And then let's tag him right now for a Led Zeppelin. So Led Zeppelin, So to Oh So. Don't worry, I'm working my way down. Like I said, Lightbox is serious business. During the rush of the Kiss ones, when Kiss was really a big thing and we were just announcing that, I thought I was going to have some people literally shoot me, okay? I was worried about my safety until those things came in, because I was like, oh boy, this could really cause some people to lose their cool on me if we don't get these things in quickly. Chris Bryant, I'm going to put you down for Van Halen right now, okay? Van Halen, Chris Bryant. All right, you're down for a Van Halen. Debbie Blair wants a Van Halen. Okay, you're tagged. Pink Floyd's coming soon. And then Josh Brown just got a Rush. And then over here, Grateful Dead, Jerry Garcia. Those are on deck. And then, yes, Judas Priest. Okay, we're good to go. So, okay, now I was going to Oh So Adventure on Iron Maiden. So, the other waiting list is, let me search Light. Oh So, I'm going to put you on a wait list for Iron Maiden, okay? I think more of those are on their way, but don't know when. Okay, Oh So Adventure on this. Okay, let me search my spreadsheet for Light. Black Sabbath done, Kiss done. There's actually, okay, here's the waiting list for Kiss. Larry Gonzalez, Patrick Francis, Jerry Rock, Adam Alvarado, and Mark McCready. So there's 6 people on Kiss, okay? There's 6 people on the Kiss wait list, so that's a possibility for anybody. Larry Gonzalez, Patrick Francis, Jerry Rock, Adam Alvarado. We're waiting for more of those. The next one is this. Whoops. L-I-G-H-T. The next one is, whoops, L-I-G-H-T. Hold on, spreadsheet's causing problems as usual. L-H-I-G-H-T. Oh, crap. It's a weird thing. Command F used to work, but it doesn't work as well as it used to in these new updates. All right, Lightbox. There we go. So Black Sabbath, Kiss, Metallica, Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin. All right, that's it. Everything else is still active, like for pre-order. Okay, so yeah, I'll go ahead and tell you, we know what the next ones are. I don't want to go too far ahead, but Rush, Zeppelin's in today. Rush should be in this week. The Beatles is next in line. Van Halen went up to pre-order today. Tomorrow's going to be King Diamond. And then I've already made my decision. We don't want to get too far ahead. Van Halen, King Diamond. The next one is going to be Pink Floyd. And we're just going to have to decide on a logo. Okay, I showed last night, I'm thinking about doing the Animals logo, which is like the block letters. There's also a Pink Floyd psychedelic logo, like the 60s era, like early Pink Floyd. I think I'm going to use either the Wall logo or the Animals logo. I personally like the Animals, okay? And then I don't want to go too far out ahead, but there's a good chance after that it's going to be Elvis. So that's probably going to be for at least the next week or week and a half. and the faster we can get them announced and done. But I'm also doing it basically rank of the most marketable bands of all time. So we've done the Beatles and Kiss and Led Zeppelin, and next is Pink Floyd, and of course Elvis. We will have to go down the grunge. World. Alice in Chains is a must. That right there, that's going to be a must for sure. So. Yeah, I mean, it's endless. Like I said, it's endless. We'll get them ranked. We'll get them. I think I might every once in a while have to do like no-brainers and then do one kind of niche, like just to mix it up, like King Diamond. I think we might, if we can do 10 or 15 King Diamonds, I'll be happy. Because, Danny, as you know, I'm almost doing this like a favor for you. So I feel like there's a lot more we could sell more of faster. But I bet we can sell 10 or 15, and I'll be happy with that. Okay? So Patrick Francis said, Chad, your two Neil Diamond, your two ND Patrick Francis on both of those may be Patrick Lear. I have one each of pre-order. Okay, so I said earlier, Kiss is Patrick Francis. So you're saying you only need one Kiss and not two, is that right? And then I have you down for Patrick Francis on Metallica and Patrick Francis send one to Angela Lewis. And that's actually what Kiss says. It says Patrick Francis and then Patrick Francis send one to Angela Lewis. And then there's Jerry Rock. Jerry Rock also wants a Kiss light, send it to Angela Lewis. So we have two different people buying a Kiss light for Angela Lewis. Is that not right? And then Elvis, Doors, Ozzy, Pablo Cruz, Ozzy, and Atlanti G wants on Kiss Light. Atlanti G 8390 on Kiss Light. You got it. I'll put you down right here. Atlanti G 390 on Kiss Light. Okay? So, yeah, I've got two different people buying a Kiss light for Angela Lewis and sending it to her. One Jerry Rock and one Patrick Francis. I don't really know Angela. Okay, so I'm going to take that off. And what about the Metallica light? It says Patrick Francis, Kiss light, and we'll pay extra postage for Angela Lewis. Okay? How much are Kiss? $59.99. I don't know when they'll be in. They're $59.99. Some of these are like my cost have been $1 or $2 more or $1 or $2 less. But instead of doing $62.99 and $57.99, I'm just keeping them all $59.99. Okay? So some of these, my cost on some of these have been like $2 less and $2 more. I think Van Halen's going to be the most expensive because it's going to have a sign. That is wrong. So you're not purchasing one. I have one Kiss and one Metallica. Okay, I don't know who was buying stuff for Angela. I've not heard from Angela in a long time. She has a lot of unpaid orders, and I think, honestly, we're about to have to cancel her stuff. Let me look that up right now. For some reason, we have a lot of people still sending stuff to her, and it's all just sitting in the back because we can't ship her anything because she has unpaid orders. So for anybody trying to gift stuff to Angela, I think it might be, unfortunately, a lost cause unless you want to pay extra postage. I think it's getting shipped away, but it's took a while, and she understands that. But also I'm having to say this out loud publicly because I think people have been trying to send her stuff for gifts, and it's been held up because not many orders have been going out, just FYI. Okay? So before you send somebody a gift, we have a lot of people give stuff to people, and they don't realize that that person may not be paying their bills, and they're not having a package go out. And so we'll be like, hey, we can't send this as a gift to so-and-so because they have 5 unpaid invoices and they're honestly about to possibly get blocked or AKA not allowed to be, they can't buy from us again. So we don't mind any gift giving, but if you want to send somebody a gift, you might have to pay extra postage. Sometimes we can slip it in somebody's box, but it honestly happens quite a bit. Somebody say, I'm buying this for so-and-so, please send it to them. And then we have to, unfortunately, let that person know they have 3 unpaid invoices, and because they'll message us and be like, hey, I bought a record for so-and-so, and they said they still hadn't got it yet. And that's when Ed has to break the news. Well, they actually owe us $2,000 right now. And they hadn't got they hadn't got a shipment in 2 months because they hadn't paid their bills. So if you want to give something, just be aware there might be an extra $8 tacked in on the price so we can ship it to them. Or if you want to really give a gift, say, hey, I'll go ahead and pay all of so-and-so's unpaid invoices. Just here's my credit card. I'll pay everybody's unpaid invoices. We would really love that because it's honestly, y'all don't even want to know how much is in receivables. It is a huge sum of money of unpaid orders. It stays that way just because we bill every week and it's quite a bit of money, but if you really want to give somebody something, just pay all their unpaid invoices because some people are in a huge hole and they're probably never going to be able to get out. So don't let that happen to you. Don't let that happen to you. Make sure you get paid. Make sure when your bill hits Monday, you can pay for it, okay? Buy responsible. Do not be buying thousands of dollars of records when you have $0, okay? That is just bad. That's bad mojo, okay? That's something you should not. These are ultimate luxury items, okay? If you have rent, water bills, light bills, insurance, car payments, etc., you do not probably need a Led Zeppelin LED light box, and you do not need Carl Douglas Kung Fu Fighting. I know for sure some people have probably went in on a 17% interest credit card payment to buy Kung Fu Fighting instead of paying their rent. That's probably not the best thing. So that hurts my sales, giving you this advice. I would rather do that than see you homeless, okay? And I don't want to see you homeless or without lights and water. You can do without Led Zeppelin, Lightbox, and Kung Fu Fighting before, pay your child support or something, okay? So don't let that happen. Some people's like, I am sorry, I have to literally, this and this and this. And we're like, okay, but make sure when you come back, you're in great financial standing. Next, what are we going to do next? We're about to find out. Okay, so we have one. How many cords do I need? I need 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 4 cords. I'm going to put the rest over here. Most of y'all are really good. We are talking about just like 1%, but if you are on fixed income, which is probably most Americans, that's understandable. Probably better than buy and go over your means. You don't want to do that. It just ties up everybody. And you don't want to be paying like 28% interest on Discover for a Led Zeppelin light box. I'm just going to tell you right now, just don't do that, okay? Just don't do that. That's very, very bad. Okay, that's beyond. That's like almost like doing drugs or something. That's that kind of level of bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, and here we go. The light boxes come as shown, or they light up. They all do that right there. So they have different functions. So there's this one, and then it kind of changes over here. It does that, kind of shakes, and then it kind of does that, kind of glows and changes. I like that right there with the Zeppelin. Kind of rotates. All right. There's that. I was thinking about providing a USB power, but, we'd have to, I can keep them at $59.99 just the way they are and not having to add anything to them. But $59.99, like I said, plus or minus. If I started providing that, we'd have to, that'd just be additional cost. I figured most of y'all would get them. Plus, you can get them on Amazon, like 3 packs. You can get like I think they're really cheap on Amazon. So, I mean, literally, that's where we would be buying them from. We would literally be getting them on Amazon and then just having to divide it up and add them into the cost, okay? So instead of doing that, we'll probably just leave that up to y'all. Most of y'all have those little power boxes laying around your house. We've got them everywhere just here in Coletco. I know I've got 2 or 3 in my house. So you do have to get one of those like little power boxes to plug a USB into. Okay? All right. Now let's vote what we're going to do next. I told y'all lights would take like 40 minutes, and it had. And now that y'all know, when people are begging me to do this at 7 o'clock during prime time, this is why I cannot. It literally has took 38 minutes to talk about lights, tag lights, show lights, read off pre-orders, take pre-orders, and explain financial responsibility. So now that we're done with all that, we can get back to normal show. But we've been on Led Zeppelin light boxes for 38 minutes. So now that I've explained that, hopefully nobody's in financial debt over any kind of light boxes. If so, maybe you can work out of that. I hope you can. And we're ready for normal stuff. So my hearing out of my right ear is probably 10%. It's ringing every time I talk. I've damaged it during my plane flight, I think. The show must go on. I will go through pain and blood and grief to finish going through these 45s and possibly CDs. So y'all let me know what you prefer. We can probably do both. I'm going to set the extra Led Zeppelins right over here next to me. We have 1, 2, 3. I've got 5 in stock, okay? $59.99. There are 5 Led Zeppelins in stock. 5 Led Zeppelins in stock. We're good to go. This has been a hit sensation here at Coletco. It is worth the time it takes. It is worth the time. I don't know how many. I added up the other day how many hundreds we've sold, but it has grossed quite a bit of money here at Coletco. Okay? Have a USB power strip, a USB outlet, so that's okay, not too strong. I think that's fine. You know, I think they all come with like instructions, but don't ask me. I'm not an electrician. I'm barely a magician. Okay, here we go. All right, thanks everybody for buying a lot. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what happened. When I landed yesterday from Vegas to Nashville, my inner ear got off balanced and I couldn't ever pop. It never would pop, and I couldn't hear out of my left ear forever. And then when I woke up, it was kind of back to normal. My right ear, if you hadn't heard, about every hour, like right then, every time I try to talk, it literally sounds like I'm electrocuted. A screenshot bundle. Grog, those are back here behind me. Ed talked to me yesterday. He said, Grog has messages, and evidently you messed up his bundle. Or I think he said Paul messed up his bundle. And I was like, no, that's because I never did pull it like I was supposed to. So those records are back here behind me. My best bet is to try to find those either A, right now, or whenever I end the show. Because it was that poster and 2 or 3 other records, right? I think it's right here in this crate. We might can find them right now. And I was worried that Paul had maybe went through them. And let me pull up that screenshot. And Love and Money. I think I can find some of those over here right quick. Okay. Let's see over here. I think I pulled, it was 4 records. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Mega Blast has woke up from his 8-hour nap. Your requests get bumped to the bottom of the line since you've been asleep for the last 8 hours. It was TV on the radio, Hillbillies from Hell, Chicago Blues, and Heartworn Highway poster. Okay. So that was TV on the radio. Hillbillies from hell. Chicago Blues. Oh, my ear. Holy crap. All right, we already got that. TV on radio, Hillbillies from Hell. I just wish I knew what those things freaking look like. I can find stuff so much faster if I know what it looks like, but stuff I don't know what they are. It's like, gosh, trying to go through thousands of records over here. It might as well be like reading a Russian newspaper, you know. Wham, Cars, Billy Idol, Bob Dylan, Elvis, Neil Young, The Who, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Halloween, Whitney, Joe Gibbs. All right, what is this one? That was Rodrigo, and You Will Know, Skeletal Remains, Beyond Rush, Leaving Brothers, Danger Zone, Buddy Evans, Dale Alexander, Love and Money, Wicked. I don't think I'm in the right crate. Ian A, Duncan Brown, Jennifer Warren, Sean Phillips, Black Lips, Lana Del Rey, Metallica, Wishbone, David Ferguson, Gun Outfit, Manhattan Street Band, John Misty, Electro Funk, Metallica. All right, this is going to be a great one to go through best offer. That was the one I just read a bunch of titles off of. This crate is definitely worthy of best offer while I show some 45s. Okay. Larry, you were on a waiting list for Kiss. Larry Gonzalez, you were on a waiting list for Kiss. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Starlight, Lonnie Liston, Kip Hannaran, Keen Harrison, The Frighteners, Mary Clayton. Don't know what that is, so I better look at the spine. Richard Edwards, Solos, The Propositions, 90 Day Men, The Black Angels, Tornado Truth, King Hannibal, Dedicazon, X, Velvet Underground, Helvetia, Weird War, Farraquist, Sleeping Bag, New York No Wave, Chick, 1340, Coca Mia, Nigeria 70, Lee Hazelwood, Psychic Temple, X, Lana Del Rey, War, Budo's Band. Somebody asked me about Budo. Who the heck asked me about a Budo's Band earlier? I read their comment, but I didn't address it. Morrissey, Vagrants, Thin Lizzy. Okay, I was hoping I'd go right to it, but I'm through 2 crates and no luck yet. It's going to take a little bit more digging, it looks like. Okay. Let's go back up the top. Metal CDs, Larry, Chicago Blues, black and white cover, Towns Van Zandt. Yeah, we've already pulled that. So TV's black and white. Chicago Blues. That's black and white. Eric Squindo, Budo's Band. So Eric, earlier you said, I just found a Budo's Band. Are you saying maybe I said this was sold to you and it didn't get tagged? Because I just found one right over here. Budo's Band. And sorry, that was one of those I read in my head and I didn't address it out loud. Claimed but never pulled. Okay, you're talking about... Now, there's another one with like the scorpion on the cover. Was it this one? If so, I'll tag it for you right now. And if it was supposed to be last week and you want Ed to go ahead and add it to an invoice, I can do that. Okay? So... there's that. Let's see what this is. Sound Experience, Curtis Mayfield, Translucent World, Jay Tillman, Chicago Blues. I'm on it. I'm on it. I have found one of them. I have found one of them. So that means I'm close. It's probably this next crate then. Sonny Rollins, George Duke. I found this one. Okay. Over here. I was never going to went back, check the show. Okay, I'll leave this on Ed's desk then. So this is for Eric Squindo. Eric Squindo. I'm going to put invoice now. All right. I'm going to put Eric Squindo invoice now. There's one of Grog's, Chicago Blues. TV on radio, Hillbillies from Hell. I think I'm pretty close. Any unsold auctions. About to read through those right now before we start this next crate and start showing 45s. Very interesting stuff here. I like this crate. Man, so they've tagged so much interesting and unusual stuff lately. I've been almost overwhelmed with the amount that they've put out. So this week's. Yeah, are you talking about, so you just want me to tag it like tonight and you'll be invoiced this upcoming Monday, or add it to the invoice that went out yesterday? So there's that. And then we just need to find Hillbillies from Hell. Okay? Just got to find that one next. That might be in this next crate. All right. I bet it's right here. Richard Thompson, Tom Waits, Beach Boys, Incarnation, We Worship, Hillbillies from Hell. Seems like that should really pop out, right? Look, this has to be done right now. This is one of those deals. If it's not done right now, I can do it right now, or I can just stop the show and say, all right, I'm going to stop the show and do this, or we can do it right now, and then I'll resume the show in just a second, because I should have done it about, 7 days ago, right? Just got to find Hillbillies from Hell. That sounds very familiar. I wish I knew exactly what it looked like. I could find it a lot faster. Might have to Google that one. It's not in that crate. Wow, there's some awesome stuff in here, though. I like doing this. I have found a lot of stuff. Okay. I feel like it's in here, but this is all one big memory test. There's an OC's record. Why didn't that sell to Jeremy Bryant? There's literally an OC's record in here. All right, we're one away, Grog. I'm going to have to find Hillbillies from Hell. Maybe I can figure out what that looks like, okay? All right. All right, so this is sold to Eric Squindo. So let's just tag this like we're selling it tonight. Okay. Yeah, here's TV on the radio. And then there's Chicago Blues. So I still just got to find Hillbillies from Hell. Okay. And I'm going to try to figure out try to get an image of that so I can scan for it quicker. Okay. So Eric, you're going to be tagged for Budo's band this week. Like it's going to be tagged Monday. I need to go set those on Ed's desk. And let's go find that OC's record. Yeah, how did you miss an OC's record? I feel like you bought 14 last week. How many did you buy? I was curious what that ended up being. If Hillbillies from Hell is in here, it doesn't say it explicitly on the cover. It's one of those that, like, it's on the side, on the spine, but it doesn't, like, it just doesn't pop at you. You know, it's like you're going to have to look at the spines or see an image of it, because it wasn't in that other crate. This is the OC's, $24.99, okay? And he just sent me an image. Great. This one's called Protean Threat. Hillbillies in Hell. Okay, I know what that is now. See, that's very helpful. I know what that is, but I hadn't found it yet. There's the OC's record. Okay, so let's start with unsold auctions. This is the final call for these tonight. This is sold to Jeremy Bryant, the OC's. The unsold auctions are buy it now or best offer. Oh my gosh, my ear. Holy moly. These are all buy it now or best offer at this point. We have Emma Rosa, Relatively, and Self-Titled. First time ever these were pressed to vinyl. None are for sale on Discogs. $125. Jim B's already offered $90, and I said, you wish. We have Tony Rice, Native American. I'm pretty sure about 30 minutes ago, an hour ago, about 2 hours ago, about 2.5 hours ago, somebody said, what's my best price on this? And I never did answer them. I just now remembered I never did answer that. Tony Rice, Native American, is an 88 USOG sealed. A sealed OG copy for $50. Otis Clay is a Japanese pressing. That's called Live Otis Clay. A 78 Japanese OG, $25 on Otis Clay. Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom was $35. Night Ranger was $35. Eric Clapton 461 Ocean Boulevard, $35. And More of the Monkeys is $35, okay? Those are $35, the last couple there. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's got to be in one of these. I bet I condensed. I know what I did. I probably condensed. It's not in there. Ah, this is looking promising. Wow, Megadeth. Some of the stuff I flipped through, I'm like, how in the world did this not sell? But it was, a lot of these are records we've only shown once and we didn't take offers on. Man, no luck there either. Interesting. Okay, watch it be in this crate we're about to go through. That's probably what's going to happen. It's probably going to pop up in this crate, literally what we're about to go through, and I didn't see it. So, all right, I'll still be working on that. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Okay, buy it now or best offer. Tony Rice, 50, pass. OC, $15. I will do $20 on Otis Clay, okay? I'll do $20 on Otis Clay. Tony Rice, $50 would actually be a Christmas gift, okay? At $50, that would actually be a Christmas gift. Let's get started with some singles. I don't know if everybody has seen all those, but I still hadn't finished showing all these. $6.99. First thing we have is Elton John, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Elton John, Take Me to the Pilot. Jerry Lee Lewis, Jack Daniels, Old Number 7. Neil Sedaka, You Gotta Make Your Own Sunshine. Mitch Ryder, Little Latin Lupe Lou. Donna Summer, Last Dance. And Curtis Mayfield, Get Down. I'm going to do one more. Urban Cowboy. And, of course, that's Johnny Lee, Looking for Love, and Eagles, Lion Eyes. Those are $6.99, okay? Everything in this crate is buy it now or best off. Oh, my gosh. La, 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 la. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer, including Metallica and Justice for All, green vinyl, 2 LP, $39.99 for Metallica and Justice for All. These are the first time these have been offered best offer. This, I have no idea. There's nothing written on the spine, nothing written on the back. And let's check the disc right quick. $24.99. The sticker must have fell off. What happened on this? I have no idea. How did I not show this the first time? My Morning Jacket, Evil Urges. There we go. Oh my gosh. My Morning Jacket, Evil Urges. This is $24.99. Sorry, it was pretty good there for a while, probably because I wasn't talking so loud. I was just talking about those signs and lights. And now it sounds like literally electrocution's going through my ears. Curtis Mayfield is sold for $6.99 to Wolverine. And Mega Blast was first on Urban Cowboy, okay? 17 OC's albums on the last invoice. There we go. Awesome. He bought 17 albums from the OC's. Jeremy, that might be a record that might not be beat ever. Donna Summer, Mitch Ryder, Neil Sedaka, Jerry Lee Lewis, Elton John, okay? There's those and there's those. All right, next is Vince Vance and the Valance, Bomb Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. That is $6.99. So is Beanie Bell Shaving Cream. Oh, we have the Pipkins, Gimme That Ding. Brooke Benton, Twice, Think Twice. Johnny Cash, You're the Nearest Thing to Heaven. And Johnny Cash, I just thought you'd like to know. Those are the A-sides. The flips on Johnny Cash was the following: The Ways of a Woman in Love and It's Just About Time. The Neil Sedaka tracks were the following. What happened to you, Neil? It's right here. Neil Sedaka tracks were, it's a promo copy of You Gotta Make Your Own Sunshine. It's a double-sided. It's in the original company sleeve. Brooke Benton sold a Wolverine, and I'm assuming you want both Johnny Cash. If not, let me know. This crate's buy it now best offer. I'm going to show it now. I'll probably show it again tomorrow because it's 1 a.m. and I'm still going through albums for some reason. I did tell everybody earlier. These were we're probably done with that vinyl, but here we go. We got Electro Funk Shock. That's on clear vinyl, $24.99. We have Father John Misty, Fear Fun. That is $19.99 with a note from Laura. Fantastic album. And then I have Minahan Street Band, and this, is a soul Afrobeat funk album, $29.99. So we have the Pipkins, Benny Bell, and Vince Valance, okay? Let's keep going. More $6.99 singles here. These are all $6.99. Johnny Burnett, You're 16. John Conley, The Old School. Flatt and Scruggs, Like a Rolling Stone. Ace Cannon, Rough. Ry Cooder, The Girl from Texas. Johnny Horton, North to Alaska. And Tennessee Ernie Ford, Perfect Pairs for Pea Pickers. Those are all $6.99. Also in here we had Gun Outfit, Clean Runs the Thread, $9.99. It's a rock album. We have David Ferguson, Songs for Cowboy Jack Clement, $12.99. And this was Rage Bannon, Electronic Hip Hop Doom Metal, $9.99 on that one. First thing is Johnny Burnett, Sold to Wolverine. John Durden on John Conley. And Johnny Horton sold to Jazz Grog. That left Tennessee Ernie Ford, Ry Cooder, Ace Cannon, and Flatt and Scruggs, okay? Also for $6.99, we had Janie Freaky, Always Have, Always Will, picture sleeve. Cher, Dixie Girl. Crow, a promo of King of Rock and Roll. I thought this was sweet. Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, California Uptight Band. Don't see that picture sleeve too often. Another Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, a 33 1/3. And then Charlie Daniels Band, Drinking My Baby Goodbye. White label promo. La 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 la. Test 1, 2. Holy moly. Okay, and then we got Grog on Flatt and Scruggs. Thank you, that's so to you. All right, and then also in here we had Wishbone, Jackie Matu, Metallica, Ride the Lightning. I can't hear, it's making me talk even more difficult. Lana Del Rey, Born to Die. Michael Chapman, Wrecked Again. Black Lips, and we had Sean Phillips, Transcendence. First thing is LG, LF, and CDB. So LG was for something. And then he meant LF for Lester Flatt. That's already sold, but I will give you Charlie Daniels Band, okay? Those are done. And then over here for $6.99. Let me grab another sweet handful here. And we got Murray Head from Jesus Christ Superstar. That one's called Superstar. Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, Sally Don't You Grieve. Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs, Mama Don't Allow It. Big Bad John, that's Jimmy Dean. The New Colony 6, I Could Never Lie to You. The Dillards Rainmaker. And another Charlie Daniels promo, Sweet Louisiana. Ooh, $6.99 on those. Also had Jennifer Warren's Famous Blue Raincoat, Duncan Brown, The Wild Places, Ian Matthews, Stealing Home, Willie Nile, Heavy Metal Bebop, The Brecker Brothers, Wicked, the soundtrack. Also Love and Money, Strange Kind of Love. We had Desultory, Dave Alexander, Buddy Edmonds, and Danger Zone. Okay, first thing we had over here is John Durden on JD for Jimmy Dean. Big Bad John. Grog was next on that one. Wolverine 3rd, Susie 4th, Danny 5th. Wow, 5 people on that one. Big Bad John. And then Danny Thomason got Charlie Daniels. Buddy Edmonds. So Buddy Edmonds is a 1969 U.S. country. Looks like literally he owns a guitar brand, like a steel guitar brand. So this is his album. It's VG Plus, $49.99. And that is Buddy Evans. So that left the Dillards, New Colony 6, Lester Flat, and then Superstar, okay, Murray Head. Let's grab another handful. This is actually a recap of the ones I was going through last night, and then we're about to start a new box. So these are pretty cool records still left behind. And then for the late night 45 crowd, I'll probably read through these over here one more time. Start a new box. I Love Rock and Roll, Joan Jett. Merry Christmas, Johnny Mathis, a four-track Christmas LP. Trini Lopez sings his greatest hits. This is a Fresca Soda promotional record. Sorry, I'm out of sorts right now. Alice Moyet, Invisible, and the beginning of the end, Funky Nassau. Those are all $6.99. We got Buddy Edmonds, Soda Grog for $40. Thank you on that one. Johnny Mathis is Soda Wolverine for $6.99. All those are $6.99. Man, I'm sorry every once in a while I go like that. Ooh, like I just did. Because it sounds like somebody's blasting radio static through my ear. So that's what I'm dealing with right now. Next in the crate was the Lumen Brothers. We have Rush, Farewell to Kings. Beyond, Fatal Power of Death, Skeletal Remains, Trail of the Dead, and then this one was Rodrigo Almonte or something of that nature, and Joe Gibbs Productions, Roots Culture, DJs and Dub, classic Joe Gibbs there, okay? The Louvin Brothers Songs of Life is a 2011 Light in the Attic with poster, $39.99, so that's a Light in the Attic pressing. Funky Nassau, the beginning and the end. Okay, here's some more $6.99 one. We have the Platters, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. The Beach Boys, Don't Worry Baby and I Get Around. The Hollies, All That I Need Is the Air That I Breathe. The Knack, Good Girls Don't. Senor Blues, El Chicano. Clint Black, Straight from the Factory. And Talking Heads, Nothing But Flowers from the album Naked. Talking Heads, $6.99 on all those. Hold your nose, I've tried that. Oh, we've been going through remedies for the last 5 hours while you've been asleep. Louvin Brothers is $39.99. Wolverine got the Platters for $6.99. Wolverine got the Beach Boys for $6.99. Susie was next on the Beach Boys. Grog on Flowers. That was Flowers. What was Flower? Oh, that was Talking Heads. Susie got the Hollies. All That I Need Is the Air That I Breathe. And Danny next on Beach Boys. That left Clint Black, El Chicano, and the Knack. It'll be a relief when I can stop talking here when I'm done. That way there's not literally ice picks being jabbed into my ears. The C and the Cake, everybody. $14.99 on that. And then Whitney, you've got To Woman, that's $9.99, and then this was Mortem. Mortem was $19.99. Okay, coming up, more $6.99ers. We got Tennessee Ernie Ford, The Star Carol. The Carter Family with Johnny Cash, a promo. June Carter, I Pitch My Tent. The Carter Family, A Song to Mama. Prince, Let's Go Crazy, Erotic City. And the Go-Go's, We Got the Beat. Those are all $6.99. Louvin Brothers, $28. Louvin Brothers, $30. That would be $10 off sticker, which would basically be a free record at $30. And then in here we got Halloween, Skyfall, a die-cut picture disc, $49.99. I'm gonna go reissue this. I'm going to go re-listen to this tonight to see how funny I sound. Okay, and then Danny on CC. All right, and that was... so we have... Okay, we got Go-Go's, We Got the Beat. Prince. The Carter Family, June Carter, and the Carter Family of Johnny Cash and Tennessee Ernie Ford. So Danny offered 28 for Louvin Brothers. It was marked $39.99. I said 30. And then he's put CC, which could be for a variety of different ones in here. Okay. Next is Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Deja Vu, $39.99 on that. The Who's Next album is $34.99, and that's on the original Decca label, $34.99. Also over here, we have Neil Young on the Beach, $36.99, Carter and Cash promo. All right, so Carter and Cash, that's so to Danny Thomason. I got that one for you. And then Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite, Bob Dylan and the band, Billy Idol, The Cars, and Wham. I wasn't even going to go through another crate of vinyl. I don't know why I started going through that, but when I start those crates, I usually like to finish them. So if anybody needs a press of any information or a price, let me know, okay? The Who. I would grade the vinyl EX. It's just got a couple scuffs on it here and there. It's got another scuff there. So, yeah, it's borderline EX, but John passed it as no condition note. So, it's, I guess, or Paul, somebody did, Laura, $34.99. Good enough. It's good enough where they said it shouldn't affect playback at all. And then Neil Young on the Beach right over here. This is no condition notes as well. The cover, though, is like VG. Yeah. And this is $36.99. There is a writing there on. There is some writing on the cover. These are $6.99. We have the Delegates Convention 72. John Anderson, Seminole Wind. Wow. A Taste of Honey, Boogie Oogie Oogie. The Police, Synchronicity, and George Harrison. I got my mind set on you. Wolverine gets the Who for $25. $10 off. I'll do that. I'm assuming Danny's not going to, unfortunately, take my offer on the Louvin Brothers until right now. Thank you. That's sold to you for $30. I hadn't won one tonight. Well, if you would start your offers a little higher, they would probably get immediately taken. Danny tries to go as low as he can. He's like, I'm going to beat up Chad while he's down. He's already down on the ground. Now I'm going to bring out the baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire, the sledgehammer to his knees. Mega Blast gets John Anderson. And then I've already sold the Who for $25. Neil Young still available. Adam, if you want to make an offer for that by yourself. Wolverine on JH. He meant GH for George Harrison. Susie next on John Anderson. Danny next. And then Susie on Oogie Boogie Boogie. Okay, and then Adam already gets Neil Young for $25. That leaves the Police and the Delegates, okay? That leaves the Police and the Delegates. All right, so with that being said, let's get into a brand new box. I'm going to go ahead and show a couple of these a few more times. That way I can say we've officially gone through 2 whole boxes of 45s, and this is the only thing that's left here. So let me do these right quick. Bob Lind, Elusive Butterfly. The Supremes, My World is Empty Without You. Crazy Elephant, Gimme Gimme Good Lovin'. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Living John, Living in Desperate Times. And James Brown, Nobody Knows on the Yellow King label. $6.99. $6.99, okay? What are the 2 funk records up front that Laura liked? There's this one, Dubs Roots Reggae, Joe Gibbs Productions. I don't know if that was it. And then funk records, I'm not for sure. There was some stuff that had the heart, like Laura loves this, but I don't think it's on anything funk, to my knowledge. Wolverine on Motown, which is the Supremes, and James Brown. Okay. Olivia, Elton, Crazy Elephant, and Bob Lind. Okay, then over here we had Chris Christopherson, Why Me? Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn. Pat Benatar, Hit Me For Your Best Shot. Johnny Taylor, Who's Making Love? I love that in the stack sleeve. And then Jerry Lee Lewis, Invitation to Your Party. And the flip was I Could Have Never Been Ashamed of You. Okay? And so we had Metallica, My Morning Jacket. This is called Electronic Funk Shock. Exclusively available from Light in the Attic. First time on vinyl since 1980. That's on clear vinyl, $24.99. Father John Misty, Manaheim Street Band. That was soul Afrobeat funk. Manaheim or Menahan, M-E-N, Menahan Street Band. That one was $29. That had the word funk on it. So did Electro Funk. So that's probably the two you heard, Adam Bernardi. Probably that one and this one. Wolverine got Jerry Lee Lewis. Okay. And then we had B.B. King. Ain't Nobody Home, a white label promo. B.B. King. Gloria Estefan, Rhythm Is Gonna Get You. John and Robin, Dr. John, the Medicine Man. Jerry Lee Lewis, Frankie and Johnny, and 1 Minute Past Eternity, The Five Americans, Con Man, and the OJ's, Backstabbers. Okay, we have another Jerry Lewis claim. No, that's the same Jerry Lewis claim. That was B.B. King promo for Wolverine and Jerry Lee Lewis, another one for Wolverine, okay? Still got the OJ's, Five Americans, John and Robin, Gloria Estefan. Very quickly on these, getting into a new box after this. We got Pat Benatar, Hit Me With Your Best Shot. Pat Benatar, Treat Me Right. The Paragons, Florence. The Good Girls, Love Is Like an Itching in My Heart. The Bee Gees, Someone Belonging to Somebody. Stevie Wonder, That Girl. And The Mighty Quinn by Manfred Mann. Susie Breedlove is going to get Backstabbers. That's so does Susie Breedlove. These are all $6.99. We still got Manfred Mann, Mighty Quinn. Stevie Wonder, That Girl. Bee Gees. Good Girls, Paragons, both Pat Benatar sold to X-Wing 81. All right, and then we had Merle Rush, Angel of the Morning. We had Bellamy Brothers, Do You Love As Good As You Look? The Cars, Door to Door. We have The Circle, Money to Burn. The Circle, Red Rubber Ball. The Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On. And Dolly Parton, Here You Come Again. Those are all $6.99, of course. $6.99. Over here, we have the following. We have Dolly, we have Vanilla Fudge, So Do Wolverine, The Circle, The Cars, Bellamy Brothers, and Merle Rush. All right, there's those. And then this was Ray Charles, Hard-Headed Hannah, Dan and Jean, My Mighty GTO, The Friends of Distinction, Grazing in the Grass, and Rare Earth, What I'd Say. Those are all $6.99. You heard it here first. That's right. Rare Earth, $6.99. Friends of Distinction and Ray Charles, So Do Wolverine, 1563. All right. And then over here, we got JD, which is Jan and Dean. That's also sold to Wolverine. And Rare Earth is also sold to Wolverine. Next thing we have is these. Nat King Cole Asked Me, Three Dog Night, Joy to the World, The Rascals, Glory, Glory, Don Williams, Catfish Bait, John Mellencamp, Get a Leg Up, Family Version, Spanking Our Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same, Fabian Tiger, and the Beach Boys, Heroes and Villains. John Durden, you were second on Dan and Jean, Jean and Dan, Jan and Dean. That was Jan and Dean, Dean and Jan, Jan and Dean, Jean and Dan. And then we have Beach Boys, Fabian, Spanking Our Gang, John Mellencamp, Don Williams, The Rascals, Three Dog Night, and Nat King Cole. Also over here we have the Chambers Brothers, Lauren Green, The Man, The Rascals, Bob Turner Overdrive, Frank Sinatra, The Byrds, and the Kingsmen, Louie Louie. And we had two white 45 boxes completely full. And after about an hour from last night and over the last 7 hours and 15 minutes tonight, we've read through everything twice, and that's all that's left. So we've sold a box and 3/4 of 45s out of there. It's time to start a brand spanking new one. And I mean, this is brand new as a car with 0 miles on it. These are all $6.99. I'm sure I'll find at least 20 in here to veto for auction, but if not, we'll just roll with them right now. These are $6.99. What was the Birds? That was 8 miles high. John Durden asked, Wolverine asked, and then Susie Breedlove. All right. First thing is The Rainy Days, that Acapulco Gold. The Beatles, Twist and Shout on the Capitol Rainbow 80s label. Firefall, Christmas in Love. Ricky Skaggs, I've Got a New Heartache. Naked Eyes, What in the Name of Love, picture sleeve. And look, another Birds. What great timing. So we'll give this one to Wolverine, and we'll give that one to Susie. Y'all both get one. Syndicate of Sound, Little Girl. Nina, Kino at the Movies, and Kino German version. A white label promo of Nina. These are all $6.99. Everything I just showed you right there. How much did you say, Chad? $6 is... hello, ear. $6.99. We got Nina, Syndicate of Sound, Naked Eyes, Ricky Skaggs, Firefall, The Beatles, and The Rainy Days. Rainy Days there. Those are all $6.99. Next is Wham! I'm Your Man, Picture Sleeve, Martini Ranch Reach, The Sound of Philadelphia, Simon & Garfunkel, Sounds of Silence, and Homeward Bound. That's a good one. Joe Cocker, Edge of Heaven from Teachers. Jan and Dean, Ride the Wild Surf. And over here we got Nancy and Frank, Something Stupid, and Give Her Love. Those are all $6.99 each, okay? First thing is Syndicate of Sound from the last stack. The Little Girl is sold to Wolverine. And then Jan and Dean is sold to Wolverine. Susie Breedlove wants Wham. Okay, and that also means she wants JC for Joe Cocker. All right, that left Frank and Nancy, Simon & Garfunkel, TSOB, and Martini Ranch. Over here we have Nancy Sinatra, The Last of the Secret Agents, from the Paramount motion picture, The Last of Secret Agent. Toto, I'll Supply the Love. Elton John, Nikita. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show, Sylvia's Mother. And Molly Hatchet, a wild label promo of Satisfied Man, 1984. 1984. Okay. Eric Burden, Down in Monterey. Huey Lewis, Walking on a Thin Line. Little Richard, The Girl Can't Help It. Nas, Hello, It's Me. Paper Lace, The Night That Chicago Died. And Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. Those are all $6.99. Susie on Molly Hatchet. John Durden on Eric Burden. Dr. Hook, so to Tracy Sunger. And then Bad Wolverine, he meant Nas. That was Hello, It's Me, which Todd Rundgren later recorded as a solo artist. And it goes just like this. Hello, it's me. I've thought about us for a long, long time. Hello, it's me. All right, we got Carla Thomas, Gee Whiz, DJ, Peter Rabbit, The Carter Family, Traven Minstrel Band, There Goes My Everything, Elvis Presley, Paul Revere and the Raiders, Too Much Talk, and The Ventures, Theme City from Silver City. Hello, it's me. I've thought about you for a long, long time. Wow, that's such a great song. Robert Palmer, So to Susie Breedlove. Wolverine first on Carla Thomas. John Durden first on The Ventures. Wolverine next on The Ventures. Paul Revere, Elvis Presley, Carter Family, and DJ. Okay. Next for $6.99 is the following. Raiders, Indian Reservation. Chicago, If You Leave Me Now, You Take Away the Biggest Part of Me. Ooh, please. We have Quiet Village, The Exotic Sounds of Martin Denny. Little Green Bag, George Baker Selection. Woman, Peter and Gordon. Razzle Dazzle by Bill Haley. And Bobby Gentry, Fancy. Those are all $6.99. Info on Rush, Farewell to Kings. That was a 2000 and something 180 gram remaster. 2019 reissue, remaster. It does have a seam split up here. Near mint, $27.99. Chicago, If You Take Away the Biggest Part. If You Leave Me Now. That's sold to X-Wing 81. Susie on Raiders. And then Wolverine put GH, but he meant GB for Bobby Gentry. And he meant, no, so Bill Haley's still available, so is Peter Gordon, George Baker, and Martin Denny. Okay. Ooh, babe, please don't go. Madness, the Son of the Rain promo. Cuckoo by Sheila E. Never Been to Spain, Three Dog Night. Scandal featuring Patti Smith, the Warrior. Charles Wright and the Watts 100 Street Band, Loveland. Jackie Blue, woo, Jackie Blue. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Harry Belafonte. Something in the Way She Moves. Completely different song. It's called Harry Belafonte, Something in the Way She Moves. Attracts me like no other lover. What was Elvis? There Goes My Everything, and I Really Don't Want to Know. Regina, that's got your name written all over it, literally. And I meant George Baker. Okay, so no Bobby Gentry. He wanted George Baker from that last stack. Gotcha. All right, Bobby Gentry's going back. All these are $6.99, including Harry Belafonte, Ozark, Charles Wright, Scandal, Three Dog Night, Sheila E., and Madness. Also for $6.99 are the following records: Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, Petticoat Junction, Ohio Express, Salo Solito, Donovan, Where Your Love Like Heaven, Wayne Chung, Hypnotize Me, Rhapsody in Blue by Deodato, Aretha Franklin, Who's Zooming Who, Joe Cocker, Marge or something, and then the Friends of Distinction, Going in Circles. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. And you may ask yourself, surely you're joking, Chad. And I'm in fact not joking. Sherry Darnell, though, gets Three Dog Night. And all these are $6.99. And that was Friends of Distinction, Joe Cocker, Aretha Franklin, Deodato, Wayne Chung, Donovan, Ohio Express, and Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs. Okay. Here comes another handful. Going through these fast. Sherry Darnell gets Elvis Presley. Billy Joe, Sleeping with the Television On. I do that every night. And then over here, Rocky Mountain, Ha, Ha, Colorado. Little Red Riding Hood, Santam, the Sham, and the Pharaohs. Sundown, classic, Gordon Lightfoot. Rock and Roll, Fantasy, Bad Company. Maniac, Michael Cimbello. And Eric Clapton, The Shape You're In. These are all $6.99, not a penny more, not a penny less. $6.99. Tracy Songer on Petticoat Junction. That was in here somewhere. Let me find that for her. Right here, Petticoat Junction. That was Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs. That's so to Tracy Songer. Graw got Lightfoot, Sundown, which should be right here. And Susie wants Little Red Riding Hood. That's so to Susie. That left the following: Clapton, Maniac, Bad Company, John Denver, and Billy Joel. Rocky Mountain, Ha, Ha, Colorado. We have the Supremes happening, a promo copy, white label promo. Don't let the sun go down on me. Elton John. Good Lovin' Gone Bad. Great song by Bad Company. Wanda Jackson, I'd Be Ashamed. Bobby Bear, Detroit City. The Buckingham, Susan. Lucy in the Sky of Diamonds, the Elton John cover. How much are these? $6.99. Wolverine on the Supremes promo. X-Wing on Elton John. Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me. You meant Regina on Elvis, not Sherry. The Elvis Presley record went to Regina Tabor. Yes. And Wolverine on the last Elton John, Lucy promo. Okay. X-Wing technically has dibs on it too, but I think he wanted just the first one. Okay. All right. I'm not talking as loud, and my ear isn't literally shocking me. We have Leif Garrett, Surfing USA, the Honeycomb, Want Ads, Taking Care of, what did I just say? Taking Care of Business. This is a white label promo. Van McCoy, The Hustle, Bobby Brown, Don't Be Cruel, Olivia Newton-John, If Not For You, and Billy Joe Royal, Cherry Hill Park, and Heart Heartless. These are all $6.99. $6.99. BB5, Bobby Bear. I think you meant Bobby Bear $6.99, right, Danny? $6.99 on Bobby Bear. And then over here we have the following. We have Heart, Billy Joe Royal, Olivia Newton-John, Bobby Brown, Van McCoy, Bachman Turnover Drive Promo, The Honeycomb, and Leif Garrett. Wolverine put BM and VM. BM and VM. So he probably means Van McCoy. Yep, Van McCoy sold to Wolverine. Okay. Also over here is $6.99. We have Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife, Loggins and Messina, Angry Eyes, Eric Clapton, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, Where Do the Children Play, Cat Stevens, Rick Astley, Together Forever, another Bad Company, that one's Gone, 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 and then Expose, Seasons Change, and Buddy Morrow, Night Train. That's a 4-track EP, Buddy Morrow. The Bobby Bear that's in question, that's Danny's for $6.99 if he wants it, is Detroit City. And the flip is 500 miles away from home. Okay, and then Stevens for Grog. Let me read through these so I can find them faster. Buddy Morrow, Expose, Bad Company, Rick Astley, Cat Stevens. And then he also took Buddy Morrow. And then I left Clapton, Loggins Messina, and Bryan Adams. Don't let the sun go down on me. Next, for $6.99 is the following. We have Tom Jones, She's a Lady, Alison Moyet, Invincible. This is the Cleftones, Can't We Be Sweethearts. The Doobie Brothers, Winkin', Blinkin', and Nod. Santana, Z-Bop, Ambrosia, How Much I Feel. And then Rick Springfield, Touch. I think Springsteen's is called Human Torch or something like that. Bobby Bear is sold to Danny for $6.99. He's like, fine, I'll take it. And then Tom Jones is sold to Wolverine for $6.99. And then we got Rick Springfield, Ambrosia, Santana, the Doobie Brothers, the Cleftones, and Alison Moyet. Those are all $6.99. I'll tell you what else is $6.99. These right here are $6.99. Bee Gees, Fanny, Jay Giles, Give It To Me. That's earlier Jay Giles, 1973. That's more like a blues rock than pop. Boogie Nights, Heat Wave, The Groove Line, The Worst Thing That Could Happen, Brooklyn Bridge, Paul Simon, Allergies, and The Carpenters, Only Yesterday. You may ask yourself, how much are these? These are $6.99. Santana is sold to Shuji Breed Love. That is sold to Shuji Breed Love. And then next is Wolverine on Boogie. Boogie Nights is sold to Wolverine. He also got BB, and that was Brooklyn Bridge, and he also got Carpenters. And that left Paul Simon, Heatwave, Jay Giles, and BGs. Okay, that is this. $6.99, 500 miles was worth the $3. So I've read the B-side, and Danny said, okay, that's worth the extra $3. Okay, maybe I should start reading the B-sides of both songs. The Curly Shuffle, Jump in the Saddle Band. My Mama Belle, that's ELO. Gary Glitter, Rock and Roll, Part 2. That's the na na na. Hey, dun 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 dun. Down, down, down. Nobody Does It Better. That is actually from a James Bond movie, The Spy Who Loved Me. We have another Van McCoy, The Hustle, and the Righteous Brothers, You're My Soul and Inspiration. Ra da da, hey, da 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 da, hey, da 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 da. Righteous Brothers, Van McCoy, Carly Simon, so to Wolverine, Bond, James Bond, and Gary Glitter. I think he's currently imprisoned in Brazil right now. I think he's in a Brazil prison. ELO and the Curly Shuffle. Okay. All right. And then this is interesting. These are all $6.99. Believe it or not, George isn't at home, so please leave a message after the beep. I must be out or I'd pick up my phone. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not home. Japanese, Bay City Rollers, You Made Me Believe in Magic. Bay City Rollers, Dedication, Japanese, another one. Bay City Rollers, My Teenage Heart, Japanese, 2 more. And then Bay City Rollers, Only Want to Be With You. All Japanese Bay City Rollers. Susie Breedlove wants Prison. The song from the guy that's in prison. She's talking about Gary Glitter, Rock and Roll Part 2. Okay, she just commented Prison. Susie wants the song with the guy that's in prison. Gary Glitter. I'm going to have to pull up his Wikipedia. 81 years old. Yeah, I don't think he's a good guy at all. No. This guy's not good. This guy's no good, okay? In the words of Norm Macdonald. That guy's a real jerk. Susie Breedlove gets Gary Glitter. And Susie, the question is, how many Bay City Rollers do you want? 1 of each? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Or do you want all of them, even the duplicates? Over here, we have Honky Tonk Women, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Bitch, and Brown Sugar, She Was Hot, Think I'm Going Mad, Miss You and Faraway Eyes, I Can't Get No, and Jumpin' Jack Flash and Child of the Moon. Okay? Susie wants 1 each of the Bay City Rollers. There's 1, there's another, and there's another. So there's 1 copy of Dedication left and 1 copy of My Teenage Heart, Japanese singles. Susie gets 1 of each. $6.99 times 4. John, you got picks on the Rolling Stones. So I think technically the A-sides are Jumpin' Jack, Satisfaction, Miss You, She Was Hot, Bitch, and Honky Tonk Women. The flips are You Can't Get No, or excuse me, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Brown Sugar, Think I'm Going Mad, Faraway Eyes. I didn't read that one. That's the Under Assistant West Coast. And we have Child of the Moon. Okay? So he's passing. He's already got those. Stones are still available if anybody wants them. And guess what? This Folgers coffee box was full. That's the only thing that's left. So we sold about half of that box. How about we go ahead and start another one? I just kicked that one all the way across the floor to the back where John prices more records. Hey! Jackie Wilson, I Can Feel Those Love Vibrations. Jackie Wilson, Love Is Funny That Way. Cheech and Chong, Basketball Jones. Dean Martin, I'm the One Who Loves You. Diana Ross and the Supremes, Someday We'll Be Together. Diana Ross and Supremes, Forever Came Today. Diana Ross and Supremes with the Temptations, I'm Gonna Make You Love Me. Wow. This looks like Wolverine heaven right here. Get ready for me to say Wolverine a bunch, but right now I'm about to say Sherry Darnell a bunch. Sherry Darnell on all Rolling Stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many was there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also to Sherry Darnell. $6.99 each. Thank you, Sherry. I stepped away. Can I claim the Led Zeppelin light? Sold. I have 4 left now. Led Zeppelin light sold to Carly Southers. Carly Southers gets a Led Zeppelin light. Whoop. Almost dropped the cables. I mean, I almost dropped them, but I caught the cables, and I'm going to go take this in here on the table for Carly Southers with the others. We actually sold a Led Zeppelin poster tonight, an original movie poster for The Song Remains the Same. All right, so that's sold to Carly Southers. Whoever's tagging is probably going to tag those earlier, and they're going to be like, dang, he pulled an extra after counting them 3 times. Okay, and then first is Jackie Wilson and Jackie Wilson, both sold to Wolverine. Next is Diana Ross and Supremes, and then he put Supremes, and then he put Motown Temptations. So that means he gets all three of those. So I got you down for all three. Danny was first on Cheech and Chong. Sherry on Diana Ross Someday. I've already tagged that one, and that just left Dean Martin. I'm the One Who Loves You. All right, so let's push these over. I'm going to start a third stack right here. And here we go. These are $6.99. I've got Freddie and the Dreamers. I'm telling you now, you better run through the jungle. CCR, and the flip is up around the bend. Awesome. Hang on, Sloopy. Hang on, the McCoys. John Waite, Missing You. Don't Make Me Down. Bruce, ELO. And then we got Nathan Jones by the Supremes and Roy Orbison, promo copy of Say You're My Girl. These are all $6.99. Nice. Wolverine got CCR. You better run through the jungle. Don't You don't come back. Up around the bend. Down, around. The McCoys is sold to Wolverine, and the Supremes is sold to Wolverine. That left the Roy Orbison promo of Say You're My Girl and Sleepy Hollow. ELO, Don't Bring Me Down. Bruce, John Waite, Missing You, and Freddie and the Dreamers, I'm Telling You Now. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start a new pile. The last thing on this pile is going to be the Rolling Stones. I'm going to start a new sold pile so this don't get too topsy-turvy over here. Don't want this to get too topsy-turvy over here. Topsy-turvy. Don't want to get any topsy-turvy. I don't know why I'm talking like that. Probably because my ear is making me my ear pain is half of me is, you know, delusional. Don't know what I'm saying. Okay. Wolverine is going to get the Roy Orbison promo. And Sherry Darnell on ELO. That worked out perfectly. Looks like we're in a good box here. Maybe we can finish before 2 a.m. or a little after, whatever time the feed stops. The Supremes, I'm glad about it, in the Motown sleeve. Indian Giver, 1910 Fruit Gum. The Silvers, Hotline. Donovan, Universal Soldier on the Hickory label. Hickory sleeve, a promo copy. The Sensations, Let Me In on Argo. ABBA, Winner Takes All. And we have Janet Jackson, Escapade, $6.99. Okay. Bring me down, Bruce. All right, Supreme sold for $6.99 to Wolverine. He also got Donovan for $6.99. He also got Sensations for $6.99. Susie got Indian Giver for $6.99. And that left Janet Jackson, ABBA, and the Silvers. La 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 la. All right, moving on. Cecilia, You're Breaking My Heart. Simon and Garfunkel. Greengrass and High Tides, Outlaws. And that's a promo copy. Nice. That's my favorite Nancy Sinatra. Not only because it's a Bond theme, but also because it's just a great, almost like psychedelia song. You Only Live Twice. Nancy Sinatra. Beautiful. Amazing. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Do You Want to Go Party? Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell, All I Have to Do Is Dream. And Monday, Monday. Oh my gosh. Every other day. Every other day is feeling fine. All of the time. Monday, Monday. Janet Jackson is sold to Sherry Darnell. Nancy Sinatra sold to Wolverine, and Mamas and Papas sold to Wolverine. What was the Silvers? Went Hotline, and That's What Love Is Made Of. We still got Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. KC, The Outlaws, and Simon and Garfunkel. Feels so good to me. Oh, man. Everything Tuesday by Chairman of the Board, Bob Seger. Rock and Roll Never Forgets. That's a good one. Interesting Parrot label. Great hits by Parrot. Tom Jones, Detroit City. The Beach Boys, Rock and Roll Music and the TM song. Buddy Knox, Somebody Touch Me. Bobby Hebb, Sonny. And Babe by Styx. Babe, I Love You. Styx. $6.99. Babe, I Love You. We have for $6.99 Wolverine on BK and BH. We still got Styx. We got Bobby Hebb, So to Wolverine. Buddy Knox, So to Wolverine. The Bobby Hebb label. Bobby Hebb is on Phillips Double Hit Series. The flip side is a Sensation Mind. Phillips Double Hit Series. And I got you down for that one. And Buddy Knox, unless you say otherwise. Styx, the Beach Boys, Tom Jones. Bob Seger is in the company sleeve. Capital company sleeve. No picture sleeve on that one. Also for $6.99 is They Call Me Mellow Yellow in the picture sleeve. Donovan. Cheap Trick, The Flame. Pat Benatar, Hit Me With Your Best Shot. Carpenters, Rainy Days and Mondays, Always Bring Me Down. I know these are going to sell. Luke the Drifter Jr., I Was With Red Foley, the night he passed away. It's All Over But the Crying, another Hank Williams Jr., this time under his real name. Pass on the Bobby Hebb, no problem. And let's tag these, okay? I'm going to show one more since we hit a bunch of picture sleeves there. Frankie Avalon, Venus. Frankie Avalon. Okay? Wolverine got Donovan. Wolverine got the Carpenters. Danny was second on Donovan. And that left Frankie Avalon, Hank Williams Jr., Hanky, what did I just say? Hank Williams Jr., Luke the Drifter, and Hank Williams Jr. both sold to Danny. And then that left Pat Benatar and Cheap Trick. Almost said Hanky Panky. Hank Williams Jr. Okay, these are all $6.99. And let me jump over here and refresh the feed, see how much time we officially have left. We've been live for 6 hours. Oh, I forgot I reset. Okay. We'll probably have time to finish this box then, or at least get to a good stopping point. We're about 1/3 through it. I think I can get it pretty done, though. I forgot I had to reset the feed. This is actually part 2 tonight, so yeah, it doesn't. The feed doesn't actually end on Facebook for an hour and a half, and so okay, what the heck just happened? So I claimed DA. So we had Donovan Carpenters. Danny put D, I'm assuming, for Donovan. And then Wolverine got Frankie Avalon. Okay, I missed that one. And then Danny got Luke the Drifter and Hank Williams. And Wolverine, I got you down for Frankie Avalon. Okay. Glenn Campbell, Southern Nights. Take the Long Way Home, Supertramp. Sam Cooke, Bring It Home to Me. Linda Ronstadt with Aaron Neville, Don't Know Much. Ted Taylor, Little Red Rooster on Ron. And Chairman of the Board, and the name of the song is Chairman of the Board. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Okay. And first is Chairman of the Board. Ted Taylor, So to Wolverine. Linda Ronstadt, Sam Cooke, Supertramp, and Glenn Campbell, Southern Nights. Now you put SUP, TT, and CP. I got you for Ted Taylor. You also want Chairman of the Board. I don't know. I might have missed the SUP. Glenn Campbell, Southern Nights, maybe. And then Supertramp. I bet Supertramp. My bad. Supertramp. Okay, then Sam Cooke and Linda Ronstadt. All right, so I got you for Supertramp, Ted Taylor, and Chairman of the Board. All right, these are, of course, $6.99. We have Waylon Jennings. Anita, You're Dreaming. That's early. A Black RCA label. What is that, mid-60s? Love of the Common People, Waylon Jennings. The Alarm Strength, Nicolette Larson. Gotta Have a Lot of Love. The Carpenters doing Please Mr. Postman. The Ohio Players, Jive Turkey. And then Dennis Yost and the Classic Four, Traces. One more. Jingle Jangle Now. Jingle Jangle. Hoo, hoo, hoo. That's the Archies. These are all $6. $6.99. $6.99. Danny on Waylon Jennings. No surprise there. And Wolverine on the Archies. Jingle jangle now. Jingle jangle. Dennis Yost, the Ohio Players, the Carpenters, Nicolette Larson, and the Alarm. Those are all $6.99. I'm about to show you some more stuff that's $6.99. And if you can't believe it, then you probably haven't been watching long. We got the Cheers, black denim trousers and motorcycle boots. Red Wine, this time by UB40. Michael Jackson, Bad. Nick Lowe in his cowboy outfit, I Knew the Bride When She Used to Rock and Roll. Michael Bolton, Rock Away, and Michael Bolton, The Hunger. Those are all $6.99. And evidently, I missed the Carpenters. Dang, I did. Shoot. Sorry, sometimes your comments, Wolverine, are the whole screen, right? So like right now, if Danny hadn't have commented, you would be literally the whole screen. And I mess up sometimes, and I don't catch your next comment. So right now, the only thing on the screen is you and Danny, so I mess up sometimes. I got you, though, for the Carpenters, though. And then Danny wants MJ. So we got Michael Bolton, Nick Lowe, Michael Jackson, so did Danny. That left UB40 and the Cheers, okay? Yeah, sometimes when you're literally the only commenter on the screen, you've got the whole board. I mess up a lot. All right, we got really cool here. Julie London, EP. That's really cool. Cry Me a River. Double Vision, Foreigner. We got Shelley Fabares, Johnny Angel. Come On Baby, Light My Fire. The flip on that one's The Crystal Ship. That's a good song, too. And then we have Marshall Tucker Band, Another Cruel Love. Okay. And let's do back-to-back Marshall Tuckers, Dream Lover. These are all $6.99. Okay. Danny put WJ and then WJ again. Now, Danny, earlier, you put WJ in that last tag. There was no WJ in there. And then I got you down for MJ, which was Michael Jackson. Wolverine on Huey Lewis. No, HL is for Julie London. And then Danny put D for Doors. Now, Danny, are you literally just commenting WJ, hoping that a Waylon Jennings is going to pop up and you'll be able to get first to it? Is that why you put WJ now for 2 extra times? Marshall Tucker is still left. So is Shelley Fabares, Fabares. And then we have Foreigner, Double Vision. So Danny's literally trying to claim records that he's hoping will be coming up. Hope nobody else starts doing that, or I'm going to have to put a new rule into place, because that would get very complicated. There'd be people claiming stuff that don't even know it's about to pop up. Tiffany, now popular because of Stranger Things. I Saw Him Standing There. Tiffany. Ray Stevens, The Streak. Eagles, It's a Heartache Tonight. Journey, Girl Can't Help It. Nice. The Crickets, Maybe Baby. And Lunar Landing, Man on the Moon, Apollo 11 mission. And then we got Bill Doggett, Night Train. These are all $6.99. $6.99. Just in case there's any Waylons. If I was watching, every time if I was on the other perspective, anytime a handful, I would comment, Zeppelin, Beatles, Rush, yes. Metallica, just in case. Okay, we got Wolverine on CR. We got Bill Doggett, so to Wolverine. Still got Apollo 11. The Crickets, so to Wolverine. Still got Journey, the Eagles, Ray Stevens, and Danny gets Tiffany. I think we're alone now. I saw him standing there. She still had a credit, of course. I was about to say, I hope John Lennon and Paul McCartney still got credit for that song. And I saw her standing there. She, just me. I could see that before too long I'd fall in love with her. She wouldn't dance with another. Take it away. She's a killer queen, jackknife with a laser beam, guaranteed to blow your mind anytime. Ooh, this one's cracked. I can feel it. All right now is cracked. It's a shame too because it's a mint. It actually might still play. I bet it would. You can barely even feel it when you get it lined up just right. Man, you can't even tell it's cracked. But it is. Yeah, if you do that, you can't even feel it now. That's amazing. It's cracked and now the feelable, it's gone. You can't even feel it. It probably will still pop, but I doubt you want it, Wolverine. If not, just let me know. But yeah, when I picked it up there by the side, I felt it, but it's gone now. I mean, you literally cannot see it, and it's invisible. It's like magic almost. It's literally gone now. But yeah, that probably could mess up a needle. I'm going to leave it over here, but I've sold some really valuable cracked records, cheap ones. You might just want to toss them. So let's just go ahead and tag this. Wolverine got Queen. We still got Ferlin Husky gone. The Hondales, Little Honda. Johnny Cash, The Ballad of Ira Haynes. The Cruel War, Peter, Paul, and Mary. The Guess Who, Star Baby. Taylor Dayne, Tell It to My Heart. And Elton John, Healing Hands, and Dancing in the End Zone. $6.99 on those. Whew, Chad's getting hungry. We got Elton John, Taylor Dayne, The Guess Who, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Johnny Cash, The Little Hondales, and Ferlin Husky there. Also $6.99 is Paula Abdul, It's Just the Way That You Love Me. It's Just the Way That You Love Me, picture sleeve. Louis Armstrong, What a Wonderful World, Louis. American Woman, The Guess Who. Buck Owens, Santa Looked a Lot Like Daddy. Sam Cooke, I Love You for Sentimental Reasons. The Staples, Mystery Train. Pinkerton Bowden, A Christmas Gift. These are all $6.99, okay? Danny on Johnny Cash. The flip on that one was Rosanna's Going Wild. $6.99. Wolverine put LA for Louis Armstrong. He also put GH for the Guess Who, American Woman. He also put SC for Sam Cooke, and Danny was next on Louis Armstrong. So that left Pinkerton Bowen, The Staples, Buck Owens, and Paula Abdul. Nice. Joe Walsh, Rocky Mountain Way. Toto Make Believe. Sonny and Cher sing C'est La Vie. John Anderson, Country Fried. Lyle Filson, The Original Lonesome Christmas Part 1. Oh, one of my favorites. Rod Stewart, Maggie May. All you did was wreck my bed, and in the morning kick me in the head. Oh, Maggie, I wish I'd never seen your face. You made a first-class fool out of me, and I'm as blind as a fool can be. You stole my heart, and that's what really hurt. Okay, that was my best Rod Stewart. Kevin J. Reese, I didn't see your comment till right now. No bids. There's about 12 over here. There's about 12 no bids over here. I will show those at the conclusion of this 45 box, if that's okay with you. Rod Stewart sold to Wolverine, and Wolverine got Rod Stewart and Joe Walsh. Okay? There we have that. Moving on. These are $6.99. Tom Jones, What's New Pussycat? Neil Diamond, I Got the Feeling. Oh, no, no. Clyde McPhatter, White Christmas. Shiloh, When You Were Young. I Used to Call Your Name. She's got the way to move me, cherry. Bobby Lewis, Tossing and Turning. And the Yellow Balloon doing The Yellow Balloon. Those are all $6.99. She's got the way to move me, cherry. Oh, these are actually not the no bids. These are actually sold records over here. Danny also wanted John Anderson from that last stack, which was Country Fried. Tom Jones sold to Wolverine. Susie was next. And both Neil Diamonds is sold to Wolverine as well. Shiloh, when I was young, I used to call your name. Bobby Lewis, Tossing and Turning, Yellow Balloon, White Christmas, and Neil Diamond. There was actually 3. Shiloh, I'm assuming you wanted Shiloh and Cherry Cherry. Also go, I Got the Feeling, and the boat, oh, The Boat That I Rode. That's a good one. Now you probably want all 3. The Boat That I Rode. That's a tough one to sing. Okay. And Wolverine also wanted Bobby Lewis, Tossing and Turning. I know that song. I can't sing it, though, but I can hear it. And he also wants Neil Diamond, The Boat That I Row. Nut Rocker, Bumblebee and the Stingers. Bent Fabric, Alley Cat. John Denver, Baby, You Look Good to Me Tonight. Wild Wild West by the Escape Club. Invisible Touch, She Likes to Move. And you know what that one is. And then Stevie Wonder, Go Home. And the Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life. We're about to hit a bunch of picture sleeves here, it looks like. These are all $6.99. We're getting near the end of the box. We actually may finish just a little after 2 a.m. Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life, Stevie Wonder, Genesis, Escape Club, John Denver, and B Bumble is sold to Wolverine. Okay, that was B Bumble and the Stingers. All right, these are also $6.99. Little River Band, Playing to Win. Olivia Newton-John, Landslide. Little River Band, Man on Your Mind. Ray Stevens, The Streak. Al Jarreau, Moonlighting. The Dell Vikings, Come Go With Me. Those are all $6.99. You may ask yourself, how much are these, Chad? And I'm going to say they're $6.99. There Goes Mark gets the Moody Blues. Dale Vikings sold to Wolverine. That still left Al Jarreau, the Ray Stevens, Little River, Olivia Newton-John, and Little River. Okay. How much are these? They're $6.99. Bobby Darin, wow, Somewhere Beyond the Sea. That's a good one. White Nights, that is the movie. The song is Separate Lives. Phil Collins, Marilyn Martin. Pete Townsend, Face to the Face. Steve Winwood. This is The Finer Things. Yeah. The Finer Things. Steve Winwood. Last Train to Clarksville. The Monkees. Eddie Money, Walk on Water. And Cochise. That's a cool Union Jack sleeve there. Mike Graham, Irving. This is Cochise. What is this actually called? Love's Made a Fool of You. And Words of a Dying Man. Cochise. Okay. Somewhere Beyond the Stees. Well, Ray Stevens is not a picture sleeve. No. Wolverine got Bobby Darin. That's sold to him. Susie wants Eddie Money. That's sold to her. And we got Cochise. The Monkees, Steve Warner, Pete Townsend, and Separate Lives. Okay. Jerry Lee Lewis, Rockin' Jerry Lee. Johnny Preston, Feel So Fine. Dexall presents Dick Sinclair's Polka Parade. Sweet. Polka Parade by Dexall Bleach. Now that's advertising at its finest. Melanie, A Brand New Key. Electric Avenue. That's Eddie Grant. And the Turtles, that's pretty cool. Sound Asleep, the Turtles picture sleeve. Rockin' Electric Avenue. How much are these, Chad? They're just $6.99. Wow. Surely you're not actually selling these for $6.99. Well, I am. These are only $6.99. We got the Turtles, Sound Asleep. Eddie Grant, Electric Avenue. Melanie, Brand New Key. Dexall Bleach presents Polka Party. Johnny Preston and Jerry Lee. We've got about 2 handfuls left Okay, Wolverine gets the turtles. And then maybe 3 handfuls. Here we go. William Bell, I Forgot to Be Your Lover. The Birds, Fifth Dimension. Alan Parsons, You Won't Believe. Jackie Wilson, Hum-D-O, I Still Love You, Jackie Wilson. And Steve Perry, it's not Stevie, Steve Perry, Oh Sherry. Wolverine on JP, and that's for Johnny Preston. Okay. These are all $6.99. Wolverine says, I Forgot, and then JW. He definitely gets Jackie Wilson. I Forgot. Was that a miscue? I still got Steve Perry, Alan Parsons, The Birds, and William Bell. And here's what's left in this one. Alexander O'Neill, Fake, Supertramp. I think that's the Logical song. Yeah, that's the Logical song. Fanatical, criminal, acceptable, respectable, presentable, so practical, wonderful, sensible, magical, dependable. And that was William Bell, To Be Your Lover. Okay. William Bell is sold to Wolverine. Susie Wants Melanie, Brand New Key. That's the one about the roller skates. That is sold to Sherry Darnell. And then Supertramp sold to Wolverine. Guys and Dolls, Sammy Davis Jr., as featured in Seinfeld. Hall & Oates, Everything Your Heart Desires. James Taylor, Let Me Ride, and Long Ago and Far Away. Paul Anka, Terms of Your Life. If You Could Read My Mind. Wow, a classic from Gordon Lightfoot. And Mitch Miller, Golden Harvest Sing-Along from Kroger. Wow, look at that. Kroger Food, another promotional record. Sammy Davis Jr. sold to Wolverine. And Danny was next. I got to show y'all one I kept from my collection. Paul found it. When did he find it? Sunday? Monday? What day is today? Today is Tuesday. He might have found it one of the days I was in Vegas. It's actually pretty scarce. They've sold for as much as $100 on Discogs. The last one sold on eBay for 30 something, and there's none for sale on eBay, and there's none for sale on Discogs. So, and I collect political records, so never did find this one before. Lyndon Johnson, Dogs Have Always Been My Friends. Pretty rare record. It's literally President Lyndon Johnson talking about his dogs, all the dogs he ever had, and how dogs affected his life as pets. So that's a pretty obscure political record. I had never had it before, and I literally have hundreds of political related records. American political records, but I also have stuff like other related stuff. There's some there's a lot of crazy stuff out there they've put on vinyl. There Goes Mark Wants Pete Townsend. That was from one of these previous stacks. That was White City, I believe, or Face to Face from the album White City. And then Sherry Darnell got Gordon Lightfoot. Okay. There's that. I'm going to figure out how to get on Twitch. You can set up a Twitch account in about, I bet, less than 5 minutes. Just do me a favor and make sure your handle says Danny Thomason. That way it doesn't confuse me or the taggers. Lyndon Johnson. Mark, that one is not for sale, and it's definitely not $6.99. That's one from my personal collection. And if I were to price it, it would probably be $99.99 best offer, because there's none for sale and I really don't care about selling it. So my not for sale price is $150, okay? My not for sale price is $150. That is, how bad do you want it? That's my Chad doesn't want to sell a price. The realistic price would probably be $100 and make offer, but it is it's not for sale. Okay, I don't know where that came from, but it appeared, and there it is. All right, let me find this OC's record, Jeremy Bryant. I'm first going to have to log into Discogs. We are still rocking, but if we're on the tail end of the sale, I would say that if I could calculate this, I would say that we have probably just not if 100% means we're done with the show, we're at 99% right now. We're at 99%. Wow, we've sold some stuff on Discogs in the last few days. I don't even know what we've sold, really. What have we sold on Discogs? Jackie Shane, Sunday Williams, Jimmy Bohorn, Body and Soul, Priscilla, Koyo, American Nightmare. What was that one? $175. American Nightmare. Okay, I remember that one. We had that for a while. The Hangmen, the Untouchables. The Untouchables. Wow, that looks pretty cool. I didn't know really we had that. Love. This one sold for $400 on Discogs. King Richard and the Knights. All right, so we need to find the OCs. That's what I came over here for. Inventory. The OCs. H. Is it the OCs or just OCs? It must be the OCs. Yep. The ceiling. It was listed on December 15th. Paul must have put that on there Monday or something. The OCs. That's it right there. Okay, let me find it. Okay, I got to just figure out where it's at, okay? And let's go pull it. Doggy in the window. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of records out here that I've never seen come through here that aren't really that rare or valuable, but I don't know, things are weird. Sometimes they pop up. We see some of the same 45s over and over and over, and then some of them we don't see for a long time. Let me see if I can find that. If not, I'll have to ask Paul. I bet this is it right here. So yeah, all that indie stuff, they decided to look it up because for those that's interested in that kind of stuff, I found it. For those that's interested in that kind of stuff, we found a bunch of indie stuff, and instead of me putting them up for $7 auction so Jim B could buy them for $12, you know, we were going to put a lot of these up for $7 and $10 auctions. Instead of me putting this up for, you know, $7 and Jim B buys it for $12, and Jim B sells it on Discogs for $120. Well, we can do that too, Jim B. So Paul looked a bunch of these up, and this is sold to, this right here is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $100. Okay, so there we go. Thank you. You know, we are in the business of selling records. I'm going to hit delete. It's now off Discogs, and this is sold to Jeremy Bryant. If you ever see anything on our Discogs that you want, thank you, Jeremy Bryant, this is sold to you for $100. Just send us a message. Please do not buy it on Discogs because we have to pay unnecessary fees. Okay? We've paid them plenty. I'm sure they are okay with us taking a few things off every now and then. If not, then we'll just completely unlist everything. They probably wouldn't like that because we give them quite a bit of business. So that's sold to him, $100. And we're basically at the conclusion of the show. I'm about to go eat peanut butter and bananas and pistachios and chocolate-covered raisins. If anybody else wants anything else, right now would be the time. We are near the end of the show. That was a great sale. Thank you, Jeremy Bryant. And then I'm going to say this. We have 3 boxes I didn't go through. Find us on Discogs. The best way is just search our name, which is Colletco. It's just one word, Colletco. And then the Hillbillies from Hell, no bids. Here are tonight's no bids. Here are tonight's no bids. Otis Clay, $25. Japanese, The Monkees, $35. Eric Clapton, $35. Night Ranger, $35. Hall & Oates, $35. Tony Rice, $50. Emma Rosa, $125. This is going on Discogs like in less than 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and just list this right now. And yeah, Hillbillies from Hell, that's a great question. I will finish flipping through. What day was those other ones marked? I'll do this, Grog. If I don't find it tonight, I will take time to flip through everything. We'll just readjust. We'll readjust it and come to terms on a new bundle price. You should have. I mean, if it didn't sell that night, and I know you were probably watching, that means it's still around here somewhere. It's definitely still around here somewhere. I know I don't have to flip through those again. Let me flip through this one again. I'll ask Paul. I'm hoping he didn't sell it on, let's see, what days was he here? I hope he didn't sell it on Friday, Saturday, or Monday during the first part of the show. I don't think he did, though, because I think all these have been stacked over here, and I don't think he thought that he needed to go through these. And these are actually crates that I had specifically made for him to go through, because there was a lot of indie and unusual stuff that he probably knows more about than me. I like going through John crates because it's very recognizable stuff I'm educated on. I have him and Laura go through all these kind of crates because they know much more about this than I do. I don't know much about Chick 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 or X or Lana Del Rey, but I know Laura and Paul probably does. All right, no luck there. Let me keep flipping. And by the way, everybody, I'm away from the chat right now, so bear with me. I'm on the hunt for a missing record to complete a bundle deal for Grog. That's Jazz Grog. Jazz Grog. And right now, I'm not having much luck. Let me flip through these. That's all metal, I think. Motion City. Uh-oh. Happiness. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Jake Bug. Prevail. The Who. Nope. I thought I was close there for a second. Some of those started looking really, really familiar. Bolt Thrower. Scarlet Skeletor. Okay. No luck. I know they're not. Those are John crates of vintage. Okay, there's like 2 more I can go through, and if we don't find them there, then we're out of luck. Not that one. That's the wrong one. Okay, maybe there's more than 2. That stuff I went through tonight. The rest of the stuff is stacked kind of pretty tough for me to get to, but I will try to move this around. Okay. All right. Hey, Jude. Don't be afraid. Take a sad song. Bill Withers, MFSB, Aretha, Springsteen, LCBC, Who, Blondie, Blasters, Charlie Daniels, Starship, Drifters, Springsteen, Jerry Jeff, Mike and the Mechanics, Paul Simon, Fleetwood Mac, James Brown, Kansas, Aerosmith, King Diamond, Metallica, Waylon Jennings, King Diamond, dang. Towns Van Zandt. Wow, this is a heck of a crate here. Okay. Well, I'm going to officially label it like this. MIA. Okay. So like I said, maybe we can readjust it. Maybe we can readjust it. What we'll do is we might just, so we can go ahead and get this done, we'll readjust it. What was the value of that to you? And we can subtract it. And when we find it, I can just retack it on. And if it's sold, then I owe you a big apology. That's why I always have to pull stuff right away. I tell people that all the time. I'm like, we got to pull this like right now. Wait a minute. I think there's another crate right here I didn't go through. Hold on. We might be onto something here. Hold the phone. Nope. When was these marked? December 8th. That cover is very recognizable. I mean, it's something easy to find. Man, it's got to be around here somewhere. That's another pre-owned crate right there. Yeah, I bet when I restack this place, I'll find it. But we probably need to go ahead and make the adjustments right now. Okay, I probably need to make that adjustment right now. So, 190. Okay, so we need to readjust his bundle. Readjust bundle to 190. Let me see if you've paid. If so, we can just send you a refund. I hate when this stuff happens. Next time, you better say, Chad, you better get that stuff out right now, buddy. Shoot. All right, you've already paid. So it was a lot of 4. Okay, 270. So we need to give you an $80 refund. And if that record pops up, I'll tell, you know, we won't take action on this until tomorrow when Ed gets here, okay? So I'll spend tonight. I already need to kind of flip and condense these crates, flip through and condense these crates. I will start at one corner. I'll flip through everything. And if I can confidently say it's gone, then I'll tell him to initiate that refund. If I find it, I'll let you know, and it will ship accordingly, okay? But I think Ed was so on top of it today, he was like, well, he's paid, and I think they were going to ship your order. So Ed kind of looked at me because I was like, yeah, I'll look for it. And I think what Ed was trying to tell me nicely is like, well, he's paid and it's time to ship his order. So if you can't find it, then we probably need to take action. So, and plus, when I miss a couple days, I always get confused at what's been shown, and I don't know where stuff is around here. But okay, I'm signing off. I can't believe it's already 2:20 a.m. This is why I got to start the show at 5 o'clock, so we're done at 1, so I can get back to rolling. Okay? My ear hadn't crackled but just a couple times in the last 5 minutes. Oh, it did it right then. I think because I'm talking a lot softer. I'm not having to yell like I normally do, so I'm going to pause right there. Thank y'all for watching, and thanks for having patience and sticking with me. And I think from there, I'm going to end the sale. So I'm waving goodbye. If you decide you need anything, just hit me up via DM on CollectCo or whatever else. And Danny, the last sale of the night will go to you, Otis Clay, for $15, okay? You've been the only one interested. This is sold to Danny Thomason, Otis Clay, for $15. Hope Danny heard that. Okay? We chipped away at another unsold auction. Thanks, everybody. Good night. And I'm going to, I got a lot of work here to do. I'm saying good night like I'm going to end this and go lay in bed. I'm actually about to literally take a small eating break and look up remedies to fix my ear, maybe medication to take, eat, and then get back here and start getting ready for tomorrow, which is going to be big sale tomorrow, huge. The biggest, possibly one of the biggest.